You are listening to the final part of a 5-part podcast. The other parts are available in your podcast feed right now. Timecodes are in the description of this episode down below for when each film is discussed and when we are joined by each of our special guests. Enjoy.
Suffering.
Good job, Scooby. Have yourself a
Suffering.
Hello everyone and welcome along to the Cult Pop Show podcast.
This is the start of an episode.
Joke's on you.
A teacher that laughed that way.
Was it Roz from Monsters Inc?
No, it was. He would walk into the room and go, and we would make fun of all the little ticks that he'd make. Like he used to do that. He did a few other things which I won't say, but you know, like ways he would say certain things.
He was a weird dude.
Ways he would say certain things, and we'd parrot them when he wasn't around, and then one day he stopped doing them altogether.
Right.
And we could only surmise that he'd heard us making fun of him.
Wow.
And had stopped doing it. And if you go, that's a story where you come off really mean, AJ. This guy was not a cool guy. So,
if it makes you feel any better, this guy was a nerd, okay? So, we are now up to, what is this, film 40?
Is it?
Yeah,
I guess
so.
it would be. Yeah, right.
I guess there's been 39 other
Oh,
ones.
yeah,
so it
right.
makes sense. Yeah.
40 films, Richard. 40 films, and does it feel like 40 films?
No.
This is the last 10 will break. You know, there's not going to be a 50th one.
Well, there will be one day, but it'll be long after you and I are gone.
Have we checked if there has been a 48th
I've been
Scooby-Doo
trying
movie?
to keep,
Yeah.
like, looking at, they premiere, a lot of them premiere at Comic-Cons and stuff.
Right.
I would say we're probably not far away from one, but it is hard to say. But I have been keeping an eye on
Pretty
that.
cool, though.
Pretty cool.
Pretty cool.
Now that I'm actually connected, because last time we were like, oh man, maybe we could get an advanced copy of the Barbie film. But if there was a Scooby-Doo film announced, like I have contacts with Warner Brothers.
Connected, that's what you meant. I was like, you're connected to what? Like
The internet. It's
Wikipedia?
much easier to search now. I was having to go to go out, chucking my Encarta disc when we covered Barbie.
It's crazy that it had Barbie movies up to like 2018 on that Encarta disc, eh?
Yeah. So Scooby-Doo and the Gourmet Ghost just came out in 2018.
Yep.
Directed by Doug Murphy, and it features a little guy called Bobby Flay.
A little guy.
You're a fan of Bobby Flay?
Not really. Who was the one, like, when I found out Bobby Flay was in it, I looked up Bobby Flay Me Too, because I remembered one of these celebrity chefs got cancelled in the Me Too movement, and in their email being like, their apology email, they included a recipe for cinnamon bun pizza or something like that. And it was just a real, like, tactless thing, but that mustn't have been Mario Batali. There you go. So no, that's not Bobby Flay. I'm not saying Bobby Flay, and I scoured his Wikipedia page and could not find a damning category in the contents page of it, which is always funny when like you. It's not really. I guess funny.
This is Mario Batali's apology. Yeah. As many of you know, there has been some news coverage about some of my past behavior. I have made many mistakes, and I am so very sorry that I have disappointed my friends, my family, my fans, and my team. My behavior was wrong, and there are no excuses. I take full responsibility. Sharing the joys of Italian food, tradition, and hospitality with all of you each week is an honor and a privilege. Without the support of you, my fans, I would never have a forum in which to expound on this. I will work every day to regain your respect and trust. Mario Batali. P.S. In case you're searching for a holiday-inspired breakfast, these pizza dough cinnamon rolls are a fan favorite.
What a crazy move. What a crazy move. And it's always so like...
It's always the people you'd least expect.
I think like what rings hollow about that is like, no, but people aren't asking you to re-earn their trust. They're saying, get out of the limelight.
They just want a nice holiday breakfast treat.
God.
Mario, you don't need to regain my trust. You just need to give me holiday recipes. Yeah, so this film premiered at Comic-Con and then was released digitally and then on DVD later. But what is it about, AJ?
So the gang are going to meet Fred's uncle, who ends up being Bobby Flay, and Fred is bewildered that he's a celebrity, didn't know that. And so Shaggy and Scoob are having a great time at this like mansion where food is everywhere. But there's a ghost afoot. I think it's called the Red Ghost or something like that, which is very similar to the Crimson Cape, which was the last Scooby-Doo movie. And it's haunting the Bobby Flay's exorbitant mansion, I think, is the plot, and the gang decide to figure out what's going on. And there's a whole backstory that I can't remember.
Yeah, so the whole thing is, and the culprit and the motive is that Henry Metcalf was as Bradley Bass as the Red Ghost, but he wanted, because Edward Dufresne, who was like the Bobby's ancestor, and he supposedly had ties to the British during the Revolutionary War, and he wanted to cover that up.
But it ends up being he didn't have ties. He was actually a spy for the English. And when everyone thought he was shouting Red Ghost before he disappeared in the 1800s or whenever, he was actually yelling Red Coats, which is kind of what you'd probably surmise, I think, if you heard.
Yeah. Like, why would you expect to hear? They were all expecting to hear Red Coats.
Yeah.
But, and then, that's a pretty insane thing to miss here. What did you think of this film?
Buddy, it's the least attention I've paid to any of these out of the 40 that we've watched so far. And it's not so much in which, like, you'd be like, come on, AJ, give it another watch. I sat there and my eyes were open and my attention was floating somewhere in between my couch and the television. Like, I watched the movie, but I just was not receiving a lot of it. I think we're hitting a certain point now where the home stretch is feeling like it's actually a bit more steep than when you're at the bottom of the mountain, you know?
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I feel like with Barbie, I got a second wind around this point, and
after
I was
over.
able to like I was, with about 7 films to go, sort of things. This is when we had like Starlight Adventure, Video Game Hero, and then the later ones that sort of tie into the TV series that were actually pretty decent quality. And so I think, I got the second wind, and I was able to just quite enjoy my way to the finish line. And I mean, this felt along the lines of, what was it, like Abracadabra Do, those other ones. That there's been a few very forgettable ones just sort of sprinkled in there, but I'd say the next couple I sort of felt a bit of that second wind.
Yeah.
It's just, I guess it's when you get to this late in a franchise that you experiment with it a bit more, and Gourmet Ghost wasn't really an experimental one.
Gourmet Ghost is pretty standard, yeah. And for those who are invested in like what era of Scooby-Doo we're in, I've lost the track of that completely.
You just said that.
I'm sure what?
On like a couple of films ago, you said that, didn't you?
Did I? Oh, well, I guess I'm reiterating it then. Heaven forbid I say something twice on a 24-hour podcast, a 28-hour podcast, potentially.
Wow.
Yeah, so I think we are about to enter an era of, like, looking back and nostalgia, and maybe Batman Brave and the Bold could be called that as well. I'd forgotten about Gourmet Ghost in the
Gourmet Ghost feels like an outlier with what it's surrounded by.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah.
Just discounting Daphne and Velma, because that's
like a
not
separate
part of
stream
the
happening to the eras. Yeah.
But you have the conclusion to Batman Brave and the Bold. You have the conclusion to 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo. You have a return to Zombie Island. And it's worth pointing out that this, it's more on the next couple that it becomes more relevant, but the year after Gourmet Ghost is the 50th anniversary of Scooby-Doo as an IP, so I think there was a bit of that it's actually a motivated
Right.
return to those things.
Right. The greatest hits sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
AJ, I want to ask you about the role food plays in your life. What are the most important dishes to you?
Right. Like, we're talking about it in a good way. I thought we were going to talk about how, like, I have a crippling addiction to food. It's my
I don't want to get
one
into that.
true vice, you know? Like,
Yeah.
a dish that's important to me. Here's
What's the
Yep. Here's a fun thing that I think makes my palate unique from other people's palates potentially. I feel like it is widely considered like scrub food and bad food to have like a white bread bun, and you crack that open, huck in a piece of like processed cheese and like a piece of processed luncheon or ham, right? That feels like that's like the food you feed when you've got a camp of 4,000 kids, and it's like, well, we got to give them something. My nana and granddad, bless their souls, they would feed me that whenever I would go around there. I have a mouth-watering attraction to luncheon, plastic cheese, white buns. Like, I can understand why people think it's cheap and nasty. I think it is delicious, and it like satiates me, and I think it's very convenient having quite a cheap, satiating sort of food that I like. But that's always surprised people when like they're like, oh, I remember when I used to go to Easter camp, they would be one of the days would be filled roll day, and that was my favorite day. And everyone would be like, "Oh, it's not baked potato day," and I'd be like, "I don't fucking want your baked ass potatoes. I want filled roll."
Yeah, baked potatoes are overrated.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, I've lived with you. That doesn't surprise me a lot that that you feel that strongly about that food, because I've seen you eat it. And you're like a dog with a bone, like a dog with a Scooby snack over those. And
would you do it for a white bread bun with luncheon and Colby fake Colby cheese, AJ?
Would you do it for two?
Yes.
Yeah, it's interesting to talk about the role food plays, and the no pun intended, the role. But you, like, if you were given access to Bobby Flay's entire kitchen, what would you make it there?
Oh, God. I mean, I feel like it's been documented probably on the Scooby-Doo episode how into...
Oh, Scooby-Doo and Guess Who has just finished downloading.
Well, let's pivot to that then. It's like sandwiches have been a big part of my life, and I'm always on the hunt for a new interesting sandwich. So maybe I'd get Bobby Flay to make me a real good sandwich. Maybe that's my answer.
Yeah, wow.
What about you?
Should we see if Bobby Flay has a sandwich recipe?
Yeah.
Flay sandwich. Yeah, there is a Bobby Flay sandwich. Do you want to know what's in a Bobby Flay?
Yeah, I'll tell you if I would eat it or when I would stop eating it, depending on the ingredients.
Okay. Ham.
Yep, sounds good.
Pork.
Okay, like cooked pork.
It looks more like a shaved pork kind of thing.
Okay, isn't that just ham? I guess it's not. I guess you could have like cured pork.
And pickles.
Yep.
Mustard sauce.
Yep.
Cuban bread.
Yep.
Congrats, buddy. You're eating a Bobby Flay right
Wow,
there.
that sounds delicious. Could use some cheese, though, I think.
Okay.
Not just...
Yeah, here's Swiss cheese.
Oh, you didn't say that.
I did.
Well, I didn't hear you say it. And one of us is right, and it's been recorded.
Oh! He's got a few, but that's the one that's like called a Bobby Flay, apparently. What would I get Bobby Flay to make me? I now have, having been to, what?
I just had this image of like 20-something hours into the Scooby-Doo episode, just, what sandwich would I have Bobby Flay make me?
If it was going to be a sandwich, I would get him to make me a Reuben. If I had anything in the world, I have like an insatiable, now that I live in New Zealand, now that I'm back in New Zealand, it's an insatiable need for good Mexican food, because there's no good Mexican food in New Zealand. Craig, our mutual friend, listener of the podcast, has a really good Mexican place out west that he's going to take me to one day. But yeah, man, Mexican food in the States was just, I mean, I guess, technically it's Tex-Mex, but fuck, it's good. And then there's just nothing's quite as good here unless you go to like a fancy restaurant, and then it's like, well, you're paying that kind of price, the food's pretty good no matter what, because it just has good ingredients.
No, I'm the same. Mexican would be my favorite cuisine, I think, more or less. I guess you could probably throw a couple of other cuisines at me and I'd be like, okay, that's pretty good too.
Okay, what about
like I'd really like Italian.
Yeah? What's your favorite Italian food?
Like an Italian sandwich.
Is that actually it?
Yeah, probably. Or, I mean, pizza.
What would you put in an Italian sandwich?
You put, I had one the other day. I'll find what, I went to a place in Christchurch called the Hokitika Sandwich Company.
Oh, wow.
And
had to go all the way out to Hokitika.
Well, they've opened up a branch here. And they have, I'll read you
One of the first things I ever got paid to do was security at the Hokitika Wild Foods Festival, and it was the most bored I've ever been in my entire life.
I'm trying to find the menu for you.
Because they forgot about me. They stationed me at like this one entrance to the beach, and they were supposed to relieve you like every 3 hours or something like that to swap you out. And some parts you were by yourself, some parts you were with someone else, and they forgot about me for one rotation, so I ended up just standing in this one place for 6 hours. And it was insanely boring. People offered me weed, people offered me alcohol, and I was like, oh yeah, thanks. And I mean, by the end of it, because also this was not a place that really people were going past. I saw in that 6 hours, I maybe saw like 15 people the whole time.
Wow.
But
how many of them offered you weed?
Maybe like half of them.
Hold up. I know I sent the menu to someone recently, so I'm just scrolling up through there.
Well, I can tell other stories from my time as a security guard while you wait.
I found it.
We all had to sleep in a big communal room, and there was this one fucking massive dude who snored like insanely, and I had my AirPods, or like my headphones and my iPod playing full volume, a pillow wrapped around my head, pressing on as hard as I could. Still couldn't sleep because his snoring was louder than that.
Wow. The Italian sandwich from the Hokitika Sandwich Company has salami, mortadella, provolone, aioli, vinaigrette, and greens in it. I also got a French, which was ham brie, aioli, mustard, and greens, and I saved that one for later. They were two of the best sandwiches I've ever had.
I mean, yeah, you told me about that, actually. I think you might have told me on the podcast.
Oh, God.
No, I think you sent me pictures of them. Yeah. No, I mean, like, I just wanted to, like a sandwich, you want good fillings, and I thought the Gourmet Ghost, I thought this might be one of our lighter conversations, and so I thought, we could talk about food and our relationship to food to be the filling.
So now...
Do you have one food that you... like this amazing like restaurant you ate at, or like a little that you would never be able to find again? I love stories like this. So many people have that. It's my one was like we were down an alleyway, off an alleyway sort of thing in Scotland. I was like 8 or something, and my mum had mac and cheese, and me and my sister just had like these bacon baps, and it was like fuck. It was. All of us, I can't remember what my dad had, but all of us were like, this is the best food I've ever had. And it's like, there's not a snowball's chance in hell that I would ever be able to find that place again, or that it would be open over 20 years later.
Yeah, this is maybe not exactly the same thing, but the first time I ever had a Krispy Kreme donut was in a Brisbane Krispy Kreme, and way before it opened in New Zealand, and I had a donut from the Brisbane Krispy Kreme, and it was like a Boston cream or something, and I was like, this is the best donut I have ever had by a wide margin. And then when they came to New Zealand, wasn't the same.
Wow. Yeah. Do you think that it might just be you were chasing that high?
Yeah.
Like the sort of nostalgia era of Scooby-Doo that we're in at the moment, maybe it doesn't quite live up to your memory of it, which is I think is what a lot of fans felt when the finale to the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo was announced, which we're going to talk about right after this.
Alarming news today as the murders in Coolsville seem to extend into their 5th week, with yet another corpse being found in the river. The lead suspect at the moment, according to our sources, is one Norville Rogers, better known as Shaggy from Mystery Inc. This has been a hard blow for the community of Coolsville, as Shaggy was a beloved character among the town. Raggy? What are you doing? Like, you gotta die, man. You've seen too much, dude. You don't need to do this, Raggy. You gotta go, man. No, Raggy, no.
What I think...
What
I think is interesting about the kind of somewhat of the era that we're in for Scooby-Doo is that Batman Brave and the Bold ended in 2011. The movie didn't come out till 2018. And as we discussed, that's an entire childhood, you know, those 7 years. Like, that's not the kids who would have watched the show will have grown out of it by the time that movie came out. And I thought that was bad. And I was like, what a silly idea to do a whole movie aimed at children that is a sequel to a TV show that none of the children have watched, and anyone who did watch it are now full grown.
Well, AJ, you dumb cunt. I have something even more of a gap for you. So the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo is a show we've spoken about already, way back at the start of this episode, but that aired in 1985. And a follow-up to that came out in 2019. So you probably feel pretty fucking stupid that you thought the Batman, the Brave and the Bold was.
I do, but I'm also like,
you dumb. Do
you know what I mean though? Like who? What like major franchise the size of Scooby-Doo is as free as Scooby-Doo? You know, like it feels very, very out of the ordinary that something that makes presumably as much money as it does, like Scooby-Doo, or is this for whatever reason they keep making them, that like they would have seen it as a worthwhile move to do a conclusion to a show that ended years before most of their,
after 13 episodes.
Before most of their demographic was even born, you know?
Yeah. Neighbours are being loud, all right?
So are mine.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Frankly, it's buck wild.
You think I had a phase of saying buck wild? I said it like maybe twice.
It's my fucking entire life. It's not a phase.
I said it maybe twice, and I never said it again because you were like, buck wild? What a fucking stupid thing to say. I'm going to repeat it back to him ad nauseum. And so now I think you've got this false memory that I had a buck wild phase, whereas I just genuinely used it in a podcast once.
Okay, roll the clips.
I'm not finding them. It's this
roll the clips.
Weird thing you do sometimes where you like go like, that thing you said once, you say that all the time. People do that to me a lot, which would suggest that I'm wrong and that I actually do say these things all the time.
and the you know, improvisational comedian in you would have just, you know, live recording done a bunch of takes of you saying buck wild and then been like, oh, I guess you're right, I do say that a lot.
Very good.
That would have been fun. So, to talk about Scooby-Doo and the Curse of the 13th Ghost from 2019, we have to go back in time a little bit to talk about the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo. So, if you can't remember us talking about this at the start of the episode, this is the same continuity that those first 3 movies were from. Shaggy had a red shirt. It was just Shaggy, Scooby, and Scrappy. Although in the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo, they also had these other characters, one of which being Daphne, and then they also had a sidekick, Flim Flam.
It was like a
young little kid.
A little Tibetan boy.
Yeah. And then they also had some side characters, including Vincent Van Gogh.
Who's like a Vincent Price parody.
Yeah. Here's the sort of log line for the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo. In the initial episode, the gang are thrown off course on a trip in Honolulu in Daphne's plane, landing instead in Tibet. While inside a temple, Scooby and Shaggy are tricked into opening the chest of demons, which houses 13 of the most terrifying and powerful ghosts and demons ever to walk the face of the earth. The ghosts can only be returned to the chest by those who originally set them free, thus the gang embark on a worldwide quest to recapture them before they wreak irreversible havoc upon the world. This show started in 1985, as I mentioned. It was in the wake of Ghostbusters. So they were like, kids love real ghosts. That none of this fake shit anymore. Scooby-Doo had been dwindling in ratings. People were getting sick of it. And so that was what it was created in relation to. Fred Jones and Velma Dinkley are completely absent from the series. They hadn't been major characters in the show since Scrappy-Doo was added in 1979. So I guess those two characters just weren't popular.
Right. Interesting.
And also worth mentioning, so the whole plot of the thing is there's 13 ghosts. We have to track them down. There was 13 episodes of the show. You would assume, each episode is one.
This is my question.
They track down 11 ghosts. And you only see 11 ghosts in the series. There is the ghost from the pilot episode. There's a ghost ship captain who might have been one of the 13th ghost. And the director of this film, Tim Sheridan, believes the 12th ghost to be Captain Ferguson. And in the film, it's implied that he's the 12th ghost. So
right. This is so interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting that there's actually a hidden 12th ghost as well as this being the 13th ghost.
My question is, how do you only get 11 ghosts in 13 episodes? Is the first episode, I could see the first episode they don't capture any because it's them releasing them maybe, but that's still 12. So that's interesting. Okay, so and also there's just this Captain Ferguson who's not explicitly stated to be one of the ghosts that they okay, very strange.
Yeah, I guess it's he is a ghost, but it's is he one of the 13?
Yeah, but it's weird to feature another ghost in a show about a very specific number of ghosts.
yeah. So then we catch up years later. Now we've got Scooby-Doo and the Curse of the 13th Ghost. And what is this about, AJ? I'll just let you finish your sip of Coke, no sugar, spill it right in your mouth a little bit.
Shut up! Shut the fuck up! This movie begins with the gang doing a one of their typical roundups of who they think is the monster, only to find out that they screwed up and the guy they've tried to capture is just a normal guy.
Who's scared of teenagers. And that's why he was running away from them.
And a sheriff shows up and basically says, you guys are nearly 18, which was a damning confirmation for us, Richard. And he basically says, if you do this while you're 18, you get arrested for harassment, basically. Yeah. And so he convinces them to give up mystery solving. So they have a garage sale where Fred regrettably sells the mystery machine. And while they're selling stuff at this garage sale, this random guy's like, hey, what's this? And he holds up a crystal ball. And Velma and Fred are know nothing of this, but Daphne...
Never seen that fucking thing in their life.
Daphne, Shaggy, and Scooby are mortified, and they rush and take it off them. And it ends up, they get a call on this crystal ball from Vincent Van Gogh, who's we found the 13th ghost. And it is revealed that Daphne and Fred were away at camp during one summer.
Velma and Fred
were away at camp during one summer where all of this happened. And I thought it was, and then it turns out also that Daphne has her own little van, which is presumably from the show. So they get in that little van, and they go to find Vincent Van Gogh. There's a chest of demons or something that the last 13th ghost is trying to get. This leads them to Tibet, where they have a bunch of funny little antics, which finally results in them sort of head on facing off against the 13th ghost, and Velma's whole worldview is turned upside down because she the whole time has been like, what are you guys talking about? Ghosts aren't real, we know this. And then she eventually believes in ghosts and believes in the rules of the ghost, and they work out that the 13th ghost is a fraud because one of the rules is only the living may open the chest, and this ghost opened the chest. It turns out, Richard, have you got this written down? Because you'll probably be able to say it a bit more eloquently.
Mortifer Quinch was Asmodeus.
Played by Nolan North, I
Oh,
believe.
He wanted to sell the chest of demons.
Yep. And so this guy, Mortifer, was Vincent Van Gogh's partner back in the day, and they thought he died. But and then it ends with like an implication that the 13th ghost is actually like the ancestor of Vincent Van Gogh, and he had altruistic intentions. They meet Flim Flam, a grown-up Flim Flam, at one point, and
Scrappy gets a
Scrappy
shout-out.
gets
His first mention in like 20, 30
yeah,
years.
yeah. The Flim Flam's like, he says, Shaggy, I hardly recognized you without a red shirt, which I was like, oh my god. And then he's like, and where's Scrappy? And Velma says, what's a Scrappy? Which was shocking. So I think this is such an interesting movie because we're about to, after this one, we're going to talk about Return to Zombie Island, a sequel to a movie we've seen. And in that...
Which we're having guests on who, I don't know who they are yet, but I'm presuming they haven't seen Zombie Island. But you might surprise me with that.
And I'm not going to say too much about Zombie Island just yet, only that, like, having seen the first one, it provided a context in which I understood a lot of what was going on and the callbacks and things in that movie. In this, I hadn't seen the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo, and neither had you. And there's so much in it that is like, there is a lot of catching up. Like, there's a lot of, like, and this is what I'm talking about. It's so weird that this movie was able to be made. I'm so shocked that no executive was like, no. Like, no one's going to understand it. We make movies for 12-year-olds, and they're not going to understand what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I thought it was all right. I thought it was pretty good.
I actually really liked this one. I enjoyed it. I thought it had a fun sense of humor, and I just quite enjoyed it. I liked all the little meta references and things. And I also liked the dynamic of Shaggy, Scooby, and Daphne. I think that was...
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, we've seen that a few times, but I think that was cool. And yeah, I had a little look on the Scooby-Doo subreddit because that, where are you going to find passionate fans if not reddit.com? But I will get into the reception to Scooby-Doo and Zombie Island in a bit. But Scooby-Doo and The Curse of the 13th Ghost is considered horrible by Scooby-Doo fans.
Right.
Like, people like hate Velma in this, and there's this really interesting thing I saw a bunch of comments about, that there's this Velma's character arc, or like her archetype changes, and she becomes this know-it-all snob skeptic who's, unwilling to buy into things. And so, we talk about how there's this nice thing that the rest of the gang always believes Shaggy and Scooby about what they see because they know they're not lying. That, like, Velma in the latest films has become very like, no, I always thought this. And it's interesting. It started, let me look back.
I do know what they're talking about, yeah.
Yeah. Is it...
I vaguely remember us talking about it on one episode about how Velma was a real asshole in one of them.
Yeah. Is it Legend of the Phantasaur? No. The one with the carnival.
Oh,
is that Music of the Vampire?
Yeah, well, she is like that in Music of the Vampire, so maybe that's it.
Yeah. Because I think that's the one that people are sort of saying, no, Music of the Vampire's not it. There was one with real monsters.
You mean the Goblin King?
Goblin King, that's what I'm thinking of, yes. And that was, I saw people say that that's like when this sort of thing started, but that was like 20 movies ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, she's kind of become an asshole. Like, it was the Blue Falcon movie was the one where we were like, when she was like, comics are for nerds.
That's right.
Like, you're the nerdiest one. Yeah, so... Yeah, but it was interesting that I was going onto the subreddit because we're now at the stage where like each of these releases has a discussion thread on Reddit.
Yeah.
And I quite enjoyed this one, but people that are precious about the lore of Scooby-Doo and the lore especially of the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo and, people that have waited decades for a conclusion to that series, that this was a massive disappointment for them. And I think things like retconning that ghosts aren't real and whatnot, and which we'll come to again and Return to Zombie Island, but that I think felt like a massive betrayal for people. I saw a bunch of people say they hated the "Where's Scrappy" line, or "What's a Scrappy" line, because it's like this betrayal of this character who was like important to that series. And apparently Flim Flam, I think, was like a hated character as well. And so I did see people being like, "Oh, him being grown up and not a dick was kind of cool." But apparently, it's sort of, in an interview with a podcast named Scooby-Doo, Tim Sheridan confirmed that Warner Bros. Had requested Flim Flam and Scrappy not be in the film. They were both taken into consideration when he was writing the script, and Scrappy was ultimately cut from the film due to not fitting into the story he wanted to tell. They also requested toning down any of the truly supernatural elements, making the movie's stance on the paranormal more ambiguous.
Interesting. It is an ambiguous stance. I like almost explicitly explicitly ambiguous.
Yeah,
but it is, right? It actually is.
Be good enough for an album.
Yeah. Interesting. I reckon the world is ready for Scrappy-Doo to come back.
Yeah, so do I. I think. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he made an appearance in the next couple of years.
Yeah. So I think all of that's really interesting. I think those are valid comments to make about Velma, but it is funny when something is being judged from within the fan base, I think, because I can understand as a fan being upset at it, but I'm sorry to any hardcore Scooby-Doo fans. This was more or less as good as any of the other Scooby-Doo movies.
Well, that's the thing. And with Barbie, like I think we had a few fans that, picked up that episode and then heard about your dream about your penis falling off or something. And
oh my God!
But I think that one thing that I think we knew this going into this just from, you had interactions with your students, that there are a lot more like die-hard Scooby-Doo fans than there seem to be Barbie fans. And there are probably people out there that are like, oh, cool, a 28-hour podcast covering all of the films in the Scooby-Doo franchise. And they're going to get to discussions like this, and they're going to leave such angry comments on the YouTube post for this, or they're going to join the Discord just to disagree with us. Because but that is the interesting perspective of coming into this franchise having not watched being the shows, a fan of it, I'm not attached to Scooby-Doo as an IP. Despite my better efforts, I'm slowly kind of becoming attached to it, but not in the ways that I would have thought 41 films ago. Like, I messaged you just before and said I can't believe Fred and Daphne are my favorite characters. They're the best characters.
I agree. I think, allow me to elaborate on why I like this one then. If you're listening to this and you're one of these people that hated this movie and you're a diehard Scooby-Doo fan, I don't mean to offend, but what I can say is, like, I feel like Music of the Vampire did this as well, where it was like clearly like the A-team of the Scooby-Doo production company were put on this film. This feels like a lot more blockbustery than the ones preceding it. It feels a lot more serious. It feels like it's being taken a lot more seriously. And I think because of all of this history that this particular movie has, then that history had to be like implemented sort of creatively into a film, presuming and rightly presuming that maybe some people watching it haven't seen the show. I don't think it did a great job in that respect because I was still lost in some areas. But that's sort of why I liked it. As just as someone watching this as a Scooby-Doo fan, I can understand being disappointed. As someone watching this as a person that watches movies, I could tell that the animation was higher quality. I could tell that the writing had a lot more maturity and personality to it than, like, say, Gourmet Ghost, which had so little to talk about that we barely talked about it, right? Like, and I guess that's what I'm picking up on is, like, people. Gourmet Ghost, I could have written Gourmet Ghost, right? With my limited knowledge of Scooby-Doo and the characterizations, I could have written that movie. I could not have written this.
Weird that you would choose to write Bobby Flay into it.
Yeah. I could not have written this movie because this movie has a much more intimate knowledge of the characters, how they work with each other, and
There's interesting in this that because part of their garage sale, they have to sell the mystery machine, when they get told you're not allowed to solve crimes anymore. And then Fred has a crisis.
I really
of faith,
want to talk about this.
Yeah, because it was a great part of the film that he's like, what is my place in the mystery gang, if not the driver, if not the leader?
Yeah.
And so then he realizes that his place is the cheerleader. And that he's just the supportive one who he's the supportive one who supports his friends no matter what they do. And I was like, we've been trying to define Fred's role.
This is a great moment for the podcast. Like 10 hours ago we were discussing this. Like, what actually is Fred? And, like, part of me is like, as a storyteller, following up the Barbie episode, which is no shit, that's what we've been trying to do this whole time.
Yeah, no fucking shit.
I've been trying to like work out what's like some cool narratives we can weave into this episode,
like how we got depressed in
the Barbie one. But I think a big through line throughout this whole episode has been understanding the character of Fred, and I think it's really serendipitous and really satisfying that there is a movie in the franchise that tackles this, that asks the same questions that we were asking, and like I was floored by it when he's literally like, what is my purpose, what is my place in the gang? I was like, Jesus Christ,
you passed butter.
This is what we've been asking, and I liked that it dove into that. I thought it was so interesting that it did that.
I enjoyed this one. Sorry, Scooby-Doo fans.
Sorry, edgelords. Scooby-Doo and the Revenge of the Curse of the 13th Ghost is good.
Did you pick up on, there's like a moment where Daphne goes and gets like, she's like, oh, let's, we're going to go back on this adventure. And she like shakes her hair up, restyles it, and it changes to the style where she's got these two little like tufts coming out her cheeks. And then she's like, and then rustles it up again.
Right.
I was like, I bet that was her hairstyle of the show. And I looked up, and sure enough, it was. And she pulls out the outfit from the show and says, I can't believe I ever wore this. Because I was reading that the 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo was like, let's make them all 80s because they used to be 60s. So they gave funky new hairstyles. They gave
Shaggy a red shirt. The color of the 80s.
Yeah.
I guess red is a more 80s color than green. And green is a more 60s color than red.
Yeah, sure. One thing that I think, just because we're about to have a guest or guests, that I think it might be good to sort of talk about here rather than bogging down a discussion with the guests on something they might not understand, that like there is a very clear continuity between this film and the next film. Right?
Oh, staggering. It's like it's the first time in the series, aside from that one guy from the Loch Ness Monster showing up in the snowman
and the Hex Girls.
And the Hex Girls. But even more so than that, because they were movies apart that these characters were recurring, this is like plot elements recur between the two films. And like, I was quite surprised. So the main thing is that the Mystery Machine has still been
sold, and they're still retired.
They're still retired, cases. And the sheriff who told them off is still very much a presence in Return to Zombie Island. And it makes me wonder, like, the one after Return to Zombie Island that we've got to watch, Richard, is a little film called Scoob that I am not looking forward to revisiting. But
that was one of the reasons I didn't want to do Scooby-Doo. It was just because of this one movie that we had to rewatch. But as far as I know, the film after that is Happy Halloween Scooby-Doo, which, as far as I'm aware, is a direct sequel to Return.
Right. Well, that was my question. I wonder if there is going to be this, like, in like season, I want to say maybe 18 of South Park, they implemented a episode-to-episode storyline instead of the episode.
Oh, is this when they did the You're Getting Old?
Yeah, I think so. There was one where...
that was the end of the last season.
It turned out that Stan's dad was actually Lord. And that lasted a whole season. And it was this real interesting thing where, like, a show that has lived, like, as long as an adult, like, into its young adulthood, it suddenly adopts, like, a, serialized format. And it kind of felt like that. It's like, oh, shit, I'm not used to seeing, like... But at the same time, Velma... It doesn't really make sense that if Zombie Island is retroactively put into the canon, that Velma would be surprised that ghosts are real in the 13 Ghosts.
This is why I brought it up here, because there is this whole thing there, and there's quite a good line where, like, Scooby and Shaggy are like, the reason we're so cowardly and we're so skeptical we believe anytime there's a ghost, it's because we've met 12 real ones. And then Velma's like, I know everything. There's no such thing as ghosts.
That line, Shaggy says that line, and I thought it was so interesting because Matthew Lillard is not delivering it as a joke, and it feels very much like, dare I say, Richard, that the people writing current Scooby-Doo have the same questions that we have as wacky podcasters. They are aware of the same plot inconsistencies and the same questions that fans have been asking for years. And because we've talked about that on the podcast a little bit already, as like why the reason for why Shaggy's so scaredy cat, you know?
Yeah, Scoobypedia does say this doesn't explain why he was scared before that show, though.
That's true. That's a good point. But yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it is interesting because we do now sort of introduce a new canon where it's like, okay, 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo happened, and then like 2 summers later, this film happened. But at some point in between those, Zombie Island happened. But as we're about to learn, there's a big sort of retroactive retcon of ages and other events in Zombie Island to make Return to Zombie Island work, which I'm sure we will have a lot of fun as we explain that to our next guests.
I did have something else. We got time before they're ready.
I need to go to the toilet before we get them on.
All right, I'll end with a little thought that I had today. Is that for the 13th ghost to establish this sort of loose these are the official entries in the Scooby-Doo timeline that you were just talking about. It is interesting for it to then omit several films where the monster is real and Velma sees that the monster is real. And what I think this is that every movie until Return to Zombie Island, every movie in the Scooby-Doo franchise, more or less, with some exceptions that I'm sure you can call me out on, it feels less like it's a continuity and more like there's the show and now there's this movie. And the movies aren't sequels to the other movies, they're sequels to the show. And so to watch the idea of this time the monsters are real, to watch that get be a subversion 40 times, to exaggerate, is a really unique thing. We live in a culture of pop cultural subversion. You know, like it is
a culture of popture.
It is an interesting thing for audiences and writers alike to be meta, to subvert your expectations, to subvert the very tropes that make up a particular property. And every Scooby-Doo movie has done that to an extent. Every time meddling kids is mentioned, there's a new spin on it because every movie is going, no, everyone has only ever heard, oh, you meddling kids, I could have gotten away with it. Whereas we haven't. We've only heard every time they've tried to be clever with it. Yeah. And I just think that is an extremely unique pop cultural experience for us to have had.
Yeah, absolutely. It is also interesting. So I should have mentioned as well, this doesn't have an audience score on Rotten Tomatoes, but I was able to glean that this isn't a beloved one. But it is really interesting watching that it's like, we know Zombie Island is considered the GOAT by many, and that features real monsters. And then there's a few of those early ones where they are real monsters or there are real monsters involved. And then it goes back and it's like finding out like, what do Scooby-Doo fans want? Because I would assume that, the formula you don't mess with Scooby-Doo is it's old man Willikers, or in this case, young man Willikers. It's like, because they seem to be really pissed off when they retroactively, in like 13 Ghosts, say, oh no, the ghosts you thought were real weren't real. And it's like this subversion of the Scooby-Doo formula then being unsubverted is like you don't touch that with the fans. I mean, that could just be that it's like, maybe they're not necessarily thinking about it so much in the terms of formula, but it's like, this thing that was my childhood, you're now messing with that. But yeah, it's like, do Scooby-Doo fans want real monsters or not?
I don't think it's about if it's real monsters or not. I think it is the treatment of subversion. And I think audiences can tell when something is being subverted as a creative experience, a creative experiment to see what can happen. And I think they can tell when it's a writer changing their mind of what they should have done, like retroactively changing it, like what's the retconning it, like retroactive continuity. I think because both that taking a story to new heights and retconning can both look like subverting. But I think audiences can tell, look at the Star Wars sequel trilogy, and especially the difference in critical reception between Last Jedi and Revenge of Skywalker. What's it called? Rise of Skywalker. Like, one of those, then they both piss people off, but one of those is a guy being like, I can take Star Wars to a new place. That is subversion, and people got annoyed. And one of them is going, I wish this other guy didn't do this, and they take it back. And that people hate that even more, And I think maybe that's what it is with Scooby-Doo, is like, it's clear when they're like, oh, maybe these ghosts that you thought were real actually weren't. It's clear that's because the writers have a preference and they're trying to drag it somewhere.
Yeah, well, the notes that Tim Sheridan spoke about on this podcast about how they said, tone down the supernatural stuff and don't put Flim Flam and Scrappy in it. That it's like they wanted, someone somewhere was like, we need to finish this series, and then someone more powerful than that was like, well, let's not do it too much justice.
Interesting. That's good stuff.
Yeah, I like how we followed up our just this discussion about food with possibly the best analysis we've actually done of a Scooby-Doo movie.
Well, if people hopped off because the gourmet ghost was a boring conversation, they've missed the high watermark of the episode.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, from my perspective, if I stopped watching because I didn't like Gourmet Ghost, I would have missed out on one of the ones I quite liked.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see who our next guest or guests are, unless you have something else to add.
No, sorry, but I feel like by interrupting you, we head to a better place.
Yeah.
Alrighty, go to the toilet.
The murders have taken on a sort of personal tone this week as the body of the dog that was seen often working with Mystery Inc., Scooby-Doo, has been murdered now by Shaggy, more or less confirming the suspect. Alright gang, let's split up and look for clues that'll get Shaggy indicted. We gotta do our bit to help stop our old friend from going on this murderous rampage. But Fred, we can't possibly cooperate with the police. We're definitely going to be implicated in Shaggy's crimes. We always knew what he was up to, but we were too weak and too scared to do anything to stop it. And now we'll surely be charged with conspiracy to murder alongside Shaggy. Don't you see, gang? If we cooperate with the police, surely they'll let us off. Surely they'll understand that we were powerless. But we weren't powerless, Fred. We could have stopped Shaggy. We could have told the police we suspected he was murdering many people. They only caught on to it this week, but there are so many more bodies that they haven't found. New evidence has been found in the Shaggy Rogers case that's led to the discovery of several more bodies, several more of Shaggy's victims. At the moment, police have still been unable to find him or other members of Mystery Inc.
And those guests are Tim Batt and Guy Montgomery from The Worst Idea of All Time.
Woohoo!
That's us.
They're back.
The boys are here.
They're back. Our Big Brother podcast are back on their Little Brother podcast. With I reckon, I'm betting, Richard, sort of a vague idea of what this podcast is, and not they probably don't know they're appearing 24 hours deep into a Scooby-Doo podcast that contains discussion on 47 movies, but now they do.
We were on the Barbie episode, but this is next level. This is crazy.
I mean, it's honestly, I always find this when I talk to you boys, my sweet little boys, my brothers, who I taught everything. I remember when I took you into the bedroom and taught you how to jerk your own cock.
Wild scenes at the start of the episode.
It is,
or our section of it.
No, but in the spectrum of the podcast, we can say whatever we want now. This is a fever
this
dream.
This is about a drop in the bucket.
Yeah, you got it.
It's just nice to have the external perspective, to come in and watch something which I can just watch once, water off a duck's back. I can think this is objectively bad, but my brain's not scrambling to contextualize it against everything else that's canon in the cinematic universe of Scooby-Doo. I mean, I can't imagine how you boys are doing because I thought that was quite a slog.
Wow. And there is nothing like the ego death of that one experiences from thinking it was pretty good and then coming to talk to people who haven't watched 40-something other Scooby-Doo movies and are like, that one's trash. And we're like, oh, yeah, no, totally. That was like my normal standards.
I understand that perspective, and I respect. There is actually, as I say, it's a relief to not be you. There's also part of me that's jealous that you're watching that and you're like, that's pretty good.
Pretty good.
I would love to have watched that and thought, this is pretty good.
We do wonder when we have you guys on, like, because we only get you guys on to talk about like these terrible films, often in the middle of these massive franchises, like how much you guys dread talking to us and how much of a chore it feels like interacting with us.
I love talking with you guys. I love being on the pod. It's as always similar to our podcast as well. It's just the time thing. It's just fucking finding that block to watch that, hour 20 of Scooby-Doo and the gang. Those meddling kids and their dastardly dog. And that's the tricky bit.
The challenge is not the conversation, it's the homework. It's the fact that we have to do a job just to have a goddamn conversation with our siblings.
Yeah.
I've made our bed, though.
Well, ever since Mum died.
Yeah, that certainly.
What would our sitcom be called? Because I feel like that was the genesis of every plot of every 90s sitcom. Was the mum was always dead. Maybe that's what it's called. Mum's dead.
Mum's
always
dead.
Mum's dead, always.
Mum's dead, and then in parenthesis, this is how you do it, boys. Close parenthesis.
Oh no, he brought it back to it.
But it's everything.
It's
everything.
I like that guy has started the record with this immediate inception of the storyline about jerking off, and it's presumably going to be recurring throughout.
I don't want to get into it too deep, but just to the listeners, you should see what these boys were doing before I told them how to do it.
This is the thing. If it was a passing mention at the start, which it was before about 40 seconds ago, you could edit that out, no problem.
Yeah.
But you keep having these callbacks to it, and suddenly the recurring bit is unremovable.
Do you guys remember learning to jerk off?
I don't. And I regret Guy opening this door. And Richard, I regret you taking it off the hinge.
Yeah.
There was a milkshake ad where a guy was holding a milkshake that you shake up, and he'd walk past people and they'd do the jerking off hand.
And that's how
I
you
remember
learned.
Well, I remember saying I would have been maybe
I put that
10.
on my dick.
I remember being like 10 and saying like, I don't get it aloud to my brother and my brother's friend. And my brother's friend was like, and then did the motion over his crotch. And I put 2 and 2 together and haven't looked back since.
That's crazy because I saw the same ad and I was like, I must have been about 10 as well. And I went out and I bought 2 milkshakes. And I just, smashed them against myself. And I got nothing. Didn't work.
Unfortunately, Guy now has a self-mutilated penis from that one experience as a lad. He mashed his penis inside of a 2 milkshake sandwich.
I mean, really, the worst person you could learn to jerk off from.
I am 100%. I want other people to it's my villain origin story. I want other people to self-mutilate in the same way.
There's only one thing that Guy Montgomery and Johnny Knoxville have in common, and that's they both have a catheter for life now because of a horrific accident that they did.
I am responsible for this tangent. And I apologize because I actually now would love to talk Scooby-Doo.
No, you let us hear, Guy. You made your bed.
Because we've watched Scooby-Doo The Return to Zombie Island. And there were references that I assume are canonical to a previous experience that the characters have had on Zombie Island. And, you boys you're the experts. You know this stuff.
Yeah.
Are you watching them?
My first rodeo.
Are you watching them chronologically?
Yes, so this is the 42nd film that we've watched chronologically.
Jesus.
And the way we programmed the various guests on this episode was like every third movie we have a guest on. It was completely random. There was no planning to which movies we would get a guest on. If there was planning to it, I don't know if we'd have guests on this movie because it's very context dense. It's very like, because you've seen the other one, so here's the new stuff.
AJ, the fates clearly smiled upon us because I was going to ask, you've revealed your hand that this was totally random. There was a Fast and Furious reference in this movie, which is perfect because that's the franchise Guy and I are devouring at the moment over at Worst Idea.
I picked up on that too.
You picked up on that, did you, Richard? The very subtle reference in which they explicitly named it.
But the other reason, not only are you guys covering that at the moment, but something you may have forgotten, is that you guys actually hosted our Fast and Furious episode of Film Franchise Fortnights on your podcast when we joined the Little Empire podcast network. So it's actually a very important franchise to both of us.
That's true.
It's sort of the universe of white guys in New Zealand podcasting is collapsing in on itself. we're a supernova.
Finally, God.
But yeah, so this is a somewhat direct sequel to Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island, which came out in 1998. That's kind of, although there was a couple of like movies beforehand, this Zombie Island is the first one that's like part of the direct-to-video series that this is still part of. So I think taking out the live action ones, taking out the straight to TV ones, Scooby-Doo Return to Zombie Island is like the 25th or 26th, and Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island is the first.
And there was so that means, because this is what, 2018 or 19, so there's a 20-year gap between the Zombie Island and them thinking we need the super fans who have been walking alongside us.
May I ask a question of the two lads who've seen 40 of these titles prior?
Me and AJ.
Yeah. Are monsters real in the Scooby-Doo universe? Because
what a
such
great
a large
question.
I thought, and if you've already tread this terrain a lot, then feel free to just glide right over this. But my understanding was that the whole point of Scooby-Doo was there is paranormal phenomena happening that the gang investigates, which always ends with them pulling the mask off a scammer who is tricking others. And that is spoiler alert. Yeah, always. That is spoiler alert what happens in this movie, but not before a montage sequence at the start where they are chasing down and capturing real paranormal creatures and cryptids, including a vampire that transforms into a bat to get away from the mystery machine, which is not something you can fake with smoke and mirrors. That's a real.
But then that vampire is also unmasked as being someone. So
one of the Withers
you would be
members.
surprised what the Scooby-Doo villains are able to achieve with smoke and mirrors.
World class like holograms and like things like that.
It's the technology, the research and execution, and also like the performance that goes into these villains' costuming is, and it's phenomenal. It's all totally believable.
So to get back to my core question though, are monsters real?
So in the history of like Scooby-Doo, this was released on the 50th anniversary of Scooby-Doo as an IP, started in 1969, and there was it's kind of weird to think now, but for a period of time after about 10 years, people were getting bored of Scooby-Doo. It was on the verge of cancellation. That's why they added Scrappy-Doo, and there was a show called The 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo, which sort of reinvigorated it in the wake of Ghostbusters. I've just explained this on the last segment, but they they introduced like supernatural stuff, and then they sort of started to go back to it's always a man in a mask, and then Zombie Island being the first proper movie from Scooby-Doo there's this kind of iconic moment in it where they hit a zombie with the mystery machine, and they're like, oh, okay, let's find out who this really is. And Fred grabs the top of his head and rips his head off. And that's like the moment revealing, like, oh, fuck, like, this is why you do a movie, because you're dealing with real monsters in this. Yeah. And then
Fred rips a head off?
Rips the fucking head off.
The original Zombie Island is like the Godfather of, like, as in it's the best movie. Like, it actually rocks. I thought it was great.
Wow.
And it's
considered like a holy grail amongst Scooby-Doo fans.
Yeah.
So that's why they'd be wanting to go back to the well, because this is for clarity. This is a miss, right? This sequel.
This, according to IMDb trivia, this is the entire trivia entry. This is the most hated Scooby-Doo movie of all time.
Really?
And what I mean,
Apparently
as the sort of current experts to whom we have access on Scooby-Doo, hearing you talk, by the way, before Richard, I just thought, you poor bastard. I mean, you've got a podcast to let that stuff out, but where can you take that in your day-to-day life? That's brutal. Because
I've found plenty of outlets. Fortunately, this is going to sound weird, but I work in a job that hires a lot of 20-year-old girls every year. And so I have an outlet too. I work at the news. Yeah, I do. Yeah, and we hire people straight out of journalism school. But I have an outlet to talk about Barbie with them. I'm still waiting to find an ongoing stream of Scooby-Doo fans. To
well, at least you're getting some respite. But I guess the question I want to ask is, what, to your eyes, what is it about Return to Zombie Island that makes it stand out as being so hated or hateable? Like what? Because I just didn't like. I just thought this, they were trying to do a little bit too much. They're trying to be they just didn't quite nail anything. The comedic beats were all off. Like Shaggy and Scooby were aggressively unfunny. The most excited I got to see them was when they were having the big cat sequence and the cat people were chasing them around at the end, and then they do it like a classic sort of cartoon set them up where they suddenly treat them like they're guests at a restaurant, and they put them, and I was like, oh, this is fun. This is what I remember from Scooby-Doo. But they bail out of that after about one gag. But what to your eyes?
Well, I think they quit while they were ahead.
But what do you think makes this such a failure in the Scooby-Doo universe?
Well, the main thing, and that it's they're returning to this world, they're coming back to this sacred cow of a film, and they're now saying, because I went onto the Scooby-Doo subreddit before to get a bit more of an insight into how people feel about these last couple of films, because the one before was essentially a series finale to that 13 Ghosts of Scooby-Doo show, which was cancelled, and so it's these two films that they're returning to, and everyone hated the endings they gave them.
Just quick, sorry, just as a sidebar inside of your answer to the question I wanted the answer to is does Rowan Atkinson's performed in the Scooby-Doo cinematic universe, hasn't he? Am I misremembering that?
Yes, he plays what's his character's name?
Very eccentric name. He's in the 2002 live action film.
It's like Stradivarius or something.
Mephisto.
Yeah, he's in the first live action.
It's not
one,
dissimilar to Mephisto, but
that's
it's
a
not
lot
exactly
of fun.
Mephisto.
And is that's the movie where Sarah Michelle Gellar and Freddie Prinze Jr. in it,
Mondavarius.
and they were on a press junket, and they were asked both. There's a great clip of them both being asked back to back, what they think about the movies and what they brought to the role or something. And Sarah Michelle Gellar gives a very detailed, sort of thoughtful answer about her methodology. And then what is Freddie Prinze Jr. like? They just
it's a talking dog,
Yeah. Should we give a quick rundown of what actually happens in the plot of this film? I guess just to keep it consistent with the other entries. And anyone listening this deep being like, "What's it fucking about, AJ? Bring us back on course." So essentially, it's carrying on from the last movie we watched, which was called The Curse of the 13th Ghost. Fred has sold the mystery machine. They have quit solving mysteries because a cop threatened them. And basically, the rest of the mystery gang make a promise to Shaggy and Scooby, who do not want to do mysteries anymore. They go, fine, we will have one genuinely mystery-free vacation, and they win a prize to go on a tropical vacation. But they end up back at what they call Star Moon Island? Moonstar Island, which was Moonscar Island in the original. And everyone can tell that they've been duped and that they've mysteriously been brought back to the location of their original adventure, but none of them are allowed to bring it up because they swore that they wouldn't solve any mysteries this time. And it seems as if the story is wrapping up toward the middle of the film. They're working out who's who, when it turns out that they're actually being filmed by Alan Smithy, who is a film director who wants to make a movie about Zombie Island. It turns out a lot of the stuff that they didn't think was real actually is real, and a lot of the stuff they thought was real actually isn't real. The werecats come back, the zombies come back.
But this time they're all fake.
Werecats is kind of a fun idea.
It was fun in 1998 as well.
I imagine it would have been a lot of fun then, because they're actually sort of exploring it.
Who voiced Alan Smithy?
John Michael Higgins. He plays Wayne Jarvis. Is that his name in Arrested Development? And he's one of these guys. He shows up in a lot of stuff. You would recognize him.
Okay.
Yeah. So to follow on from the sort of what is wrong with Return to Zombie Island, it's this reveal that the first movie that everyone fell in love with because oh my god they're doing real monsters, to then go back and be like, no, this was all fake, but then being at the end like, oh, was it? There's like maybe a still a werecat out there. And also another way that this film sort of fucks with the original. So one of the cool things about Zombie Island is that it's similar to that first live action film. It's like they've grown up a little bit now. Daphne is like a talk show host and everyone's moved on. But in this film, they're like, oh, because remember you were on that talk show as like a school project, because in the previous film, they explicitly confirmed that they're 17. And then now this is supposed to be years later from a film where they were adults. And so they have to recontextualize everything.
Like whoever was whichever head honcho at Scooby-Doo IP Incorporated or was responsible for the screenplay got in the weeds a little bit about what's canonical and what's not. And
you're so right. Yeah. And the Scooby-Doo franchise from a couple of movies ago has started taking itself maybe a little bit too seriously. It's taking itself as seriously as Richard and I would take it if we were in control at this point. And I don't think that's conducive to making...
I don't think that's a good thing.
Do you empathize with them? As you like, how would you attack Return to Zombie Island? How can you course correct where they went wrong in this movie?
I wouldn't return to it.
Yeah, that's a good point. I would probably not acknowledge any of the plot holes set up by implication and just be like, well, whatever. Yep, you caught us. Enjoy the movie.
Because I think as someone who didn't have any of the lead up or, context for what they were trying to, abide or unpick movie to movie, I was just like, you guys, you're not really doing anything fun for me. You're kind of just like dealing with stuff that, people who don't even exist in the cinematic universe. It felt like they were sort of addressing previous writers, or trying to make sure.
To quote the great Freddie Prinze Jr., there's a talking dog, like just calm down.
So you've sort of hinted at what you thought of this film specifically, but I am curious to know for both of you what your history with Scooby-Doo as an IP is.
Can I just say, I'm sick of Guy and I being treated as a monolith. I didn't hate it.
Okay.
And I saw a Guy, so I watched all of the movie except for the last 10 minutes, and then Guy and I had lunch today, and Guy was like, oh, this is fucking slog, eh? And I was like, it's like fine. I don't really have a gauge, because it's, I don't know, it's Scooby-Doo. It's designed for like stoned children, I guess. So I thought it was kind of like...
It is a confusing demographic, isn't it? That's a great way to put it. That's actually like something I've been missing from the last 20 hours of this podcast, is how to describe it. And it's for stoned children.
It's for stoned children, which is, it's a tough demo to advertise to. It's tough to get corporates on board.
And yet it's like, 60 years old and still going
It's
strong.
one of the biggest demographics. Like, yeah.
Did you watch it as a boy, Tim?
Like, I feel it's a show that I absorbed by osmosis. It was on, we had Cartoon Network, we had Sky like later on when I was probably about 13 onwards. So Cartoon Network had all the Hanna-Barbera library. So I remember old Scooby-Doo was on a lot. It was on Saturdays and stuff. So yeah, I definitely, I was aware of it and would have watched the old episode and know like enough about how the format works and who the team is and that sort of stuff.
Any of the films you'd seen?
No, certainly not, Richard. Thanks for
any
asking.
of the have you seen the live action ones though?
I haven't. So Sarah Michelle Gellar was my first celebrity crush. I was a big Buffy fan when I was a kid. And you would think that that'd be enough of a vehicle to get me to the... I guess
she's
think
very sexy in the Scooby-Doo movie.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah,
it was written as an R-rated film and then changed to PG.
I had heard about that. So it's just got this incredibly confused tone to it, as a result.
Yeah.
It has the same atmosphere as like the horny teenagers who were going to see it.
The stoned 2010.
Yeah,
The
but then,
stoned children.
give them what they came for, but then you can't because it's PG. So instead, what you've got is frustrated teens and slightly horrified kids with their parents.
Yeah.
No one's
And this
getting
was
what they
before
want.
Guy taught me how to jerk off as well.
Don't know what
It's
to
just
do
a
with
terrible
myself.
compliment.
And because at Hoyt's they don't let you take an outside drink, so you got to smuggle in your milkshakes.
Yeah, 2 milkshakes, slam them together.
One in each leg.
I have a fondness. I have a soft spot for Scooby-Doo. I don't remember watching it sequentially or making sure I ticked off every episode, but I remember a great comfort in having it on. All of the untold romance between Fred and Daphne and sort of Velma and
Is that never explicit? Like in any of the...
Depends on the film.
flip-flops
Just
a
like,
little
are
bit.
the monsters real? It depends on the film.
Okay, right.
There's one maybe 10 or in the early teens films that's the first time in the entire franchise that they're explicitly
I think it was
couple.
Zombie Island. It was the original
Right,
Zombie
yeah.
Island is the first time that the sexual tension between them has a lampshade hung on it. Yeah.
Yeah. I even
Nice
didn't
turn of
mind
phrase, AJ.
I didn't even mind Scrappy-Doo, even though I know Scrappy-Doo is much reviled. I was like, it's I wasn't watching it through the prism of having any concept of what's happening behind the scenes. I was like, why wouldn't like a kid? I was like, why wouldn't you have a fun
It's
little
a talking dog.
Yeah, a fun little a second talking dog who's a cousin or something.
Yeah. Richard, we need to make a spectrum of the guests we've had on this podcast and their feelings towards towards Scrappy-Doo, because everyone offers their opinion on Scrappy-Doo, often unsolicited, which is interesting. It's just something people want to talk about. And at one end, you've got Hamish Parkinson, who said, I loved Scrappy-Doo. And at the other end, you've got Alexi Toliopoulos, who was like, I hated Scrappy-Doo.
Yeah, both of those, and do you know what? Both of those responses make perfect sense to me.
Absolutely.
Scrappy's whole thing was he wanted to take on everyone, right? He was very overconfident, and he thought,
Just puppy power.
yeah. I liked it. I saw the live action movie at the cinema. I mean, it was like I loved Mr. Bean. I also had a crush on Sarah Michelle Gellar. I loved Freddie Prinze Jr. and she's all that. I was like, that guy's so. I found him so attractive and aspirational. And I thought Matthew Lillard was really cool. I loved all of it. And so seeing even in the opening credits, seeing Matthew Lillard's name in the opening credits and then Kate McCucci, I was like, this could be good. This feels like they're not just phoning it in. They're not just getting randoms to come and do imitations of the voices.
Wait, did Lillard do this movie that we watched?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, so Lillard took over in 2010, I believe, as the voice of Shaggy and across all animation.
I did not realize that. I thought they just
the film Scoob
semi-accidentally tripped over him for that movie with Sarah Michelle Gellar and just found the exact right actor to do the. Okay, good. Well, fair play to them. Once they found that nugget of gold, they knew what to do with it.
So
it took them 6 years to cast him in the cartoons for some reason.
Well, Casey Kasem had to retire.
So I felt like I was set up to enjoy it, and so that I think that's part of what really caught me off guard in that I really didn't. And a lot of the fun I'd imagined or remembered just didn't manifest. I mean, do you think if I'd watched the original Zombie Island, did you enjoy that as a movie?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't speak for Richard. I thought it was in comparison, the best Barbie movie, I'm kind of joking when I talk about how good it is, right? I'm it's awesome. Whereas the best Scooby-Doo movie being Zombie Island, legitimately probably a 4-star movie for me. I think it's really quality. They took it really seriously, and it's scary. It's really scary, and I think that's a really cool thing to put into a kids movie. I'd recommend watching it if you have any extracurricular interest in Scooby-Doo because it is. I thought it was really good.
Richard?
Yeah, I mean, it's I feel like with both Barbie and Scooby-Doo, I've become a bit of a heathen in the fan base there. I quite like these later ones, and it is also just that there's now been more time since I've seen these early ones. If I were to watch them one after the other and compare them, I would probably prefer the older ones. But the ones that people hold up as these classics, I'm kind of enjoying the subversive nature of the new ones the same way I did with Barbie. I quite liked this one. I liked all the fun meta stuff. I thought that it was I'm getting bored of just any that follow the regular formula, and so something that was a bit different, I allowed myself to have a bit of fun with.
So who are these for then? Who is this movie for?
Such a good question. A good question. I have no idea.
Well, it is because it's like this. I remember when this debuted at Comic-Con, and I somewhere in the back of my mind I knew there was a Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island, and it was like, because I was following Comic-Con updates for Marvel or some shit, and then it was like, oh, the move to this hall now, they're doing a surprise premiere of Return to Zombie Island. And then I remember reading after that everyone fucking hated it. But I can see why they thought, oh, in the 50th year of this IP, we're going to return to the fan favorite. But it seems like there's some head honcho at Warner Brothers who's in charge of this IP who doesn't like that the original had real monsters in it, and took it as a chance to be like, no, we have to go and fix the original movie that everyone loved.
And when you put it in that context, it makes more sense that it exists. That it's that it's for this subset of super hardcore fans, and you're box ticking a few things that might spin their wheels and get them really excited for it. Well, I mean, I'll say what the thing that got me excited in this movie, and that sort of brought a smile to my face, was Fred's relationship to the Mystery Machine.
Yeah. He wanted to fuck that car.
He wanted to fuck the car. And
he was so sad that he couldn't.
And when he saw the monster truck sort of, set dressed interpretation of it.
A monster truck version of the Mystery Machine.
I was like, that really got to, I really felt felt a connection. And I was, basically I could have watched him chasing that car or wanting that car. It's just, it was very, very briefly interpolated amongst all of the other storytelling that it had.
Have you felt a kinship with a vehicle like that before?
No, never. But
I think it's a big thing for vans. Like people get a real deep and everlasting relationship with their vans, and so it makes sense. Yeah.
Especially if you've like fit out your van in a very detailed way, and you've got it exactly to the specs you like. Like I loved when he's sitting in the van, they're getting a ride from the ferry to the hotel, and he's just shit talking this guy's van. Like, the guy's driving them, and he's like, "This van's pretty fucking garbage, bro." And the guy's just really taking it, and you don't know if he's a villain or anything. Like you always think, who's going to be the bad guy here? And it's just some poor guy who lives on the island who's doing his job. He's caught up in this big highfalutin plot, and it's an ingrate of a passenger who's like, "Ma'am, the spec on your van is bad."
Did you guys work out any of the mystery?
No.
I didn't care enough.
I think I worked out that it was that Alan Smithy was acting, because they before they find out they're in a film, there's a few tells where
they telegraphed it.
Yeah, all the yes anding was
the yes and
sort of
woman.
really
the yes anding
was
funny. Yeah,
that was too big.
This is for those who haven't seen the movie. Basically, before you find out that they're filming a movie, everyone around them is acting very suspicious, and one of the tells is that one of the actresses who's playing the hotel concierge or whatever, is yes ands a conversation. Another guy just quotes Shakespeare, so it's signposting that they're all actors.
And for those that don't know improv as well,
the third clue, which is very funny, is just that all the people who aren't in the crew are really hot, but like it's a children's cartoon. Everyone's rendered in very basic two-dimensional drawing. Everyone kind of looks the same, but it's a big clue that like all these people who work in the hotel, they're fucking hot, and we're supposed to see that and then connect the dots that only actors are that hot.
And on that, this film has a guest appearance from Elvira, a property which is not very current, and I'm surprised, like, even if you are, like, a Scooby-Doo fan, I don't know how familiar people would be with Elvira, but, like, my understanding of Elvira is she is this host who is very booby, right? Like, like it's part of her costume that she's got, like, a very, very deep neckline, but because this is a kids cartoon, they've got to like they show Elvira, but she's got like a hint of cleavage, and it's like, you know, like you know what you're doing here. Like this is
what I want.
Well, it's just it's like such a significant part of the way that character has been depicted.
As soon as she was on screen, AJ's walking to the fridge to grab a couple of milkshakes.
Well, I wasn't, Guy, because they censored her for the kids' cartoon. It was bullshit.
He was sitting there with his milkshakes going, fuck!
Let's throw them
What
away.
am I going to do? Drink these?
So, is Elvira like a character that exists in live action?
Yes, yeah.
Yes.
You
So
know,
it's
Booberella
same
on The
way as in the
Simpsons?
film. Yeah.
Sorry?
Booberella on The Simpsons, whenever they do a Booberella joke, that's a parody of Elvira, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, there's a couple of similar things, but it's these guys that host late night shows and just show you shitty movies.
Mystery
and then
Science
cuts back
Theater
to them.
3000 kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
cuts back to them to make puns and show off her deep neckline.
Do you know what else I enjoyed about this? And sort of arcing back, Richard, to what you were saying about you get to this point in any franchise and you've got to start tweaking things, getting a bit meta, getting slightly cynical and self-referential. Was it's something we haven't mentioned yet, is one of the driving vehicles for this plot, especially early on, is the fact that they acknowledge that Scooby and Shaggy are always put in life imperiling danger, and they're like, they've had it up to here with it. Like, they're over it. They're sick of it, and they're not going to take it anymore. And that's the genesis of them getting everyone to promise to not solve mysteries anymore, because they're sick of being hung out as the bait on a line for these monsters. Yeah. And I was like, that does feel very modern, you know? It's like a re-examination of old dynamics and going, hey, this is kind of fucked up and no longer acceptable, and I'm going to call it out. But then it's funny because obviously this is just a movie in the ocean of Scooby-Doo. Presumably, it's still treated episodically, so everything resets back to zero after this movie.
Well, that's what I was going to say, is this Scooby and Shaggy are bait has been used as a significant plot point, I think, twice before in these 42 movies. It's how they guilt trip the rest of the gang into traveling to WWE City, where they meet the WWE wrestlers. And
who do they meet?
They meet they meet John Cena.
Oh wow!
I wanted to watch that one. That sounds
Was it good?
fun.
Was it good?
I didn't like it. I liked the sequel they did more, which is about WWE wrestlers racing. It's like not about wrestling at all. It's
what
about
year did
racing.
it come out?
It came out in 2014. They met John Cena, AJ Lee, Santino Marella, The Miz, Triple H, Michael Cole, Vince McMahon, Brodus Clay, and Kane.
There's some good names in there, but I would love to see Macho Man Randy Savage in the Scooby-Doo universe. That would bring me a lot of joy.
Because they sort of are self-referential in this as well, where they talk about, like, you know, franchise, like, you know, the concept of movies and franchises needing to draw on different things, and like in a way that is sort of, I didn't actually see Space Jam 2, but I understand it's the big problem was it tried to be all things to all people, right? And like you know. And I watched that Chippendales Rescue Rangers, sort of the ones that the Lonely Island guys put together. And I thought that was the only example where I've sort of see it kind of work, where it's like
22 Jump Street.
The 21 Jump. I haven't seen 22. 21 Jump Street. I remember laughing a lot at the cinema.
Yeah,
but that went a lot less hard. Like the standard, because of the internet now. What the way in which these movies are being presented is just so, it's kind of exhausting. Like, it hurts your brain to watch them try and simultaneously, earnestly or organically interpolate these different things, but also like be ironic
thing,
or detached enough to be like, yeah, but you know.
To spoil Space Jam 2 for you, there is a moment in that in which Bugs Bunny dies and you are supposed to you feel like you've had your heart ripped out. But not too long before that, Rick and Morty show up and deliver their catchphrases.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Space Jam 2 is not very good, so you haven't missed much.
The other movie where it's like part of the plot that Shaggy and Scooby are always used as bait is in Be Chill Scooby-Doo, where a big game hunter, Chill Out Scooby-Doo, who's trying to capture the abominable snowman, captures Shaggy and Scooby because he knows that they famously attract monsters, so he kidnaps them so that he can better find the Yeti. So and that was 15 years ago from this, 15 years earlier from this movie.
The interesting thing, like talking about subverting the character roles and things like that, is so the movies that predate Zombie Island don't have the rest of the gang in them. It's just Scooby, Shaggy, and Scrappy. But in the entire canon of 20 years of films now we've watched, I think we've only seen Daphne be the damsel in distress once, and it's just that even when where we started on the franchise, they were already at the point of no, we have to be a little bit more respectful of our female character and not make her just be the damsel in distress. And so she's actually kind of become my favorite character because she is so resourceful, but she's also not afraid to have a little bit of fun, whereas Velma's just become a total buzzkill.
That's obviously a huge feminist win, but what this movie is doing in terms of representation of dogs is an outrage. They are cowardly, they are stupid, they are perpetually hungry. I mean, if I was...
Scooby-Doo saves the life in this movie, Guy. How quickly we forget. When that
and also he can talk.
Yeah, also that.
Yeah, and it's
when
not interesting.
It's coming down. Scooby to the rescue.
The fact Scooby can talk isn't interesting to anyone who even doesn't know him. Even though it is assumed no other dogs or all other dogs in this universe can
There's
talk.
been, I think, one person impressed in all 47 movies.
It was a wrestler from one of the WWE movies.
Are the live action ones part of your exploration?
Yeah, we've covered them,
Are they good?
I'll let Richard answer
I
this.
have such a soft spot for them. The first one is this super fascinating thing that if you watch it knowing that this was written and shot as an R-rated film and changed in the edit, it's this because it's supposed to be kind of like the Brady Bunch movie, where it's like a parody of the thing. It was written like that and then just completely changed. And then so the second one is written just as a straight sequel to that, so it's more of actually the tone. But I mean, they came out at the right time for me. I didn't grow up with Scooby-Doo. I don't really like Scooby-Doo as an IP, but I fucking love those live action films.
My review of the first film, at least, is that if the first live action Scooby-Doo was a guy, I would gently warn all my female friends to not get too close to him.
Okay, that is harrowing. And was there a cinema release Scooby movie recently?
It's the next one we're watching.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it was one of the first ones that when COVID hit, they were like, let's just put this out on streaming.
Richard, you just mentioned what a horrible bore Velma has become over the course of the IP. Was the release or I guess maybe when you were planning this and starting this, the impending release of Velma, the Mindy Kaling show, was that a impetus for this?
It was probably more in spite of that, if anything, because we don't want this is a surprise podcast and we don't want people talking about Scooby-Doo as an IP apropos of nothing. We just want this to be a big surprise to them. And so if anything, the release of Velma
it brought attention to it. Our Discord has guessed that this is happening. Literally an hour ago, someone was like, can't wait for the 24-hour Scooby-Doo episode to drop. And we haven't mentioned it. We've told all our guests to not mention it.
But you are doing this somewhat in response to that release?
No.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know.
Have you watched any of Velma?
No, I'm so
it's too woke.
I enjoy hate watching. I actually do enjoy hate watching stuff, but that one just feels so politically loaded that it seems like a quite a hateful thing, a truly hateful thing.
It's
to seek out.
It's united both the right and the left. The right hates it because it's too woke. The left hates it because it's racist.
Yeah, why get involved in that cesspit, I guess, is my attitude to it. That one feels very
Return to Zombie Island, though, that's
it's not bad in a fun
all above
way.
board.
People are disliking this in a think piece Ben Shapiro kind of Joe Rogan podcast kind of a way, and that just feels boring to me.
Isn't that a disaster?
Isn't it? Isn't it so, I think, indicative of where we've gotten to, that a children's cartoon in 2023, that's, that was the genesis of this thing. That's where these stories come from. That's where these characters are from, is a talking dog and his friends solving mysteries in a children's cartoon has become this lightning flashpoint for the culture war in 2023. It's just like, we can't fucking have anything anymore. We're not allowed to do, just nothing can exist.
You can't say anything these days.
A million liters of ink spilled about it. What was that? Sorry, Richard?
You can't say anything these days. People are too sensitive.
It just feels like everything's broken.
You can't say anything these days going to be something that the left steal from the right in situations like this? Wouldn't that be an interesting turn of events?
Everything feels so tiresome now. You know?
At the same time, the Harley Quinn show came out a year or so ago, and I feel like Velma, the TV show, is doing the same thing.
Trying to do the same
but for some reason, one is this cutting edge subversion that everyone loves, and one is this thing that is now the lowest rated TV show ever on IMDb.
I do kind of want to watch it out of interest, because I've seen several different think pieces positing that Velma is so bad that it is a psyop, and that Mindy Kaling is secretly hyper conservative and putting it out. Yeah, it's like a cultural false flag attack on the woke left.
To
kind of do this self-own.
I believe.
Oh wow! I mean, it sort of becomes interesting again when it's so uniquely bad or positioned in such a way that it can let theories like that hold some water. You're like, wow, But just what a waste of everyone's time and energy.
Exactly. Yeah. We got shit to do, babies. The world's burning down, and we're like, fuck, I reckon Mindy Kaling's actually an inside job that somehow got access to the Velma character IP, and it's like, you motherfuckers heard of climate change?
My favorite fan theories are always the ones that are like, no, this has to have been intentionally this bad. And it's no one could accidentally make this. I was like, they do it all the time.
It's a fun place to go with it. But anyway, sorry, I blew us off course. Back to this great movie.
So, did you guys there's a moment in this film where Fred dreams of the good old days, and Scoobypedia took an issue with the Scooby-Doo Wikipedia, where apparently he and the gang in these good old days are a lot more menacing than they are in quote-unquote real life. Not only do they seem to get a perverse pleasure out of chasing down bad guys, but some of the culprits look like they actually fear the gang.
I mean, even in this movie, I got the feeling that the people who were the bad guys, the cat people dressed up as cat people, if we spent 5 minutes on their backstory, they're probably coming from a pretty reasonable place.
Do you know what? That the original Zombie Island movie is their backstory, and you're 100% right. They were essentially colonized by a pirate and prayed to their cat god. And years later, the zombies are the pirates, and the cat people were cursed with turning into cats because they prayed for help from the cat god. So you're right. They actually have... And neither movie acknowledges the kind of ickiness there, that they were just protecting their homeland. At least if I'm understanding the mythology correctly.
We're immediately becoming the thing we were just discussing with Velma. Does Scooby-Doo Return to Zombie Island have a colonial problem?
I don't. I think it's different, because not even knowing about that old movie, but they do tell that origin story, that kind of myth in this, and by way of a sort of montage sequence. And I was like, this seems dicey, even considering not even coming out this year. But when did this come out again? When was this made?
2019.
Oh, that's recent as. It was a weird kind of thing to have hanging out there. But I think in America, there's a lot more people with those blind spots around.
So this is the last Scooby-Doo film to come out prior to the death of George Floyd.
Right.
So, and the Black Lives Matter,
everybody.
movement.
So just to put this in context.
Where is this along the line of pre-post 9/11? What happened to Scooby-Doo?
Where was Scooby? I mean, that's what I want to know. Where was Scooby on 9/11? Where was that dog on 9/11? I haven't seen him in any of the news footage.
I've been editing what we've recorded already of this podcast, and the first post 9/11 Scooby-Doo was a talking point. I can't remember what we said.
It's Cyber Chase.
I remember bringing up Cyber Chase. There you go.
Yeah,
so it's
Scooby-Doo and the Cyber Chase.
About like surveillance and the Y2K and all that sort of thing.
So not Patriot Act, but more like all the electronics are going to melt down kind of thing.
Yeah.
Y2K, man, what a time that was.
Did you guys get ready for it?
I'm 35 years old. It was a real thing that everyone was very, very, very worried about.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Because there was a lot of like tireless work gone on behind the scenes to prevent anything bad happening. And I think that there's still to this day debate about whether they solved the problem or if nothing would have happened.
My understanding is that they didn't, they a lot of shit they just had to let run. Like there's all this infrastructure that's running on floppy disks. They can't change that. And they're just like, well, let's see.
It's a good premise for a modern sci-fi movie. It's like a new Y2, if you can just instill the same perpetuation of fear amongst modern society.
I don't know if you know this, but 2 of our friends, who I won't bring up, are working on a film script that's Y2K.
Maybe I pulled that from my subconscious and I knew that.
Maybe.
But that sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay, see it.
Yeah.
Did you guys like when, as we were talking about before, when the first movie was being sort of like described by Fred and Daphne, in the background Shaggy's going, "Yeah, I know. Yeah, I was there.
Yes.
I thought that was a great joke because it's
a fun gag.
Just this is blatantly to inform the audience, people like you guys who haven't seen the first one, but they're making fun of the fact that all the characters already know it.
So when they're doing that, it's like I don't know if they're overestimating the power of the franchise or underestimating my intelligence or both. But I'm just like, I don't need this. Fucking do your job.
I'm trying to get a few easy gags in there, man. Let them have the low-hanging fruit opportunities. Just chuck a bloody joke in there.
Show me Fred lusting after a car. That's all I need.
Did you guys, as well as fellow connoisseurs of bad movies, does the name Alan Smithy mean anything to you?
It rang a big bell.
And
then I thought I was just thinking of, I think is there a film reviewer called Grant Smith, or a music reviewer in New Zealand called Grant Smithy?
Yeah.
Right.
Then I just thought I was thinking of him.
It didn't ring any bells for me. What do we know about Alan Smithy?
Alan
Smithy is a famous pseudonym. I think it's retired now in Hollywood, but when directors want to disavow their project, they credit it to Alan Smithy. It was first used by directors Don Siegel and Robert Totten, who refused credit for their film Death of a Gunfighter, which actually came out in 1969, same year that Scooby-Doo debuted. But then one of the Monty Python guys made a film called Alan Smithy, Burn Hollywood Burn, an Alan Smithy film, which was about a director whose name was Alan Smithy, and he made a film so bad he wanted to take his name off it, but the only pseudonym that Hollywood lets you use for that is Alan Smithy.
That's really good.
And then so I think after that it was retired because then the name became mainstream, I guess. But
yeah. So Alan Smithy in this film is the name of the director, and he's like, "Yeah, I've made heaps of films." I
thought that was funny.
Yeah. So
even without knowing that the background of the joke, just like as a credential, being like, "I've made heaps of films. Have you seen them?" And he's like, "No." And he goes, "Trust me." I thought that was good.
But also, when he asks him the name, I was expecting the whole time for there to be like a third act reveal that he wasn't Alan Smithy, because they're like, "Oh, is that director Alan?" And he's like, "Yeah, Alan Smithy." And there's like a moment of hesitation with revealing his name, and then knowing of the backstory of that name, I was like, "Where is this going?" But then come the film's end, that's still his name.
It's a joke for the screenwriters watching, and not for the audience.
I guess that's
watching.
why they're trying to labour it a little bit. Put a little stank
It's a
on
joke
it.
for you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, all of the
I'm very
jokes
grateful.
at this point are for you guys. The movies, who are they for?
Yeah.
You guys. You've taken them on as yours.
I agree. I think that these later films have become some of them. We talked about 2 movies ago, which we had nothing to say about. But a lot of them...
You guys big Bobby Flay fans? Because he was in one.
Don't know about Bobby Flay.
A lot of these films have these like subversive moments that feel like they're put in there to make them more rich to talk about on a podcast. And I know that sounds insane. It won't actually be what's happening, but I'm very grateful that it's working out that way.
Yeah, it's great that you've still got the self-awareness to know how insane that sounds, because you sound like a crazy person.
Yeah.
Truly you do.
I would break at 50 Scooby-Doo movies, but thankfully there's only 47. So
do you guys? Before we go, I just got to know: have you got any earworms, any Scooby-Doo earworms, turns of phrase, anything that's been recurring through the franchise, or things that like just words, sentences that pop into your head out of context in reality that you want to say, but you're like, I can't say that because it's for no one.
And someone will know that I'm covering Scooby-Doo and it's supposed to be a secret.
No one will fucking know, Richard. Get that out of your skull. You two have really lost your mind.
I think the closest thing to an earworm would be like, I will absent-mindedly start speaking like Scooby-Doo just as a little joke to myself. And I'm worried about doing that around someone who doesn't know I'm covering
we're going to need to hear a little bit of that, AJ.
This could segue into one of our segments. Actually, I'll give you a little bit of Scooby-Doo. Let's go like Ruh-roh, Raggy. Like Ruh-roh was already part of my vocabulary anyway. I think so. Maybe I can get away with saying Ruh-roh, and no one will know that I
not a huge hill to climb from your normal waking life. That's good.
AJ, do you want to explain?
Yeah, sure. So we've got a game that we've been playing with all the guests, which I'll tell you right now, if you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it, called the Impressions Leaderboard, where we're getting all our guests to show off their Scooby-Doo impressions.
Oh, wow.
So here is how the game works. In a moment, I'm going to ask each of you to do a Scooby-Doo impression, and Richard and I will judge it out of 3 points. If we feel that it's acceptable, we'll ask you to do a Shaggy impression, and same thing will happen. We'll judge it out of 3 points. And the third round, if you get to it and if you want to, you can do an impression of any Hanna-Barbera Scooby-Doo character. The score to beat is 8.5, and the lowest score is 0. So there's the full there's a chance to win, but you're also, there's no shame in just being like, this is not my thing. Please don't make me do this.
Can I ask, do we have names? Can we get the names attached to those scores, or is that sort of outside?
No, sure thing. In lead place currently is Lily Hanson, American comedian, with 8.5 points, and at 0 points, and this shouldn't shock you guys, is Pickle Darling with 0 points, and did not attempt written next to that score. So yeah,
you have so many talents. You don't need to be good at these voices.
So yeah, do you guys want to give Scooby-Doo a Scooby-Doo impression a shot?
Sort of. Are there stock lines, or do we have to use our own imaginations?
I can give you a stock line. Can you give me a Ruh-roh Raggy?
Ruh-roh Raggy?
That was pretty good. The Frank Welkerian growl was in your esophagus there. I reckon that's about as good as Scooby's can get, Rich. I reckon that's a 3. Yeah. What do you think?
All right.
Fucking knew I should have gone first. I knew this was going to
Tim, do you want to go?
Ruh-roh Raggy?
The growl's still there. I don't think it was. Yeah. It wasn't quite as good as Guy, but I think. What do you reckon? What do you reckon?
Yeah, I reckon a 2. Yeah,
2. Alrighty. Can each of you give us a Shaggy? Give me the line. You mean like there's a ghost right behind me?
Do you want to go first on this one, Tim?
Sure, I would. You mean like there's a ghost behind me?
That was. I thought that was really good.
Yeah.
That was nice.
Thanks, man.
What do you reckon, Richard? What are we giving it?
I think there's like a 2.5.
2.5 Shaggy?
Fucking take that.
Guy?
You mean like there's a ghost right behind me?
I think one of you is better at Scooby and one of you is better at Shaggy. I reckon maybe. I
totally agree.
Maybe a 1.5 for that Shaggy.
Yeah, I could say. Yep.
I would have thought the opposite. I think if I was to guess, I would have thought that you would have been better at the other ones. But This is such a wonderful experience to have with guests and find out what impressions they're good at.
Tim and Guy, mysterious beasts. We will surprise and delight you.
So now you guys are tied up both on 4.5 points. So you got to reach deep into your...
What was that comedian's name? Lily.
Yeah.
Wow.
So if you can
Is she an
an
impressionist or something? She get 8.5. That's incredible.
Yeah.
Just ran the table.
So yeah, you guys now can choose any Hanna-Barbera, any Scooby-Doo character you want, and this is going to potentially bump one of you ahead of the other.
I have to do. I know exactly what I'm going to do, and I have to do it, and because I must. I'm compelled to, and it's just for me.
Okay.
So I'm going to do it now.
Okay.
I'm a knife. Knifing around. Cut.
I'm very confused and I don't know what the reference is, but
I'm assuming this is from Harvey Birdman or Space Ghost, Coast to Coast.
You got it.
Yeah.
Right. Well, do we reckon that was a good impression of a character I've never heard of?
5 points.
5 points. I mean, for originality alone, I'm happy to give that maybe 2 points. Does that sound good to
Tim,
you,
I want you to be honest with us. Was that a good impression of that
Terrible.
character?
That would sound nothing like George Lowe.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a 1 then?
I'd say 1.5. Maybe.
Okay,
because
so
I'll tell if I can self-justify my own point scoring. The voice was not good, but the microphone technique, particularly on the cut, was on point. That is an episode, by the way, where he is singing a song to Tom York from Radiohead. He's like, and it's the same episode where Bjork is on as his wife, who he's desperately trying to run away from, and he keeps faking his own death.
Can any of you guys do a good Bjork impression? I feel like that's a it's one I've been trying to nail, I think, for a while now. All right, guys.
I'll give you mine. Exit stage right. Heavens to Murgatroyd, even.
That's so good. That's Top Cat.
That's Snagglepuss.
Snagglepuss.
I reckon that was
Love
3.
Snagglepuss.
Richard, what do you reckon?
Yeah, that's 3. Yeah.
3 for Snagglepuss.
Stage left, even.
Yeah.
All right, so that puts you guys.
I've been waiting for a good Snagglepuss. No one's done it yet. I thank you for doing that.
That puts you guys at 6 points for Tim. Is that right, Richard? You're better at maths than me.
Yes, I believe that's 6 points for Tim.
Sweet.
And 7.5 points for Guy.
Awesome. So I will just try and do something.
God, work on that Shaggy.
And 7.5 for Guy, was it?
Yeah.
Snagglepuss was that was good.
Yeah,
it was a good choice. It was a good version.
He's got good. I love Heavens to Murgatroyd. It's It's a good turn of phrase, and it's not really. I've been thinking about trying to bring it back through stand up.
Oh my god! You know who we should all try while AJ's doing math? Muttley.
I was just about to say, so Reese Mathewson did Muttley, and we work in the same office, and he fucked up his Muttley at first, and we refused him a second try, and so now every time he walks past my desk, he tries to do like a little Muttley in my ear.
Oh wow!
Do you want to give it a go, Guy?
Richard, I don't know if you're watching the spreadsheet, but I am fucking shit up trying to order it.
Oh no, you've broken it.
I'm trying to figure out where I can put you guys, where I can tell you where. Okay, Tim, you are now in 11th place, behind 1 point behind David Correos and 3 points above Jess Perkins. And Guy,
place to be.
You are in 3rd equal place with Alistair Tremblay-Birchall and Carlyle Laurent at 7.5.
Who's in second?
Britt Miggs. So
with
for
what?
the record
with
as well, with 8 points. So and for the record as well, Lily Hansen won with an incredible Yogi Bear impression.
Oh wow!
For the third slot.
Guy Montgomery crunching the numbers on what the gap is. You can take the man off the sports field, but you can't take the sports field off the man.
We do have one final question to leave you gentlemen with. Last year, or 2 years ago, you might remember we asked for your year of birth, and we gave you a Barbie doll that came out in that year.
Yeah.
Today, we're going to ask you your date of birth. You don't have to give us the year. People can go do their homework if they want to work out exactly how old you are. But if you would give us the day or the date of your birth.
The day of the year, the number and month.
Day and the month.
Your birthday. We get it, guys. Thank you.
The day.
So we're looking for two numbers. One relates to the day.
Mine is the 19th of August. Please stop labouring how this a birthday works.
All right, so we have made a spreadsheet where we've put every episode of a Scooby-Doo show that has ever come out, we've put the day it came out on, right? And we're telling people what we're calling as the Scooby-Doo villain horoscope, where we tell you the villain that debuted or was featured on your birthday. And Tim, the closest to you we've got for you is on the 20th of August, we've got the Phantom from Scooby-Doo Stage Fright, which is a film we've watched, and the fun thing about that is that there are several phantoms. That's the twist of the film, is that there are several, but pretty much every suspect in the film turns out to be a phantom, and we're trying to look for sort of ways in which someone's villain horoscope relates to them, and I think you're a man who wears many hats, is very busy, does a lot of different projects. You are several phantoms, in a way.
That's I'm several phantoms in a man suit walking around.
Yes.
Is it a Phantom of the Opera thing?
Correct.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's one true phantom who believes himself to be so ugly that he's been hiding for 30 years, but the twist is he's actually not ugly. He's just only ever had access to a funhouse mirror and thinks that he's hideous.
And so he's
Fucking
been
bleak if you think about it.
That's pretty funny.
It
I was as well. Totally
one of the better
justified with the 1 day off thing because it's going in the right direction. The 20th of August in America for most of it is the 19th, so that is my birthday.
Yeah,
So it
there you
works. Totally works with the time zones.
There you go.
September
Guy, do you want us
29.
So that's your birthday,
Yeah.
right?
But what were you going to ask me? Do I want us?
No, I just want to make sure that you understand what we're asking.
Oh, yeah, no, sorry, yeah. So I was born on the 29th of September.
September.
Okay.
I thought you said December. I was like, wow, nearly New Year's. September's a very popular date for which one of these?
The start of sweeps.
Should we do this one?
Yeah.
All right. Your Scooby-Doo villain horoscope guy is the spirit of Fireball McFane from the new Scooby-Doo movies, season 2, episode 4, The Spirit Spooked Sports Show in 1973. But I mean, you like
Sounds
sports.
good.
We were just talking about how competitive you are. So
You're a big sports guy?
come on, this is pretty good.
Yeah, you don't need to justify it to me. I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm the spirit of Fireball McLean or something.
Yeah, something like that. McFane, I think. Yeah.
What you were born late 80s, right? As well.
Yeah.
So the episode that actually came out closest to your actual date of birth, that had two villains. It was like a 2 11-minute slots, and it had Mastermind and the Giant Bees.
Oh.
And Spelling
Bee.
There you go.
Yeah.
Maybe that was a
Spelling
more
Bee.
serendipitous one to give you. I wish I'd thought of that.
That's
before
right.
I gave you the first one.
Spelling Bee, if you don't know, I'll do the plug in case Guy forgets, is I don't know when this episode's coming out, forthcoming / currently available brand new game show on TV3, which is now called 3, that Guy fronts, and it is fantastic.
I'm looking forward to it. I think it looks hilarious.
Yeah. I'm
So,
excited
yeah.
about it too.
Well, is there anything else you would like to plug on this podcast that is so much smaller than your own podcast, and it's also happening
Not
20-something
in length,
hours?
though.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. Where can people find you guys online, I guess is the question.
You can find me at Guy_Mont anywhere you like.
Well, excellent. Tim?
You can find me on the dark web.
That's not Tim. That's an imposter.
That's
He's
a
got a
moustache.
moustache.
I've been playing with a comb, and you can't see this, but I just held it up to my mouth for some reason.
He's back.
Timbat.co.nz. Bat's got 2 T's. Don't let that stop you finding me and finding my website.
Was that something in your career as you started promoting on social media? At what point did you realize you need to be like, oh, I got to tell people that it's Batt with 2 T's?
Oh, it's nothing to do with it's like calling call centers,
Right.
ID, explaining to people on the phone.
Right, I see.
2 T's.
I see.
Did you ever try and call yourself the Batman in high school?
No, others did,
Nice.
which was not bad. But no, I don't think that's a title you can bestow upon yourself.
I tried to go by Chad for a little bit, take both R's and the I out of my name.
Wow.
Incredible attempt.
Trouble. I tried to get the flash going because I thought I was fast. My dad still calls you the Batman, Tim. He didn't know you in high school, but
That's true.
He always calls you the Batman, and he loves.
And
the
I
Batman.
love it.
He loves.
I love
Batman.
it coming from Stephen.
He always asks me, "How's the Batman?" And I say,
puts a smile on my face.
I've got a version. I've got a much lamer version of this story where, very briefly, toward the end of year 8, I tried to make Chewbacca happen as a nickname because I was a fuzzy kid, and so I was like, I'm Chewbacca. My best friend, one of my best friend Emily, her parents have barely seen me since then. They call me Chewy whenever they see me now. They're the only people in the world who call me Chewy, and it's
until now.
Well, yeah, I guess so.
Reap what you sow, Chewy.
Awesome. Well, also, of course, everyone should check out The Worst Idea of All Time. You guys are covering Fast and Furious in reverse order and watching each movie the same amount of times as the number that appears in its title. Is that correct?
Hell yeah.
Is that a good way
Yeah.
to
Universal is paying us to do the season in promotion of the forthcoming Fast and Furious X, which will be available in cinemas this May.
Awesome.
And by are paying us, will pay us when they catch wind of what we're doing. I'm literally going to go on Scrappy Doo's Wikipedia page to find if there's a reception subheading so I can see what the viewing public thought about him then and now.
Yes. Well, we'll leave you guys with that. Thank you so much for coming on the show. What's the next? Oh, the next film's fucking
Let's go
Scoob.
watch fucking Scoob.
I hate Scoob. I've already seen it and it sucks, and I'm so angry.
So
that I have
bad.
to fucking watch it again.
Alright, gang, we've managed to trace Shaggy back to his old parents' house. Let's split up and look for clues as to where he might be. Me and Daphne will take the kitchen. Velma, you look around outside for clues. Like, what are you guys doing here? Well, Shaggy, when you murdered Scooby-Doo, we found your old diary, and in it said that you were gonna kill both of your parents and then yourself. Like, that was a silly thing for me to be leaving around. Yep, well, we found you, and the good news is, it's not too late, Shaggy. You don't have to do this. Like, it is too late, man. Both of my parents are dead. I put their heads on spikes outside. Jinkies, gang, I just found outside. I dropped my glasses, and I was looking for them, and then when I found them, I put them on, and I stood back up, and right up in front of me were 2 heads on spikes. I think science tests will reveal that these are the heads of Shaggy's parents. Like, you totally found my dead parents, dude. What are you gonna do with the bodies, Shaggy? I'm gonna eat them. I'm gonna put them in one of those massive sandwiches that me and Scooby used to eat and eat them. That's gonna be my, last meal, dude. Shaggy, just put the gun down. No. And now, you've all seen too much, too. No, Shaggy, you don't need to do this. Jinkies.
Okay, I got a killer opener for you.
Okay, good.
Over the course of this podcast, Richard, I don't know if you've noticed, but I've definitely intentionally been subtly planning to become every single Scooby-Doo character at the same time, right? So the storyline when I thought I had COVID, you might describe that as distress, and Daphne always
she's
in distress.
wearing
Just
dress.
on distress. She's wearing distress. I had the whole glasses fiasco. That's obviously Velma. That's obviously why I did that. And today, Richard, I have bleached my hair blonde to be like my new favorite character in the world, Fred. Wouldn't that be like, imagine if the story of this podcast is actually me going from Fred's not even a real character to just falling in love with Fred. yeah, I've become Fred. I got blonde hair because of Fred.
So you've dyed your hair bleach blonde, and
yeah,
I picked Jess up from work today, and we were driving home, and I showed her the photo of you, and we had this very brief discussion that there was, because knowing that I'd be joining the Zoom call in a couple of hours, and there was like I had the idea in my head that was like, I should bleach my hair as well. And not tell you about it.
Oh my god!
And then,
that would have been amazing.
You said that
I would have shat my pants, dude.
I think it's also worth mentioning. So the reason you dyed your hair blonde is because you were getting jealous of the attention I was receiving, because today, the day of recording this, it is my 30th birthday. And so I thought that, no, I wouldn't let you have a sliver of attention on my birthday. I'm going to dye my hair as well. But then, like,
that would have been so good, dude. That would have been the best thing that ever happened.
I'm going to be on national TV in 12 hours, and I was like, do I want to look like that?
What for?
I'm talking about there's a new romantic comedy out called What's Love Got to Do With It?
Yes.
And I interviewed the writer and stars, and then also the new Magic Mike is out this week, and also Titanic is back in cinemas this week. So
oh, really?
I'm coming on. The intro I've written for myself is, with all these movies coming up, Valentine's Day is just around the corner. So we've brought in our expert on not only film, but also romance. And then when they read that out, I can be like, oh my gosh, I don't know about expert.
And you could have blonde hair and look like a Cupid, like a little baby cherub. That's where I thought that was going. And the reason that even though I can see it's not dyed, the reason why I thought that might be your plan is because after dyeing my hair, I only had one human character left to acquire to become every Scooby-Doo character, and that is Shaggy. So, Richard, right now, I have just smoked a bowl of cannabis, I believe they call it, so that I can imagine my voice has like two voices talking at once, and one of them's real deep. I am become Mystery Inc.
Do you want me to do it at the same time? So that's the word, I am become Mystery Inc.
Yeah,
so,
I am become Mystery Inc.
And John, you do Fred, I'll do Shaggy.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
I have become like Mystery Inc.
That was so beautiful. That was such a good Shaggy, Richard. And you started the podcast not doing as good of a Shaggy, so I feel like there's progress there. There's character development. You're not the only one with the
storyline, buddy.
Yeah, exactly. And if anyone was wondering how did I become like Scooby-Doo, well, I started the podcast like Scooby-Doo, everyone, because I'm a bloody dog. Tell you what.
Fucking, yeah. The amount of times this one's dogged the boys. I would have thought that, your base level starting was Shaggy, but of course, then we wouldn't get to know that you indulged a little bit of marijuana.
Fun fact, we've never talked, you and I, as like, I was a little bit high on the Family Guy thing we did for Patreon, but I was like coming down. This is me at full, like, this will be the peak of it, and like we've never talked this way before. And Richard, you are so funny, and I'm going to be I didn't realize until now that I'm going to be keeling over in laughter because you'll be making a joke and I won't be able to ignore them like I usually do.
It is funny because we've talked you've talked about this for a while, about doing this, and you said like that it's this thing of, because I've been with you when you're drunk a lot, and when you're drunk, there's a lot of steamrolling. I would say, like, you listen to the Hangover episode, and there's sometimes when I'm just like, "Hey, you should be quiet," and you sort of said, yada yada yada. But the main thing you said was that if you got even a hint that I was like disappointed in you or annoyed at you for doing this, that would like completely ruin it for you. I was thinking on my way upstairs that I was how
disappointed
I am at you. But that I feel like the most annoying thing about this is going to be that you are going to inflate my ego so much by laughing at everything I say that I'm going to come away from this being like, I think I nailed that record, and then you'll be editing it, and you'll be like, you actually weren't very funny, Richard.
Yeah. I'll edit it back and be like, hey, we need to record the Scoob and Happy Halloween sections again, because they are not usable.
Because, Richard, you are so unfunny, they're not usable.
It's not because of me. I'm not embarrassed. That has nothing to do with it. No. What I wasn't expecting, though, Richard, was that along with the whole Mystery Inc., you and I have both now become all of the masked villains in the show, because after watching Return to Zombie Island, one Guy Montgomery logged it on Letterboxd, which sent our Discord into a speculative frenzy, which we calmly, I think, pivoted you off. I think that we lost, what's it called? We kicked the smell. They're on the trail, something like that.
Yeah, we kicked the smell. They're on the trail.
Yeah, thank you. You just so got me. I thought you were actually going to say the actual thing I was thinking of, but you just repeated it back. So we had to quell it. I think we quelled it pretty well, but it is kind of annoying that, so close to the end with only 5 movies left to watch, that the cat would be out of the bag or the dog would be out of the bag. So Richard, it is my pleasure to say to you, we would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for those meddling kids. The kids being Guy Montgomery and our Discord.
Yeah. No, that is... I'm appreciating that on a different level than I'm finding it funny.
Yeah. Oh, right. Like, it's like a profound, that's actually pretty good.
Yeah. No, I'm not like... Yeah, my immediate response isn't to laugh at that, so don't feel like you haven't made me... I haven't appreciated that. You've done so well, it's surpassed laughter.
It's surpassed comedy and become high art. We've talked a bit on and off air about how, wanting to recreate these sort of special moments of the Barbie episode, and I think what made that episode so special was when we wore our hearts on our sleeves for about 25 minutes instead of talking about the film. And so, we've been looking for that kind of moment. Maybe this is it. Maybe this thing we feared that people would find out we're doing Scooby-Doo, maybe the thing we feared the most coming true was actually the best thing, which could have put a cap on the story, but not only a cap on the story, a cap toward the end of the story. It's not like this happened halfway through, this has happened in truly the stretch, what's the word? What's the term?
Home stretch.
The home stretch. You got me. You're so good, dude. You're such a good person to podcast with. Never in our 7 years have I gone, that movie or that actor, and you haven't immediately told me what I'm trying to say.
I mean, I think the best I've ever done was the other night.
What was that?
The song.
What happened?
Do you not remember, or are you trying to get me to just tell the story?
You should tell. I can't remember it, and I'm trying to get you to tell the story.
You just you sent me a voice note that was like, "What's that song that goes?" What was the voice note?
It was. Oh, do you want me to find it? You
no, retell it. And the
it was
very much in the same state you're in at the moment.
Right, yeah. I'm trying to remember the song, and it was always in early 2000s movies like Agent Cody Banks and shit like that. It'd play during the end of the movie, and it would go. It goes like, I can't remember how it goes right now.
Because what you sent to me was very similar to the Old Spice theme song of the yeah. But the actual song goes
yes. And that's what I was saying to everyone. No one knew what I was talking about. But Rich, you came through and you're like, AJ, you're thinking of Rock in the Suburbs by Ben Folds. And everyone doubted me. I was texting Jess as well about this because she was with you.
Yeah.
And she was like, no, you're thinking of the Old Spice theme song and something else. I was like, I'm telling you, my description of it is perfect. And then when you posted in the Discord and someone watched it, was like, holy shit, Richard. Because it wasn't. You were so right. It sounds like I'm making it up, but that's actually what it sounds like. Yeah,
that's not chorus. It has a guitar riff and then that's sort of over top of it.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain to people. It's not like a vocal noise. It's not. It's like an electronic noise.
It is like that noise is close. I was in my mind trying to convert the sound you were making into okay, that's probably a guitar. There'll be a drum track under that. But instead, I was like, I'm actually just that noise, and then the guitar and the drums and everything is underneath that.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So how did you figure out what I was meaning? How did you go from Oh, right. Ah, cool.
I love that song, Rockin' the Sun. I mean, I haven't listened to it in a long time.
So do I. And I think that was a very successful adventure.
Yeah, because when you messaged me, I was like, because you were like, Richard, because I didn't see the message for a little while, and you're like, Richard, you have no idea how satisfying it's going to be to me when you solve this. And I was like, don't put that kind of pressure on me. And then I listened to it, and I was like, AJ, this is the Old Spice theme song. And
oh my god!
And then it just kept on going, and I was like, I'm sorry, dude. And then bam, it clicked. Have you listened to much Ben Folds 5? Or Ben Folds?
No, I looked him up what he looks like now because I was like, this dude's going to be bald now, and he's got a more lush head of hair than ever.
But he does this. He played this type of show in Auckland. In fact, I might have maybe remembered talking to you about this at the bus stop when we lived in Nakarana Ave. But we saw a poster for it. But they do.
I guess you could say the address now. It's not a secret since we don't live there anymore.
They do a show where they give everyone bits of paper and you write the song you want to hear, fold it into a paper plane and throw it on stage, and they just pick ones up and go, oh yeah, cool, we'll do that. And so like,
is that why Ben folds? Because you fold the paper.
But there's a song by it might be by Ben Folds 5 called Brick, and it's one of those things that like would always pop up in Reddit threads of like, what's the most depressing movie ever made, or depressing song ever made?
Is this the one that goes, she's a brick and I'm drowning slowly?
She's a brick and I'm drowning slowly. It's about you're driving the on Boxing Day, the day after Christmas, driving your girlfriend to get an abortion. It's very it's
like that other song,
fucking depressing. So like 10 by Yellowcard.
Yes.
You would be 10.
Oh, no. You would be 10. What a baity lyric. Like, it's so sad. It's just like a mini little sad story. You would be 10.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
It was funny how we went through that little phase of that song.
I think I was just so shocked by it that I was like, play it again. What were you saying?
Nothing. There was a laugh.
Right, but were we talking about throwing paper planes on stage?
That was just a Ben Folds segue.
I thought you were going to reveal
also, Ben Folds is in, you know, the episode of Community, I think it might be in season 6 or season 5, when they're trying to get something done and they go through like, oh, I'll only do this if the janitor does this, and the janitor will only do this if the IT person does this, the IT person will only do it.
Yeah.
One of the people in that episode is Ben Folds, randomly.
No kidding.
Yeah, I think
That's
it's like
very
a
2000 sitcom.
science teacher. Yeah,
it's a very 2000 sitcom thing to do, I reckon. Well, Richard, enough dilly-dallying, because we've got a bloody job to do, Richard, because for the first time... No, that's not true. I was going to say for the first time on this whole podcast, we'll be rewatching a film, but we rewatched the 2 live-action ones. But we're rewatching a film, say, that we've already dedicated a piece of content to on Cult Pop Show before, because we are talking about the movie Scoob, which came out in 2020. This was directed by Joe Cervone. Dax Shepard was once set to co-direct, but he pulled out early and no one knows why. And I reckon I know why, Richard. I think he thought it was dog shit.
Yeah, or maybe, like, I mean, because has Dax Shepard done... Like, because I feel like he maybe thought, oh, cool, like a live action, I get to play Shaggy, and then, or maybe, the studio didn't want him to play Shaggy, and he was like, no.
Stealing the role from his Without a Paddle co-star, Matthew Lillard? No way. So this is the first time as well since Monsters Unleashed, and I think only the it will be the 4th time on this podcast that there has been a Rotten Tomatoes critic score for this film. What do you think it is for this film? I'll tell you. It's actually higher than I feel it should be, and that annoys me so much.
I'm guessing, is it
I think this is one of the worst movies ever made.
Yeah, fuck. Like high 30s, maybe?
No, it's high 40s.
Fuck.
Yeah. Note that I said it's higher than it deserved and you went to 30. There's not a lot that's lower than 30. What is Scoob? With an exclamation mark. What is it about, Richard? Tell us.
Scoob has a fucking insane plot.
I do have a backup, and I won't be able to tell because I'm stoned. But you let me know after you do the synopsis
because
if you
I'm
think I should
so
read.
wasted.
I'm so wasted. You let me know after you do it if you think I need to read
All
out
right.
the Scoob official website description of the film.
So it starts off with Shaggy and Scooby bump into each other and on Venice Beach, and they become immediate best friends. And then on Halloween, they meet the rest of the mystery gang and they solve a little mystery and they think, oh, fuck, like we should solve mysteries together. So flash forward 10 years. They're having dinner. Simon Cowell shows up.
My God.
And he essentially says...
He gives the team like an assessment, right? Like it's like a performance assessment.
And he says Shaggy and Scooby suck, and that's why that's why you guys will never win X Factor. And then
is that actually what it is?
No, but it's like Simon Cowell. He's like, I won't work with you because of these two.
But so imagine that. Imagine it. Sorry.
They quit the group, and then the plot then sort of kicks in with most of the mystery gang separated. So Scooby and Shaggy end up teaming up with Dynamite and Blue Falcon, who we've already seen, but it's like Blue Falcon's son,
and also
like he's a
real superhero in this universe. So this is definitively a separate universe from the direct-to-TV canon, because in that Blue Falcon was a TV show in their universe. Yeah. So
then the villain in this film is Dick Dastardly,
darling.
And the gang, as they're finding their clues, they find out that his plan is to open the gates of hell. And so the idea is that Scooby-Doo is the last remaining descendant of Alexander the Great's dog, and he is the only one who has the key, or he is the key to open, as I said, the gates of hell. And when you think like, oh, they're being metaphorical. No, literally the gates to the underworld, guarded by Cerberus, the three-headed dog. They need Scooby to open it. And so, eventually the team ends up coming back together. They open the gate. The gates of hell are opened. Dick Dastardly gets Muttley back. And then the only way to shut the gates of hell is for one of Shaggy and Scooby to stay inside. And then immediately... it's revealed that, oh no, he can now get out. Yeah. But they run into Captain Caveman, because there's like a quest to find all the different whatever, and one of them's being guarded by Captain Caveman. And so, the other sort of plot, just because I do want to talk about this, is that Scooby ends up becoming, because he's the key, he's so important, Shaggy gets jealous of the sort of attention he's getting from Blue Falcon, how important he's feeling, and he feels left out. And so for a lot of the movie, or like, a reasonable portion of the movie, they're, fighting and not really friends.
Yeah, okay.
Which, is this the first time, maybe other than the live action ones, but even they're not really, that there's been a plot predicated on Shaggy and Scooby fighting?
No, I would say it absolutely does count in the first one, because they get as far as like nearly punching. Remember, and
that's right.
Because
I just couldn't remember if it actually happens. But
Scooby knows that Isla Fisher is zombified, so, and Shaggy won't believe him.
But it's interesting that you think about like any episode of Modern Family, and it's like Cam and Mitchell are having a fight, and every single episode is about that. But we've gotten through at this point 43 movies. And just including the direct-to-video, the ones in the actual sort of canon, it's about 30, and they've never resorted to that as a plot device,
right? And you think that's a weakness in the that it's resorted to a very basic, it's
a very tropey basic sort of thing. Yeah.
When trying to recall any other times that Shaggy and Scooby have fought, all I can think of is when he's slapping Shaggy in Monsters Unleashed, and he's like, "You're pushing your luck, Scoob!" But that's not that. That's not really what you're talking about. Did you want me to read the official website synopsis? It's not very long.
I think that I did it. I think.
Do you think I should read it just because it's funny to read from the official website? How often do we get a franchise where the official website's still up?
Yeah, true. All right.
This is what it says. In Scooby-Doo's greatest adventure yet, see the never-before-told story of how lifelong friends Scooby and Shaggy first met and how they joined forces with young detectives Fred, Velma, and Daphne to form the famous Mystery Inc. Now, with hundreds of cases solved, the ghost dog Cerberus... I've missed a line, sorry. But that's what it feels like when it shows up. Now, with hundreds of cases solved, Scooby and the gang must face their biggest, toughest mystery ever, an evil plot to unleash the ghost dog Cerberus upon the world. As they race to stop the global dog apocalypse, the gang discovers that Scooby has a secret legacy and an epic destiny greater than anyone ever imagined. Because if you liked Scooby-Doo, kids, you want to see this storyline in a Scooby-Doo movie. I think Scooby-Doo is a good IP in and of itself. But what it has never needed to be for me is like heartwarming. It's never needed to be like this beautiful story or an emotional story. It's funny. It's a talking dog. Do you know what I mean? like you know what I mean? And it's the same thing you mentioned just before when we were talking with the Worst Idea guys. You were saying how you brought up how Bugs Bunny dies at the end of Space Jam 2, and this character who for 95 years, wherever long it is, has never once asked you to care any deeper for him than him just being
finding him attractive when he dresses up as a girl bunny.
Yeah.
That's as much as I'm willing to buy in.
Yeah, right. That's as emotional as it gets, is a confusing crush. Right? But because for decades, Bugs Bunny was a character you only associated with being funny and only associated with being the one that gets away with everything, and that's his place in the world of comedy. And now we're watching a movie where it genuinely wants you to feel an emotion you've never had for Bugs Bunny.
An emotion I've never had, period.
Anyway, that's how this movie feels. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying? It feels like what was the movie I was just talking about? Bugs Bunny. Yeah. So you have that with how it's because it's at the end of the website official description. It's greater than anyone ever imagined, and it's Scooby-Doo's not inspirational. It's funny. It's not.
There's a talking dog.
There's a talking dog. It's not fucking Gravity Falls. It's not that one about the theme park that Netflix just cancelled. These are shows and they're cartoons and they're for kids, and it's this.
These are shows that mean something.
Well, not that they all mean something, but these are ones that you watch when you want to feel that emotion. I'm not watching Scooby-Doo to feel very deep pathos. Yeah, I'm watching it because I have to for my podcast.
I'm watching it because there's a talking dog. It's insane.
Freddie Prinze Jr. had it. So Scoob was originally set for a worldwide theatrical release for May 15th, 2020. But guess what happened, Richard? You'll never guess. 9/11. I've already said the date, and you still go back to
that'll be a fun out of context clip of the podcast, just me saying 9/11 and you laughing hysterically.
No. So the coronavirus happened, and so all the theaters closed, and this was one of the first big movies to be fuck it, we'll just drop it on streaming now then. Quiet Place 2 pushed back and No Time to Die. I never saw it either. And No Time to Die, that was pushed back. This was the first
Tenet, though, brought us back to the cinema in the middle of the pandemic.
This is the other side of the Tenet coin, maybe, because this is the opposite conclusion of how a capitalist Hollywood is going to release films,
Yeah. So, what did I think of the film? I think it's fucking garbage. This is so fucking bad. This was the joke when if you remember back to 2020, not you personally, but the listeners, when we started a series called
Ready to record.
Ready to record. I was going to say talking during the movie. We started a series called.
But you can't find that series anymore.
We started a series called Ready to Record, which is still out there, and I still I've revisited it maybe once or twice since we made it, and because there was a fun little thing in that I edited most of those episodes, and there's a lot of fun little edit gags that I'm like, oh, I'm surprised I thought of that at the time. I don't know that I would think of that now. But we started that series to capitalize on Scoob. And we sort of, around that time, we were having meetings with the cult publisher family and being like, okay, what can really be our next step to build our brand? And we're like, maybe we need to start a new YouTube series. And then Scoob came out, and it was the idea was we hated this movie so much, we made a new web series to talk about it. And it's this film not only does this reek of franchise building and the way it introduces all the Hanna-Barbera characters. I remember it was originally announced as being called Scoob, but S.C. So it's an acronym, and it was going to be this Hanna-Barbera Avengers style team up. This is going to be the first one. It still has elements of that. I'm guessing the fact that the name change means I guess that they moved away from that at some point. But it's just it's just such a messy film. It's why is any of this Scooby-Doo? It is, because we watching it in 2020, I was like, this is just a bad movie. And now I'm like, this is a betrayal. I feel this hurts my feelings now.
I remember watching Chris Stuckman's review of this film when it came out, and he said, I have never seen an IP so clearly hate what it is and so clearly want to be something else. And I've always thought of that because that's exactly what it is. This is not a Scooby-Doo movie. That when people talk about Avengers style team up movies, they're not focusing on the fact that they're superheroes. They're focusing on the like The Conjuring trying to make the Conjuring cinematic universe isn't going, and we'll bring in superheroes, you know? Yeah. And that's what this movie thought making a cinematic universe was. Right? It was well, we'll bring in heaps of superheroes.
Yeah, we'll bring in Cerberus the gates to the underworld.
Yeah. The director of the film has a quote that's on Wikipedia that from an interview from Cinema Blend, so I'm crediting everyone across the board, that I think is just, it's pathetic. It's weak and pathetic, and here's what it says. I think when we first started, this was much more like Hanna-Barbera Avengers. And then somewhere along the way, the more time we spent with Scooby and Shaggy, we were just like, this is all we care about. Scooby and Shaggy had their own gravity that took up space. And so Tom Cerrone thinks that this isn't exactly the thing it is, which is Hanna-Barbera Avengers.
If this was a good film that had a couple of references here and there, or if, it just didn't resemble that at all, it was just a good Scooby-Doo film, that's a great quote.
yeah, exactly. You're so right. People would be cheering this dude's name, Yeah. So I thought we could go through a couple of things that we didn't like about it. A couple of specific things. I will say my big takeaway from this experience was that it wasn't as bad on the rewatch than when I first watched it. But this isn't to say I like it more now, just that the knife had been dulled, and I wasn't thinking this is bad and also shocked at what it was because I already knew what it was. So yeah. So here are some things that I really don't like about this movie. Simon Cowell is in the movie. So after seeing WWE and Kiss and stuff in Scooby-Doo, it's not that out of the question, I guess, to have a cameo like this. In 2020, when I didn't know Scooby-Doo as well, it was mind-numbing that they would put this guy who I feel hasn't been, I guess he still has been relevant, hasn't he? But not at least in my life. Since I watched season 2 of American Idol, which
featured Ruben Studdard, who's in Monsters Unleashed.
Oh shit! That's not on the IMDb trivia for this film.
I remember hearing at the time that was a real last minute thing to add a celebrity cameo there, because I think apparently it was originally going to be just an agent character named Epstein, and then after Epstein famously didn't kill himself, they decided to quickly change that out and just make it Simon Cowell.
I thought you were going to say it was in the story. that they quickly changed it. Like that, or that he killed himself in or didn't kill himself in Scooby-Doo. I was like, when did this happen? It's just such a random cameo, and like Scooby-Doo in general and across the whole franchise is kind of plagued with like, why are you putting these Gen X references into this thing you're marketing to alphas and zoomers, you know? But like this time especially, it's just like, what is the crossover here? How many people know who Simon Cowell is? I guess it's maybe a joke for the parents who are dragged along to this dog shit film.
And who watched Shrek 2.
Yeah, exactly. Shrek 2, where a very similarly looking animated Simon Cowell
I wonder if they just had the you know, what's the word for like a...
Don't ask me. I don't fucking know.
Like the file lying around.
Yeah,
that's not
right.
The, word,
the model.
That's not the word either.
Oh, the minifig.
Artifact? The
asset.
Asset. Yep.
I also don't like where Shaggy, they're looking for Shaggy, and someone who's seen him describes him as how a middle-aged man would think a teenage hippie would speak. Because this just feels like, don't make fun of yourself. Like, you're making fun of the property that's infinitely better than you are, you know? Like, it just feels like it's a punch in the wrong direction.
I will say the one joke that I like in this film...
Yeah, I've got one too. Yep.
Is it a Daphne joke?
No.
Is when they're talking about how... I can't even fucking remember the joke, so it's gonna be, but they're talking about how the...
Are you stoned as well, Richard?
Oh my god, I'm so wasted. They're talking about how the bad guy like smells like cigarettes and bourbon or something like that, and Daphne's like, "Oh, is the bad guy my dad?"
That's a good joke.
So funny.
And I also think that when Dick Dastardly is trying to convince Scooby-Doo to get on his side, he's like, "I had a dog once, but I lost him." And Scooby-Doo goes, "Is he chipped?" It's a pretty funny joke. And on Daphne as well, I think we'll get don't let me go into the cast yet, actually. Let me finish this.
AJ, don't you fucking dare go into that cast.
Okay. Another bit I don't like is when the boys are fighting and either Daphne or Velma yells out, "Toxic masculinity!" Because it's not, I'm not enraged as a Republican because they said this term I don't believe in this kids movie. But it's the other side, right? It's like, this
term I believe in very strongly.
Yeah, it's this term that I believe is very important to take seriously, and you're turning it into like a zinger.
Yeah.
And she's not saying anything about toxic masculinity either. She's just saying
a late
it.
addition.
Yeah, it's off camera. You don't see them say it. You hear it. So it was probably like, really
after the animation was done.
Yeah, exactly.
But AJ, one thing I want to talk about, I don't know if you have this in your notes, but I want to talk about the casting in this film.
Yes. Okay. Yep. Let's do it. Because I think Amanda Seyfried, who steps in to play the role of Daphne, I think she's the only person in this film doing a good job. And even then, it's like, fine. Like, everyone else, like, specifically sucks.
Well, it's one of those classic, like, what does Amanda Seyfried's voice sound like?
Yeah, exactly. So Frank Welker returned to voice Scooby-Doo in this, but he did not return to play Fred. Should we go through the cast? The rest of the cast?
Yeah, let's go through one by one,
Yeah, okay, so... I'll say, so everyone else sucks. I would say Gina Rodriguez as Velma. What do you think of her? To me, it's like reading the script. It's just like she's not got any emphasis or emotion. She's just reading the words of dialogue. What did you think about Velma?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's
an
one of those things
effortless performance, but in a bad way.
Yeah. It's not it's not terrible casting, but it is just like...
that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then you got Zac Efron as Fred, the first voice actor to play Fred that wasn't Frank Welker since, I think, a pup named Scooby-Doo. Frank Welker didn't play him. So this is quite a big deal. I would say that, again, these movies have this disconnect between who Fred really is that I think hiring Zac Efron would be a good live-action Fred, though, wouldn't he?
I think you'd be a better live-action Fred because you got the hair.
Oh, thank you. I don't know. He's not. He's less offensive than most of the others, but like I still didn't.
Well, then
think
the one we're about to talk about, which is the most offensive one.
Okay. Well, let's talk about Will Forte then, who steps in to play Shaggy, and it would be very easy to say Will Forte is the worst Shaggy, but I've seen the 2 Scooby-Doo live-action origin movies,
prequels, yeah.
And Nick Pilatus, I think, still has that title.
Yeah, I like Will Forte generally, but oh man, and also just like, and the worst part about this, which I'm sure you have written down, was that when the cast was announced on Twitter, is that what's his fucking name? Matthew Lillard.
Doesn't matter. Who cares?
He's not in this film. Who gives a shit? Matthew Lillard like replied and was like, "Well, this is a shitty way to find out." And Gray DeLeslie or Gray Griffin, also tweeted something similar about that they heard, oh, there's a new Scooby-Doo movie. You are the voice of Shaggy and Val and Daphne. And yeah, that wasn't until they just announced the cast that they found out they didn't get the gig.
Yeah.
And I mean, I guess there is like a thing that, you shouldn't assume you have any job, but it is also like...
Oh, I think that's just job security though. That's just like... yeah, and like also... I was thinking about this. Will Forte is probably as famous as Matthew Lillard, right? It's not like they cast up. It's not like they cast like...
Well, that's the thing, yeah. Like, it is this... Like, yeah, what do you gain from casting Will Forte? Because, like, Zac Efron, I can understand you want to have him do a press tour for it or whatever. But yeah, like, Will Forte is...
right.
The idea that you're... Like, the bad will you're going to get from not casting... him.
Yeah.
And it's like, people are so attached to the people that play these voices now that you have got this like perfect 4 core people at this point of Matthew Lillard, Gray Griffin, Frank Welker, and Kate Micucci.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, like it's an animated movie, but they want it to be their big all-star animated movie. Mark Wahlberg, I think his first voiceover role plays Blue Falcon.
Yep.
You've got Ken Jeong as well. Jason Isaacs plays Dick Dastardly. Tracy Morgan as Captain Caveman. It's like they clearly wanted this to be the start of something new.
Yeah.
To quote a Zac Efron song there. But
thank you.
They do. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, like the whole idea, I mean, this is a bigger debate than I guess we're going to have here, but this idea of casting famous actors versus voice actors. I mean, Chris Pratt versus Charles Martinet with the Super Mario movie is the big debate raging on. But yeah, it's like, I mean, I guess a celebrity just sells your film better. There's a funny bit of Jack Black talking about, they're like, oh, you just got back from Japan promoting Kung Fu Panda. And he's like, yeah. It's funny though, because I don't appear on screen in the movie and someone else dubs it in Japan. So
oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, I think that Will Forte is like either trying to do an impression and he sucks, or he's trying to make it his own and it sucks. Yeah. I don't know what's worse. So I would say this though: the first sort of like 10 minutes of the movie, that they're children, and that I think was fine. Like, as much as I've grown to hate this movie, I forgot that the stuff when Shaggy is being played by none other than young Sheldon. I'm surprised to see that like can't be what the movie is. And when we get to continue the franchise in Richard, only probably about 2-3 hours time, we will talk about a project that is what I'm talking about that did not go ahead. So you probably know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. And if we're going to talk about something else, Rich, I think we should talk about titles. I think Scoob is a bad title. I think if you're trying to build this cinematic universe, just call it Scooby-Doo. As soon as you like put like the qualifying difference on a title, it stops being the like symbol of the thing. You know, like I reckon
Scooby.
Yeah, I reckon Spider-Man Homecoming, if there were never any Spider-Man movies before that movie would just be called Spider-Man. The only reason it's putting a subtitle on it is because it has to differentiate, you know?
That's deep.
Yeah, that's what I think. So I think it's a bad title, and that's what I wanted to say about it. This is another benchmark for how legible Scooby-Doo has been vocally. He is crystal clear in this movie. Barely ever says R's in front of, like, barely ever speaking Scooblish.
Yeah,
you know?
it is. It's clearly the script is like it's a film that they hate the IP. Like it's written by someone who doesn't understand the character of Scooby-Doo.
Yeah. And the real kick in the teeth of this whole thing, Richard, is that the movie is about opening the gates to the Greek underworld and fighting Cerberus. Why is this a Scooby-Doo movie? Like, Scooby-Doo has never been Greek. The Greekest Scooby-Doo has ever been was when Alexi Toliopoulos guest starred on a podcast about it. Like, it is not, this is not, like, why is this the setting? It's so baffling to me. If this was just Scooby-Doo meets superheroes, I think I could accept that as a feature film experiment. It's a movie, because this is we didn't say this, but this is 3D animated. This isn't like a brand new thing, and it was supposed to go to theaters. Like, if this is that, if the reason to make that movie is Scooby-Doo goes superhero, I'd watch that. That's fine. But then it's Space Jam again. It's Space Jam again. It's why is it basketball and space and Looney Tunes? And why is it Scooby-Doo and superheroes and the Greek underworld, Like, it can be two of those things.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be all of those things. It shouldn't be, because I don't think it's organic. I don't think it plays into itself. And it is so weird seeing these characters I've watched for 42 movies be exactly the same in personality. One of them got a little angrier in later years, but other than that, it is so weird to watch this 43rd movie and see them discussing sincerely about opening the gates to the underworld and being sad that their friend's dead and stuff like that. It is so weird.
Yeah,
it's like getting to know someone more than you wanted to.
Yeah, the kind of like oversharing you only get after 7 years of podcasting.
Which, did I just overshare? I can't remember what I said.
Yeah, I didn't want to know that about you, that you felt that way about this film.
Oh my god, this movie. We've got, what else can we talk about, Richard? The Scooby Snacks name origin. This was an early thread in the episode.
Yeah.
Is Scooby named after the Scooby Snacks, or is the Scooby Snacks named after Scooby? Sort of a chicken egg situation, Richard. See, because I might be like, where's the chicken come from, for example?
And it's Scooby Snacks.
Exactly, but where did the Scooby Snacks come from?
What, the egg?
Yeah, but exactly, you can't have the Scooby or the chicken without the Scooby. So. Yeah, in this movie, what happens? It's definitively told to us in this version of the canon.
Scooby is named after the Scooby Snacks.
Yes. So, what do you want to tell us? And
I actually quite like this joke at the start of the film when Scooby is running away and
on a gyro or a gylo,
a gyro, I think.
Gyro,
how you pronounce it. That he, he's running away on that. Also, definitively not vegetarian in the film.
And also, it's set in modern day, and then the rest of the movie is 10 years later, so it's 10 years in the future.
Wow. Is it necessarily though? Well,
Shaggy's using Spotify on his smartphone.
I had Spotify 10 years ago. No,
You're so
I didn't.
right.
That's a lie.
Oh, never mind.
I didn't personally, but I think I downloaded it in 2014. But the police officer is chasing after him, and he's like, and Shaggy's like, no, that's my dog. And he goes, that's your dog, huh? Well, what's his name? And then he says, and he looks down and says, the Scooby Snacks, and goes, Scooby. He says, what's his middle name? And he says, Doobie. And he says, what's his last name? And he says, Do. And then he's like, well, if the dog has a middle name, I guess, yeah. But I mean, I like it until the, well, if he has a middle name joke. But
I don't mind if he has a middle name joke. I think that's kind of funny.
I just like the idea of, I think asking for the dog's middle name on its own is funny enough.
That's true. Yeah. Something also just firing off Chekhov's guns toward the end of the podcast. The gang's roles are pretty well defined in this. Something we've questioned in recent films. Who is everyone actually supposed to be? Or more specifically, who is Fred? And God, I should have written down what they discussed that they are. But I think Fred is called the tank in this.
Oh, yeah.
They say he's the tank, Velma's the brains, Daphne's the... I can't remember what they say Daphne is. Do you remember?
Style. I don't remember.
It's not anything dumb. Like, it's an actual value that she brings. She's personable or something like that.
Mm.
And Shaggy and Scooby are the heart. This is what we're told in this film. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, sure.
Well, Richard, was there anything else you wanted to talk about regarding Scoob?
No, I'm pretty keen to move on.
Yeah? You okay?
This has been longer than some of our guest segments.
Well, we have another guest this segment, Richard. A little lady I like to call Mary Jane.
That's like my favorite name.
Hey, I didn't even know I was making a Scooby-Doo reference. That's a three-way reference.
Wow.
I don't know, like, did we want to talk about Dick Dastardly any? Did we want to talk about Muttley? We have a Scooby-Doo movie where you see him go... I can't do it at all. You know,
well,
like
could Reese Matthewson,
but Hamish Parkinson could.
Yeah, I'm pretty keen to move on. I don't like so many of these movies we didn't talk about this much, and it's crazy that there is still more we could talk about this film. And I mean, we invented a whole series so that we could talk about it. And go back and check out Ready to Record.
I'll be talking about it till the day I die, you know.
But also, it's fun, it's worth mentioning as well that the main reason I didn't want to do Scooby-Doo for so long was I just did not want to have to rewatch Scoob.
Yeah.
That was genuinely like one of the main reasons. I was like, and once because I feel like we smashed through a lot really quickly, going from like Rock and Roll Mist or from Lego Haunted Hollywood. After we had a bit of a break to then Return to Zombie Island was like a week or two. And then it was like, fuck, the next one is Scoob. And it just like really stopped me in my tracks.
Yeah. My main memory of this movie was seeing Doolittle and being like, this is the worst movie I've seen in years. And then seeing this movie and going, this is also, maybe this is worse. Maybe this is the worst movie I've seen in years. And then, Artemis Fowl came out and I read the reviews and I was like, I can't do a third worst movie I've seen in years in 1 year.
I remember the first movie I saw in 2020, I think, or like first new movie was Doolittle, and it was like, we are 1 month into the decade and this might be the worst film of the decade.
Absolutely, and it still is, frankly. It still is the worst movie of the decade. We're nearly halfway through it.
Yeah, even just because of like what it represents, you know?
Yeah. Talking animals. It's a talking dog, you know? The same thing that makes Scooby-Doo great makes Doolittle bad.
The corpses of every single member of the Mystery Inc. team, beloved in Coolsville for solving many very minor crimes always done by weirdos in dress-up, have been found at the residence of Shaggy Rogers' old parents' home.
Richard Martin. Or Peter Griffin, never mind.
Oh.
Hello, Peter Griffin. Are you coming
Hello.
You
should put John up.
The decision to not do the voice at all.
I mean, you should put in the audio from since we didn't get a Scooby-Doo cameo this year, you should put in the audio from my birthday cameo.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I will. It's horrendous.
Here's it going. In real life, Peter Griffin here, wishing a happy freaking sweet 30th birthday to Richard from your buddy AJ. Freaking sweet. I heard you're pretty upset about getting older, but after 30, you get to play this fun game called What Hurts Today? And in your 30 years of life, I was wondering if you had ever heard that... Bird's a word, a well, a bird, and a bird is a word. Oh, well, don't you know about the bird? Well, Peter's gonna tell you about the bird. Bird's a word, a well, a bird. Shut up, Meg.
That was what I bought Richard for his birthday from Cameo this year. That is the world famous Peter Griffin impersonator. And you know what? I reckon just hearing it, not that good of a Peter Griffin. He looks the part, but I don't know if it's that good of an impression.
Yeah, he looks the part. But I think that I've seen him. There's an interesting thing where he does a panel because there's an episode of Family Guy It's a very midi episode. There's like a whole episode going on, and it's the audio commentary for that episode done by the family, and it's revealed that Peter has a kid in a previous relationship with Sarah Paulson, the actress. And then near the in the third act of the episode, all the voice actors who play those characters come in.
Yes,
and so like Seth MacFarlane enters, and then they explain to these characters that, you know, your family dramas don't matter.
Is it an animated Seth MacFarlane, or is it a
You don't see any of this.
So
it's like it's just part of the commentary of this episode, which has like its own plot you can kind of follow.
Yeah.
And Seth MacFarlane explains to Peter, you guys aren't real, your characters played by us. And Peter says, if I'm not real, then how come some fat loser pretends to be me at every Comic-Con? And then Seth MacFarlane's like, please don't encourage him, kind of thing. And I saw this guy speaking at a panel, and and someone asks him about like being referenced on the show, and, you know, were you hurt by that? And he's like, no, you fucking kidding me? Like, I devote my life to pretending to be Peter Griffin, and I have been made canon on Family Guy.
Yeah, right. Nice.
He's like, he says it's like getting a song parodied by Weird Al. You know?
Yeah.
That it's like, to him, it's the highest compliment possible.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, totally, like, yeah, good for you, man. And but hearing him talk out of character is like, I think he actually just has that Rhode Island accent that Seth MacFarlane is making fun of.
Yeah.
That, because he always says like, oh, Peter Griffin is like, I knew 1,000 Peter Griffins when I grew up there.
Yeah.
And I think that he is genuinely one of those guys, and he's probably putting it on a little bit.
Yeah.
But
like Rhys Darby in his New Zealand accent.
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. That the way Rhys Darby's like, oh, not actually a robot.
Not actually a robot. Here, everybody, if you think that Rhys Darby is how regular Kiwis speak, watch as I go from just talking normally to sort of talking a bit more like how I would talk if I was the first ever world famous New Zealand comedian. Like, this is how I would talk, and you'd all laugh because now I'm exaggerating the accent or the accent.
Yeah.
The accent, as Rhys Darby from Ponsonby would probably just pronounce it.
But yeah, so that's Jonathan Franze, I believe his name is, the real life Peter Griffin.
Is it?
I think so.
I don't know if that's who I sent you. Let me check. I've got it in my emails. Robert Franzes. What'd you say?
Yeah, I said Jonathan Franzes.
Okay. Well, Richard, I want to just wish you a happy Halloween because Scooby-Doo, because in 2020, not long apparently after, probably in October, the October following Scoob, we got another classic animated film called Happy Halloween Scooby-Doo. This was directed by Maxwell Atoms, who is the creator of The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. And this has brought me back onto the eras train that I briefly fell off, right? Because I can definitively say now after this film that there is at least a trilogy there that was 13 Ghosts, Return to Zombie Island, and Happy Halloween. Yeah, absolutely. We haven't watched any further yet, but at the very least, these three are part of their own era. What is this movie about?
This movie, to borrow a turn of phrase from you, is buck wild.
No.
So they're at a Halloween event, and
it's not clear what is going on, is it?
Yeah. It's Elvira's back. It
looks like a Ren fair. It looks like a night market.
Yeah. And there's this haunted scarecrow running around, and then they unmask the haunted scarecrow to reveal that it's the regular scarecrow, aka Jonathan Crane, aka the Batman character, the Scarecrow.
And you messaged me last night and you were like, you won't believe who the villain is. And I was like, oh my God, who's it going to be? And as this movie started and Fred was in disguise dressed in a skeleton onesie, I was like, is it going to be David S. Pumpkins, the Tom Hanks SNL character? And then I remembered, like, there is, like, an animated David S. Pumpkins.
Yeah.
And so I was like, but I couldn't remember what it was. But I was like, it looks like Hanna-Barbera art in that animation. So maybe this is what that animation was for. And is Tom Hanks going to be in the Scooby-Doo series? And would our Discord user Mike Noise would have watched this movie during his quest to watch every Tom Hanks movie, and he would have logged it on Letterboxd, and then everyone in the Discord would be like, the gang are doing Scooby-Doo, and Mike is a guest star on the episode.
But yeah, were you surprised that it was Jonathan Crane?
No, not really, because Batman's already shown up.
Yeah, but still, I mean, this isn't. I didn't know this was a crossover coming into it.
And that you bring that up, that's actually a big, like, all over all the websites that we go on to research for these episodes. Everywhere mentions, like in the trivia section, that the marketing for it didn't show that Scarecrow
didn't indicate,
was in it
as well. But it is funny. So one was, I messaged you when it was revealed in the opening scene that it's Jonathan Crane. I said, you'll never guess who it is. And then later on, when it's revealed who the actual villain is, I was like, this is actually a surprise twist too. And then so I had to go back and message you and be like, hey, just so you don't know, this is only a spoiler for the opening scene. And because I was like, I didn't want you to have some enjoyment taken out of it because you knew that the actual big twist villain was a surprise. And then, but it was like the fact that I had gone back and said that was one of those things that's like, well, now it's like a double bluff because the only reason I've qualified that for you is because the bigger one is a surprise. And so
and who's the bigger one?
Well, the big one. So the whole thing is that this one's about like haunted pumpkins and
jack-o'-lanterns, they call them.
Jack-o'-lanterns, which I quite enjoyed.
Lanterns.
And Bill Nye reaches out to Fred and Velma and gives them a modernized Mystery Machine X.
What do you think of Mystery Machine X?
I thought it was pretty.
Well, I thought cool, good idea for a plot element. Just surprised it's in a movie and not an episode of a TV show.
And also like that Bill Nye comes in and gives it to them, and then Daphne and Elvira are sort of learning to be each other. That's like their thing, but it's revealed at the end that they were all drones and robots, etc., and it was actually the sheriff from the last two movies was behind everything in the last three movies.
Cutler Toe, his real name is. Yeah, he was the Alpha Jack-o'-lantern. According to Scoobypedia's culprit and motive reason section, he disguised himself as the sheriff to drive the gang out of business so that he could mine for lithium without their interference. It's always such a grown-up motive. This movie, for a lot of it, is yet another Wacky Races send up, Wacky Races tribute, because so much of it is just them driving down this endless motorway. I thought they should have called this movie Scooby-Doo Highway to Hell.
Nice. Highway to Halloween.
Yes. That's legitimately a really good title, Richard.
Thank you.
And that's actually what this movie should have been called. Highway to Halloween? Hell yeah. That should be on, that we should make a movie called Highway to Halloween.
What would it be about?
Or does Halloween not rhyme? Or does it not sound like hell in other accents?
I think that the
Halloween.
H, vowel, double L, you get enough of it.
And Highway 2 before it. You're certainly getting there. Yeah. Did you like this movie? Did you like it?
I didn't love it, but I think that the craziness of the start and end, I was like, sort of tricked me into liking it.
Yeah, I think I am comfortable with this sort of like level that this is sitting at. I think there's modern comedy in them now, and so that you get a few more, like, it feels like you're watching something that you might watch anyway, like as opposed to like something from 30 years ago. Another thing that I noticed in this movie, Richard, is that Shaggy and Scooby are shown eating a lot of Halloween candy in it. And the wrappers are blatantly still on the candy as they're eating. And I know that this is like a shorthand in animation, maybe, but like there's one bit where it's an entire chocolate bar that's still in its wrapper, and they eat it with it like facing the screen, and then they get to each other's mouth and then give each other a kiss. And I thought that was a very funny joke.
They've done that a few times.
But it wasn't like, oh my god, we're kissing moment. It was like, no, part of our ritual when we both eat from either side or something is that we end it with a kiss. I thought that was a funny joke, but the wrapper is still on, so it's like it's one thing when it's just sort of amorphous candy shapes that you're not really focusing on, but when it's like the centerpiece of the shot and they're still eating the wrapper, it was so weird. And also there's a moment in this movie where Shaggy speaks Scooblish. I think it might be the same moment, actually, but when they're about to eat something, maybe. But Shaggy starts speaking with R's at the front of each word as like a, you're ready for it, pal, like, rare, let's read this rocklet, so kind of thing, you know? And I was like, is this insensitive? What do you think?
Do you think, especially, that this film came out post Black Lives Matter?
It did too.
In 2020, yeah. It
did too. I don't know. It feels that's a funny thing to bring up without like specifying why it would be insensitive. But like, is it bad that is Scooby's feelings hurt by Shaggy speaking that way? Or is Scooby giving him the pass, And when Shaggy speaks like that around other dogs, he's like, no, you don't understand. My best friend is a dog.
Yeah.
Originally, apparently, the sheriff was not going to appear in this movie, much less be the villain, but the Maxwell Atoms, the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy guy, he said in an interview that a week before he handed in his script, he was told he had to include the sheriff in order to wrap up the trilogy that started with Scooby-Doo and the Curse of the 13th Ghost and continued with Scooby-Doo Return to Zombie Island. So the sheriff originally wasn't going to be in it and ends up being this mind-blowing twist in it.
Yeah, because it is interesting that it's like the last two we talked that you just mentioned were so like clearly two sides of the same coin, revisiting something old, and then Happy Halloween is like Happy Halloween Scooby-Doo is like such a generic title, like, and also because I've seen on trivia and stuff like that as well that this was advertised as like the first Halloween film,
which is not true. Goblin King.
Is also, which is Goblin King, and also
Rock and Roll
Kiss
Mystery
was set on Halloween. Yeah. But also Scoob was set on Halloween partially at the start.
Oh, it was too. And in fact, the most recent Scooby-Doo block is very Halloween heavy, to be honest. So that's so true. And also, like, do you reckon like maybe this one is being like we returned to the 13th Ghost, we returned to Zombie Island? Is this we're returning to wacky races? Do you think that's an intentional reference?
Or maybe maybe it's just like stripping Scooby-Doo down to like its very core. That it's like, Scooby-Doo of course is a franchise you associate with Halloween, and so it's just like, it's like, oh look, we're finishing 13 Ghosts. We are returning to Zombie Island. Can you believe we've never done a Halloween one?
Right? Yeah, totally. Yeah. And so the trilogy that we've been talking about, this is considered by the fan base, I guess, to be this trilogy. And the members of the gang are called young adults in it, which means they are 18 or over, which means it takes place after the events of this film. So at least a year after the Curse of the 13th Ghost, which makes a lot of sense, but doesn't do a lot of favors for the original Zombie Island one, I guess. Yeah. It also feels like the writers tackle head-on jerk-ass Velma in this movie. This thing you've been talking about of how Velma just became this mean, unlikable character. And you specifically mentioned how I'd specifically mentioned that one of the charming things about the Mystery Gang is that they never don't believe Shaggy and Scooby. But in this very movie, when they solve the Scarecrow mystery and they're being interviewed on the news, Shaggy and Scooby encounter the Jack-o'-lanterns and run back to tell Velma about it, and she explodes at them on live TV and says, "You're hyped up on candy." She probably is supposed to say, "You're stoned out of your bloody minds. You're being so unserious, and we're trying to be grown-ups here and take our crime-solving skills seriously," right? And so she literally doesn't believe them, and then ends up being wrong, and because the Jack-o'-lanterns are real, and she laments it for the rest of the film. She's going like, "This is the stupidest mystery we have ever covered." She's saying shit like, these living pumpkins come out of nowhere, and if you get eaten by the alpha one, you become a pumpkin. This is so stupid. And so she clearly like is resentful. But then tell us what happens toward the end of the film, Richard. This it was quite a character growth kind of heartfelt moment between Velma and Shaggy and Scooby, I thought.
Yeah. I remember the aftermath of it.
I'll have edited this out, listeners, but there was a 30-second pause between when Richard said yeah and I remember the outcome of it.
Yeah. What happens?
Pass it back to me. All right.
Yeah.
Well, she's like kind of like upset that she's Cause
no, they go into her mind palace.
Yeah. So she's upset that she let the villain get away and stuff like that, and then Shaggy and Scooby, she's talking about trying to get into her mind palace so she can work everything out, and she says to Shaggy and Scooby, like, I never appreciate enough that you guys are part of our group, and like we wouldn't be a Scooby gang without Shaggy and Scooby. It feels a little more like you probably could be it without Shaggy, but I understand what she's saying. And she's like, I wish I could take a leaf out of your book. I wish I could learn how you guys... Did I say leaf out of your book?
Yeah.
That's not a term.
Okay.
I wish I could learn to be cool, Scooby-Doo, And they're like, well, we can get into your mind palace, no problem. She's like, what do you mean? And they give her a Scooby snack. In fact, they shove one in her mouth. And she's like, you're making me eat dog food? And then she's like, that's actually pretty good. And she then tries to meditate and go into her mind palace, and a ghost version of Scooby-Doo and Shaggy are there. And I don't know, it was just a nice moment where it feels like she'd grown as a character, and that it addressed the complaints about her character.
I do also think, how often have we seen other characters eat Scooby snacks?
Exactly. And in the 13th Ghost of Scooby-Doo, the Curse of the 13th Ghost, they ask Fred to feed... to barter with Shaggy and Scooby for Scooby snacks, right? And you had previously said on the podcast, has Fred ever done it? And in the Curse of the 13th Ghost, he's asked to do it and looks uncomfortable. Like he's, he doesn't. It's not really his thing.
I'm gonna talk about send that. You. So I am just looking for. I started to Google other characters eating Scooby snacks. And I'm going to send you what Google auto-filled for me.
Other characters eating out Peter Griffin. What have you been looking up, Richard? Why are you outing yourself like this?
Well, it's not me.
What a specific phrase to not be something you have looked up, Richard.
No, okay. If you look next to it, it doesn't have the symbol that means you've previously looked at this.
Is that what that is?
But...
That's a violation of like like that kids could see this.
Yeah.
This is dangerous to be on. What the hell? This is the most stone shit. Whenever you get stoned, Richard, something like this will happen, and you'll be like, is this weird, or is it just that I'm high? But then you step out of yourself and you go, no, it is weird.
Are the characters eating out Peter Griffin?
Why does it say that? And why does it say others, implying at least one character has eaten out Peter Griffin already?
Yes, because I wrote other characters eating, and then it just autofilled out Peter Griffin.
So if I type in other characters eating... It doesn't say Peter Griffin, dude. I'm so sorry. It just says eating out.
It's clearly... It's adding because I just Googled real life Peter Griffin.
Oh, fuck.
I mean, it's...
What a terrifying thing for the algorithm to have conjured.
Yeah, I mean, we've just been talking about Peter Griffin on this podcast. It's been hearing me. I'm literally talking about Peter Griffin into a microphone, into my computer.
The fucking dangers of this sort of thing, of people listening to you, is like little kids through no fault of their own are just going to be talking about different things throughout the day, and then go to type something and we'll get greeted with other characters eating out Peter Griffin. Like, that is not a safe search. That is not like, because it's just like, that didn't mean to be filthy. It's just an algorithm's response to, like, what you'd been saying,
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, bro.
That's the bloody cyber chase if there ever was one.
Yeah. Are you... How stoned are you feeling now?
I'm on my way back down.
Do you want to, like, get existential or anything?
What about? What do you want to talk about?
I don't know, just like, do you have any fears or like feelings or anything?
Do I have any feelings? This is sprung upon me out of nowhere.
Well, I don't know, you've been wanting to get deep.
I've been wanting, not necessarily, I never wanted to force it though, because I think then it became like I think
let's force it. Let's see what happens.
As a creative person creating this podcast, well, most of what people are hearing is just genuinely me. Maybe I'm like being a little bit more exaggerated because I'm performing something. But like doing that is like that's supposed to be mostly real, I guess is my point. And here's a peek behind the curtain that maybe is a sequel-sized peek behind the curtain. That deep and meaningful on the Barbie episode. I'm so sorry, guys. It was planned. And what we said was true. Like, we didn't lie. We didn't make up stories. But I specifically said to Richard, I want to try...
The episode's missing something.
Yeah, the episode's missing something. I want to try have, like, an honest discussion about our lives in the episode. So it's like... And this is how, like, reality TV often bends things, is like... A lot of the result is truth, but you gotta be a little bit of a showman. You gotta
be willing to pull a few strings. But yeah, because I remember you talking about how your idea for, like, approaching creative stuff is that, like, it needs... What is it, like adventure, humor, and heart?
Yeah. That's my...
And humor doesn't necessarily
that's my
have
Harmon
to be...
story circle.
Yeah. And so it's like, adventure, it's like, it needs to go somewhere. That doesn't necessarily mean that it needs to leave one location. It just, like, needs to, feel like it goes somewhere.
It can't just be a conversation where nothing happens.
Yeah, and then humor doesn't necessarily mean... jokes,
and more means
it's like
reaction. It's more engagement than humor, because fear, frights, and being scary offers the
crying,
same high.
Yeah.
It's something you should always put in your creative outlets, something that elicits a dramatic, involuntary response from the audience.
And
whether that's laughter
like
or
throwing up.
Well,
And
I'll say it. Sometimes horniness. People have been... There's been a lot of Twitter discourse around whether or not sex scenes are good this last couple of weeks. And I posit to you that sometimes they're in there because they want to make you horny.
I just saw the new Magic Mike last night.
Yeah.
Fuck, that's sexy.
Yeah?
Like, so I this is one of these things I've been wanting to talk to you about this because you're one of only a couple other people who know exactly what I'm talking about. But in Christmas With You, when it's like, there's the song that is so good it changes their lives, and it's like not that good of a song, the Freddie Prinze Jr. one.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and it's like, I'm supposed to believe that this is this amazing song. In Magic Mike's Last Dance, the plot is sort of kicked off by Salma Hayek Penal is playing this lonely billionaire sort of thing, and she's holding this fundraiser, and Magic Mike is bartending it, and as he's packing up, she calls him in and says, like, hey, essentially, I've heard who you are. I will pay you whatever you want to dance for me, kind of thing. And they and ah about it a little bit, and then eventually it's like, okay, I'll do the dance, and he does this dance for her, and it changes her life, and she flies him to London and gives him this amazing job. And I absolutely believe that the dance we are shown would change your life, because it changed my fucking life. It's the hottest thing I've ever seen.
What the hell?
Yeah, it's like, it's this really beautifully choreographed, like, incredibly sexy striptease done by Channing Tatum with Salma Hayek. And it's like, I mean, the both of them are being incredibly attractive in the scene.
Right.
But it is like, you're telling me in the story that she got a striptease so good it changed your life. And I was like, yeah, no, this would be it.
Are you a little bisexual?
I don't really like to talk about my sexuality.
You wanted to get deep.
Yeah.
No, AJ, I wanted you to reveal your sexuality, not me.
No, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think I guess I choose not to define my sexuality.
Oh, very, very kitsch. Very,
Yeah, I don't know. It's like
It feels like you're not taking my sexuality seriously, AJ.
When it comes to sexuality, my sexuality is just, why do you care?
Right. Me specifically.
Oh, just whoever's asking.
Surely, like, I can understand you, maybe the listeners don't need to know this, but surely I'm in your inner circle enough to be someone who could fairly ask that.
I've said in the past that I just like to nut.
No, Richard. Nice.
Yeah, bro.
Yes.
Yeah. What else could we get deep about? You got any insecurities or anything? I'm 30. I just turned 30, so
yeah. What is?
it's a whole well of stuff.
I had this moment the other day where I realized that when I turn 30 in a couple of months, I think I'm going to feel like a 30-year-old. When I turned 20, I did not feel like what I'd, seen on TV were 20-year-olds. In fact, I remember the minute that I turned 20, I was, still awake at midnight on the eve of my birthday. The minute I turned 20, I legitimately...
Your back just gave out.
No. I legitimately suddenly was like overwhelmed with this feeling of like almost guilt. Like I've been like laxing, maxing, relaxing, being all cool for 19 years. 20 years even. And now I got to start going to like turning into a grown up, and it was a very scary moment. That I'll say it was valid, because I reckon in 10 years, I think you and I we'll still be friends, and you and I will be able to say our 30s were great, but fuck, our 20s sucked. I reckon 20s suck. I reckon we don't know that yet, but I reckon when you look back,
I always say this about like your last year of high school, that it's like it's the most fun one, but it is like there is so much pressure put on you of what you're going to do for the rest of your life. And I mean, you can change at any time, but there's always understandably going to be some sort of trepidation coming, starting anything new after a certain age.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think that especially the early part of your 20s, just feels so much like that. I think I've spoken before, but I studied acting for 2 years straight out of high school, and then I went to broadcasting school where most of my class was straight out of high school. And just being 2 years older than everyone, I other than a couple of people, I didn't make like lifelong friends at broadcasting school. And it was because I wasn't going out and partying every weekend, because I'd already got that out of my system. I went out and partied every weekend till 6 a.m. for 2 years when I was studying acting. And then by the time I went to broadcasting school, I was like, I'm not really into this anymore. And, sometimes I still have every now and then that I want to get a night like that out of my system. But it is, it's an odd thing. I feel like there's a lot of growing up done from the ages of 18 to 21. And because that is when you start to enter the real world. I mean, I would say our generation and the younger generations, it's delayed maybe a little bit because of like, we tend to live with our parents longer and things like that. But that when you're thrust down to the real world and actually getting your first job, there's so much shit about your first job that just school can't prepare you for. And people talk about, there should be a class about how to live in the real world and do taxes and shit. And it's like, if you gave me that class in high school, that would be the one I would skip.
Yeah.
If
Same.
It's not worth it to teach kids.
Right.
The ones who are going to go to that class and pay attention are going to learn that anyway. And that's, I have bigger problems with the education system if we want to get into that. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. That I think, maybe it's like the idea of your 20s, I think, changes a lot more from like 21 and 29 are very different ages, whereas I think maybe 30 and 39 aren't as different.
I totally
that it's
agree.
Like that, your 30s feels like one continuous year, whereas like early 20s, late 20s, I feel like are different.
So much change and development. Yeah, right. I get what you
mean.
But
the whole thing about like feeling like a 20-year-old or a 30-year-old or whatever. Yeah, I mean, again, I think I've said this before, but I think I feel better about turning 30 now than if I had turned 30 last year.
Yeah.
And if I was where I was last year, and like, I'm engaged now, I talk about movies on TV.
This is what I'm saying. This is exactly what I wanted to say, Richard. You must look at your life, and I think about what your life must look like, and in the morning you get up, you drive to your work at a TV station
in an electric vehicle.
In an electric vehicle after kissing your fiance goodbye.
Just side note as well, I got my tire fixed today.
Very
for
cool.
The storyline.
Yes.
I got a new tire.
and like you go to your job at the TV station where you interview celebrities And, like that, you sound like a 30-year-old.
Yeah.
I don't know how you feel, and I can't speak for you, but
I feel like a little boy.
I think you look and sound like a 30-year-old, and you shouldn't. That isn't an imposter thing. That is like something you should feel good about. Is like 30's main character age, baby. Like that's the age of main characters.
Yeah.
And I look at my life, and there are some things I would change, and some moments of arrested development.
I would change my hair. I wouldn't have.
Yeah, now that I'm sobering up, I'm starting. This is a terrible idea. No. There's stuff I would change, but at the same time, I work for a global film magazine company. I manage a short film competition that is citywide, and in some cases, I get national-sized responsibilities. I can't necessarily tell you who, but I edit some pretty high-profile podcasts these days. And like I'm making short films, and I've got goals where I want to become like a director. Like I think that's been dawning on me over the last year making short films is like, can I actually do this for serial? Am I able to get there? And like this year I've just announced for those following along where the episode of the podcast lines up with real life stuff. Like I've just announced that $1 Genre, my short film project, is coming back for 2023. Like it's like I've got a team together. Richard, I have producers. I can point to two of my friends now and be like, they are my producers. I sound like a 30-year-old.
And you co-host a podcast
and I co-host a podcast
with me.
and I think like something that set us on the back foot when we first started Cult Popture was like, how many podcasts do you listen to that aren't hosted by like at least somewhat famous people?
Yeah.
None. You don't listen to any listeners. Every podcast you listen to is hosted by someone famous, except for maybe us. But like, and maybe famous is the wrong word because I don't want to be deluded enough to think that we're famous, but I am a micro TikTok influencer, Richard, and you talk on the news about movies. Like you're an entertainment journalist, and I'm a video editor for Letterboxd. Like these are no one wants to.
Qualifications.
These are qualifications.
I remember in our first season, we got like a review or something, and someone was like,
"Yeah, I remember this.
Like, who the fuck are these guys?" Like, and I was like, "We both have degrees in film. That's our qualification."
And now it's like more than that. Guess what? We used our degrees in film. And we became
to buy PS5s.
To buy PS5s. And like, if I look back at my life, like I was such a poor student at film school. Like I felt like I was anyway. Like I felt like I was lagging behind everyone. I wasn't technical.
I feel like we had similar experiences because we wanted the same thing out of broadcasting school, and it's not something that they offer. Yeah,
which is like sort of how do you become a creative storyteller? Yeah. And so like we would go like I would fail competency tests. I felt like the little brother of the class, especially to certain people who were older than me who were in that class and seemed to be good at everything, like no stress at all. I was having the most stressful time. That was 10 years ago. And 10 years later, I'm one of the only students in my class still doing this. Right? Like, and this is no disrespect to them, but like, who would have thought that the categorically worst student in the class would end up in this position where I'm running this big competition every year and I'm working for Letterboxd, and most of all that I am a freelance videographer, I'm a freelance editor, I'm a freelance filmmaker. Like, I work it out. I somehow don't run out of money despite not having a job. And I feel like I'm this lazy little baby that can't do anything. But not everyone can do that. Not everyone can figure out how to build your life around.
Yeah, I couldn't be freelance.
Emphasizing like your own freedom and your own like autonomy. I feel like I'm such an immature guy. I feel like I'm such a lazy guy, but I've cornered this very adult success, and I'm very proud of that. And I'm the proudest I've been of myself, I think, in my life. And I'm so proud of you, Richard.
Oh, I'm proud of you too.
Because we met up recently, maybe a month or so ago. I went up to Auckland and we hung out, and I just felt so good to be around you. It was so good to be, and it's like, it's like, not that I haven't felt that before, but it felt like more intense, that it was just so good to see you. And I think it was because both of us had these things recently happen in our lives, and it was so exciting to see each other, to enjoy in the success of each other's lives and see how far we'd come and the stuff we'd accomplished together. It felt exciting to talk to each other because of that.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll ever feel successful. I don't know. Like, there's just a few cunts at my job, essentially, that it's like just make me feel like shit all the time. And it's like, there's ways around it, and you know, I feel like I've gotten better at just treating each day as like a new day. There used to be like, if something horrible would happen, that would be me out for like a week. But now it's like I'm better at waking up the next morning and, you know, just starting neutral again. But yeah, it is weird because like people out of the blue tell me like, you must be so happy, you know, like you must be so stoked that, and it is like, I created a job, essentially.
What a 30-year-old thing to do.
Yeah,
you know,
because it's what I wanted to do and it's what I'm passionate about. And yeah, I don't know that it's not enough or anything like that. I don't know. Just like, I also think that, and I mean, this is maybe a bit of like a self-preservation thing, but I feel like I don't really get like excited about things the way I used to. But there's a good and a bad side to that. That like, people talk to, you know, I interviewed James Cameron over Zoom. I did it in the newsroom quite often. I just do them at my house because the studio records the Zoom call and sends it to you. But this one happened to be during work hours, so I was like, oh cool, I can use the lights and shit here. And people walk past and be like, oh my god, like you must be so nervous. And I was like, I actually don't really get nervous for these because I feel like my life is so full of things that in any other year would be the highlight of my year, that I just have to not treat them as anything special.
I feel like that's a glass is half empty look at that. You could also say, yeah, well, there are so many high points of your year now that you've adapted to it. It's like how when I flew to England, whenever there was turbulence, I went from thinking I'm going to die to just rolling with it because I had to tell myself you need to shift into a new mode because if you will not survive this if you are scared of turbulence. It's like the flip of that, where like your brain has gone like, I cannot get too excited for this because my life has entered into a new normal, a new threshold of excitement. So you need, and like part of that is about maintaining your composure.
Yeah. I mean, especially the other thing is maintaining your composure. I feel like I don't get super I've never really gotten super nervous about like performing. And
we're very different in that respect. I get like diarrhea and constipation at the same time whenever I've got to record something. I've had it with guests that we've recorded with. I felt very like,
that's what the smell was.
Specifically diarrhea and constipation, but like but you know, like being excited to record with like maybe someone who we look up to a little bit. I mean, the most egregious example, if you listen to the Meet the Parents episode, I really want to re-listen to that, but I can't because I feel like I was such a blubbering, excited mess to meet Michael Swain in the beginning of it.
It's very cute, but I think I specifically remember, I can't remember the name of the play, but I was in this like very short one act play, and it was like one of these, it was in high school, but it's very politically incorrect kind of thing. But we were all in these like hospital
gowns. Was this when you dressed up as Aladdin?
No, I was the Sultan. But we were all in these hospital gowns, and we were making like, it was one of these things like these characters, you know, I remember I had to do a bit where I like put a loaf of bread on my head and was like, oh look, I'm an Indian person because they have famously bad dress sense. But like the line was, the joke of the line was like a stereotype that doesn't really exist.
Yeah, right.
And I can't remember the specific, but like we were in a mental institution or something like that as well. But I remember waiting in my hospital gown, ready to walk out, and I felt this, and I could feel myself getting quite nervous. And I remember thinking, why am I like, what's it sounds pretentious, or like, you know, it sounds like such a Richard thing to say, but it was like, what is the evolutionary purpose of being nervous right now. Because, like, a lot of reactions we get to things are like, there's an evolutionary reason for it, like why our ancestors would do it. Hair sticking up on the back of your neck is, the same way that cats, like, their hair sticks out to make them look bigger. But I was like, the only thing feeling nervous right now is going to make me fuck up. Like it's not like getting nervous puts your brain into hyper-focus mode. That would be an evolutionary advantage.
I'm still stuck on cats make themselves look bigger, and that's why they do that.
And that's why they arch their back as well.
Wow.
To make them look bigger. I just remember thinking that and then thinking, well, I just won't be nervous then. And since then, I don't really get nervous for like anything that I would consider performing. And I do have moments where you sort of have to stop and cheek yourself a little bit. And like, when I'm at work and I'm arguing about something in a script, or I'm like trying to do something, and then it's like, oh yeah, like 500,000 people see the effect of this argument. And when I'm talking about something on breakfast, that I know the hosts of our breakfast show reasonably well, and I have talked to them about movies in the past. And I think maybe I would get nervous if I was just on another show where I didn't really know these people. But it's like, I can forget that I'm on TV and just have a conversation with people. And then it's like, oh yeah, 700,000 people are seeing this.
Fuck. Full on, dude. Hey, what if I was to tell you, though, that according to Maxwell Atoms, the director of Happy Halloween...
the Billy and Mandy guy.
Yeah. That Marilyn Manson and Pamela Anderson were considered to star in this movie, but they were scrapped. And in Marilyn Manson's case, the network were like, no, absolutely not, right from the get-go. But Anderson apparently nearly did it, but then the studio were like, is she still relevant? Is she still relevant? They said in their movie, which starred Elvira.
Yeah.
And so she didn't end up in it. Or as maybe her rep said that. Yeah, no, it's like...
Her rep was like, is she still relevant? Why do you want her?
The network had self-doubts on her relevance to the target audience.
Right. Yeah, to the target audience, yeah.
One thing that highlights how wikis are often far too close to their subject matter to be objective, Richard, is that on the Scoobypedia page for this movie, there's like little screenshots of the movie with like a caption under them. You know what I mean? Like, it'll just be describing a moment. And under some of these screenshots, the caption have exclamation marks at the end of them. I was like, that is too emotional, It's like, and then Shaggy sits on a pumpkin and it blows up. And it's like,
I could see that being official promotional material.
But it's not. It's like written by Scoobypedia.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. The Three Stooges are mentioned in this, bringing this whole fucking podcast full circle. Three Stooges mentioned in the first Scooby-Doo movie, and here Fred refers to the Three Stooges mystery.
Yeah, and he does an impression of them. Yeah. That if we had covered Scooby-Doo instead of Barbie, we would be finishing here, and our last film would reference our first film.
Why would we be ending here if we were doing...
Because when we covered Barbie, this was the last film.
When we did Barbie. I see what you mean. This isn't the only line by Fred that I quite liked in this movie. I also written here killer lines from Fred. Is when they go to fight the pumpkins, they all get like, Fred has like a predator montage where he turns into a badass,
a predator,
and then he goes, "Mystery Incorporated, incorporate." And they all run and start attacking pumpkins in a scene that I reckon was conceived as an Endgame parody, an Avengers Endgame parody. And then they were like, no, let's make this a little more authentic to the movie itself. And the other line I liked that Fred said in this movie is when they're talking to reporters and he says, "There's no I in Mystery Incorporated." Except for the obvious one. It's so good. But yeah, that's all I've written, Richard, for Happy Halloween Scooby-Doo.
Anything else make you depressed or anything?
No. I mean, I think at the moment, like, the flip side of all the success we've been enjoying, I think, like, I'm getting a bit lonely, I think, at the moment. I think I need to start incorporating more people into my life. I need to incorporate more mystery into my life.
Nice.
We've got a couple guests coming on, our final guests for the episode, and Richard, they cannot see me in this state. So when this plays, I hope that they don't listen to a mere few seconds before it. And you'll find out why. And it's more than 2 guests. It's actually 3, arguably 4 guests.
Our own little mystery gang.
Yes. So let's head into our final guest round and our third to last Scooby-Doo movie. We'll be able to say that
3 left to watch. This is insane.
We are going to Scooby-Doo it, Richard. We'll have Scooby-Done it in 3 movies' time.
This is a buddy theme song to a buddy movie. Let's all sing it out, come and join the dream team. We're watching even more Barbie, Scooby-Doo movies. Jesus, Barbie forever, yeah!
Nice work, everyone. Alrighty, so shall we get into it? Richard, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Ruth, are you ready?
Yes.
Lillian, are you ready?
Yes.
Craig, are you ready?
Oh, yes.
And most important of all, Pokey, are you ready? Alrighty. Okay, we're here, we're back, Richard. We're back talking about Scooby-Doo for the 45th time. And as usual, we have some guests, or I should say a guest on this episode. You might remember, listeners of the show, that when we covered Barbie, our final guest were 2 little girls who really liked Barbie. So we got them on to talk to us about Barbie. So we thought, what better guest to get on for the Scooby-Doo franchise than a little dog? So please give a warm Cold Popture welcome to Pokey the dog. Any noise coming through there?
He's sniffing the microphone.
Nice.
So we have had a bit of trouble understanding Pokey.
Yeah.
So we have gotten some people here to help us translate Pokey's thoughts for us. And we're once again joined by Lillian and Ruth from the Barbie episode.
Hi. Hi.
And once again, so it's not weird, Craig, their father, is here as well.
It's a little weird. Hey, guys.
It's still a bit weird. Well, I'm glad that you girls are here to chaperone Pokey. We are primarily interested in Pokey's opinions, though. You guys are just here in case, he needs some... Is Pokey a he?
Yes.
Yes. In case Pokey needs some translation. So yeah, this is the 45th Scooby-Doo movie. This came out in 2021, and it's called Scooby-Doo, The Sword and the Scoob, directed by Maxwell Atoms, Christina Sotter, and Mel Zwyer. Now, Pokey, had you seen this movie before?
He says no, he hasn't.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. I wonder if Pokey could also potentially tell us what this movie's about. Would that be too much of an ask for a little dog?
I think maybe just in the interest of speeding things up, Lillian or Ruth, one of you guys want to say what the film is about?
All right, fine.
So there was a monster on a plane.
Mm-hmm.
And the Scooby-Doo gang caught it and then found out that it was actually a person who was trying to scare everybody away so that the prices of the airline would be lowered.
Very complex motivation for a children's cartoon, but you've got it.
Never more relevant than now, yeah.
Then how they found him was they did a DNA test, and they also did a DNA test on Scooby-Doo and Shaggy, and they found out that Shaggy was from somewhere in England.
Yes, from a little village called Norville Ower Morgania is the name of the little village. Continue, sorry.
So then the airline manager was very, very happy that they had caught the monster. So he said, I'll fly you wherever you like for free. So they chose Shaggy's town.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Pokey's got the running away with the microphone.
The cord out, furious that he doesn't have the spotlight right now. This is fun. This is good stuff. Yeah, no, that's cool. I'll figure it out. As long as you can still see the audio wave out, we're all good.
Wait, where was I?
They were flying to Shaggy Town.
Oh, yeah. Then they went there, and they went to check out an old building that had collapsed. Then the mayor came to them, and something was wrong when he saw Shaggy's, necklace.
He had a necklace passed down to him from his ancestors.
And they were and the town was going to throw a big party to celebrate King Arthur and Sir Norman.
Yeah.
And then someone came down from the sky, didn't they?
Yeah, I forgot her name.
Her name is Morgan Le Fay, the ghost of Morgan Le Fay, who was a sorceress from the medieval times. And it turns out that she didn't like that the mystery gang were poking around in Norval Ower Morgania.
Yeah. So then she tried, when nobody was at the party, she tried to get the Scooby-Doo gang. So then they drove off with their van to somewhere, to a bunch of stones. Then she came and she knocked them all out, and they went back in time.
What? That's right. That's the time travel one.
Has that ever happened to you guys?
No.
Lucky.
Yeah, lucky.
Yeah, and so the majority of the film takes place back in time in medieval times, where Shaggy and the gang have to sort of fulfill the legacy of this ancestor. The second or third movie that's been about one of Shaggy's ancestors being an important figure. And they have to defeat Morgan Le Fay back in time. But then what happens right at the end? Does Pokey want to perhaps give us a couple barks and tell us what happened at the end?
No, he does not.
He's licking himself currently.
Can we get some audio of that?
So then they find out that it was all just a big act. That they didn't actually get sent back in time.
Yep, it was a big hoax put on by the village itself as a way to get Shaggy, who it turned out would be the rightful owner of the village. It was a way to get him to sign over the deed to the village by tricking him into thinking they were going back in time. And Richard, I don't know about you, but I reckon there is nothing anyone could say to convince me I'd gone back in time. If someone was like, you're gone back in time, I'd be like, no, you're just dressing up.
If someone said, you've gone back in time, I'd probably believe it.
Really? What does Pokey think?
No, he's still licking himself.
He thinks I want to get out of here now.
Is that Pokey? Is that what Pokey thinks, or is that what you think?
That's what Pokey thinks.
Okay, good. You're enjoying yourself still. That's good.
Yeah, definitely.
So I know, because it's been 2 years now since we last podcasted with you guys. But what have you guys been up to since then? I know you guys had a podcast of your own during lockdown. Is that right?
Yep.
What was that?
It's called the Donovan Ave Zoo podcast.
And Craig, I understand you helped with that too.
No, I didn't. It was all them.
Okay.
Wrong. It was also you.
What's the podcast about?
It's about animals who live on a farm, and we interview them.
That's sort of...
It's very similar.
Not too dissimilar from what we're doing right now in interviewing a dog.
Your father told me that you guys wanted to take your podcast down off Spotify. Do you remember talking about that?
Yes, we do.
Why did you want to take it down?
Mainly because Spotify supported an anti-vaxxer.
What? Hey! I love this.
So when Neil Young took all his music off Spotify because of their ties to Joe Rogan, Lillian and Ruth, or when Craig got home one day, they said, "Dad, take that podcast down."
Wow, better, more ethical podcasters than us, Richard. We're still all over Spotify.
I totally forgot about that.
Your dad told me that story when we were hanging out one time, and I was so proud of you guys for being so just upstanding citizens. And like AJ said, better than us, our podcast is on Spotify because we need the money.
What I can only assume, Pokey has just as similarly enlightened views on vaccinations and things like that.
No, Pokey's a bit of a dum-dum, isn't he?
Got that right.
What happened when we took Pokey to the dog park one time?
So he found a really, really, really long stick, and he held it in his mouth, and there was a little dog tunnel. And he tried to go through it, but then got stopped because the stick was too long.
Oh my god.
And he just like...
It was very funny. It was like a cartoon, wasn't it? He ran through this tunnel, but the stick was too wide for the tunnel to go through the tunnel.
Richard, this is the guest we've got on this episode, is this foolish dog.
I'm starting to think maybe we should have gotten Lillian and Ruth as our guests.
Maybe.
Instead of a dog.
Thank you.
One thing I want to know is so Pokey watched this movie, yeah? Watched Scooby-Doo, the Sword and the Scoob, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Has sort of stared at the screen. Has Pokey, or I don't know if you girls want to weigh in as well, have you ever seen much Scooby-Doo before? Are you familiar with Scooby-Doo, or is this your first Scooby-Doo outing?
I'm pretty sure we watched one Scooby-Doo movie at one time, but I don't really remember.
Oh, we watched that. We watched Scoob, didn't we?
Yeah.
And it was really not good.
It's really bad, eh?
Definitely.
So not a lot of familiarity with Scooby-Doo. So did you, because of sort of going into the Sword and the Scoob with a clean slate, did you enjoy it as a movie, or did it seem really like weird and out of nowhere?
It was not the best movie I've watched, but it was not bad.
Sorry, I was talking to Pokey. If we can get Pokey's opinion on the subject.
That's exactly what he said.
Oh, that's what Pokey sounds like. I beg your pardon. Pokey sounds very similar to the two of you.
No, Ruth was just translating that for you guys.
Ah, okay.
Did you enjoy the movie, Louis?
Yeah, I did. It was pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
On a scale between the Barbie movie that y'all watched for us and the Scooby-Doo movie, what was the better movie?
I think I liked Scooby-Doo better.
Nice.
Wow.
Nice.
Scooby-Doo better.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm glad that we didn't give you a bad movie to watch. So that's good. I thought that this movie was pretty funny. I think we started watching these movies when they were being made in the 80s, as in when we first started this podcast 45 movies ago. These movies were made in the 80s, and all the jokes were like probably the kind of things your dad would find funny, girls, and not Richard and I and the two of you, these cool young...
The same generation.
The same generation
the
of
four
young
of us.
kids.
Yeah, Pokey's.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Pokey's probably even younger, I imagine.
Yeah, Pokey says that he likes Barbie better, and when he watched it, he had a dream that he was a dog mermaid.
Pokey's being very vocal today.
I thought that this was quite a funny movie, and I feel like I understand the sense of humor a lot more now than when from the older movies. And I had a favorite joke in this film. I thought we could all talk about our favorite jokes. I wanted to know, did you girls think it was funny when at the end they find out that Shaggy didn't even want to own Norville, Ower, and Morgania, and he says the reason why he doesn't want to sign the deed and why he's happy to give it over to them is because he mentions how half the creepy villains they unmask in the first place are usually motivated by real estate. And I thought maybe that joke would have maybe gone over your guys' heads, but you did call out the airline scam that happens at the start of the film, so maybe this resonated with you. Did you guys find that funny? Sorry, this is bad hosting on my end, asking you yes or no questions instead of any full. You didn't find it funny.
Wasn't funny.
No.
Wasn't too serious.
I actually found that quite heartbreaking, that part.
Yeah, to see like a fellow millennial turn down land. Turn down a land.
Do you guys have a favourite character in Scooby-Doo? Because AJ and I have been fighting about this for hours, about who's the best character.
Probably the Daphne.
Yeah. I agree.
Probably Daphne too.
I think Daphne in this movie really shines as well. She gets to dress up as a cool knight in shining armor and does a tournament in Shaggy's name, and she fights another knight, and she fights like this big ghost knight. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah. Ruth's friend, her name is Daphne.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. She's not your friend?
She's also my friend.
Okay.
Is that why you like Daphne?
No, I just think Daphne's cool.
Daphne is cool. Yeah.
Is Daphne going to listen to this and be offended you didn't say she was your friend, Ilian?
I did say that she was my friend right now.
Yeah, right. Okay. What about Pokey? Did Pokey respond to Scooby-Doo at all as a character? Did he feel that he was being represented?
Pokey. What do you think?
No, he's licking himself. Wow.
Did you just hear him grunting there?
I'm sure the microphone picked it up. Does Pokey ever talk like how Scooby-Doo talks, where he's like, "Roro, I'm Roki"?
No.
Really? I thought all dogs could do that. I've never.
He says that his favorite character is Scooby-Doo, but he's mad at Scooby-Doo, and he's mad at Scooby-Doo because he thinks that some people will think that's how Scooby eats how he eats, and he's offended by that.
Right.
It's actually a harmful stereotype that dogs eat that much.
Right, yeah, it's actually an interesting perspective. Richard, this is the kind of perspective you don't get from human guests on a Scooby-Doo episode, you know? We need to know that, like, Scooby-Doo is actually poor representation for the canine community, you know? I think that's actually very valuable.
Yeah. I also think that if you're a dog owner, you shouldn't be feeding your dog the stuff that Scooby eats. He eats way too much. Yeah. Prepared for a human.
But also, it's also just going to be like, it's not really going to happen. So they're not really encouraging people to do it. It's just to make it funny.
Okay, that's a good point.
That's true. This movie couldn't happen.
They
couldn't.
Did Scooby eat any Scooby snacks in this movie?
No, I don't think he did.
No. Well, this wasn't really a traditional Scooby-Doo movie because it wasn't really about, like, unmasking a specific villain. It was more of one of what we've designated as this variety of Scooby-Doo that is the Scooby-Doo movie that is more about, like, this mystical science fiction adventure they go on as opposed to just a clear-cut mystery.
Does Pokey ever eat your food? And follow-up question, do you ever eat Pokey's food?
I can answer the first question. Yes, he definitely does.
Okay.
And I can answer the second question. No, we definitely do not.
Okay, I think you doth protest too much there, though. I think. Look, there's no shame in taking a dog biscuit here and there, just to see what it tastes like. Come on,
Craig, have you eaten a dog biscuit?
Not recently, no.
When did you do that? You've done that.
Well, when you guys were very young and we didn't have very much money. No.
I don't have a dog, but I have 2 cats, and I have tried their cat food.
Really?
I thought everyone
like it?
did.
Do you like it?
It's not very flavorful.
I thought it was real salty. Isn't it famously super salty?
No, well, cats can't have too much salt.
Wait,
but
did you eat
in the
wet
ads
food or
they
dry
make
food?
them? It was dry food. I wouldn't eat wet food. I'm not insane. But they,
I think that might be more palatable.
they make it sound so good in the ads.
That's true.
When they say like schmackos, the first time I saw an ad for schmackos, I was so disappointed to find out that it was dog food.
Yeah, absolutely.
When I was a kid.
Similar to how I'm sure a lot of people felt about Scooby snacks growing up when they were realising that. Yeah.
The only time we eat Pokey's food is when it's actually ours, but he eats it.
Right.
And you just take it back.
No, not take it
arguably,
back.
it's still your food then, you know.
Yeah. Still our food.
Well, speaking of food, there's a point at the start of this movie where they're so excited to go to England because of all the food that they can eat in England, and they rattle off a bunch of different foods that they're looking forward to eating, and they see them when they get there. And I've got a list of here, and I'm going to tell you what the food in the movie is called, and you guys need to guess what that food actually is. Does that sound cool?
Yes, it does.
All right, so we know what fish and chips are. We have that in New Zealand. But do you know what...
Whoa, slow down.
Do you know what bangers and mash is?
I know what mash is, but not bangers. I think I've heard of bangers and mash, but I don't know.
What's mash?
It's like potatoes that are mashed up.
Yeah.
Do you know what bangers are?
Is it sausages?
Correct, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sausage and mashed potatoes are bangers and mash. Another thing they see that they call it a toad in a hole. Do you know what a toad in a hole is?
I don't,
would
but
you
it
like to
sounds
eat one?
disgusting. I have no idea.
Richard, do you know?
Toad in the hole is also sausages.
Yeah, there's more to it than that, but
Yeah.
but basically. A toad in the hole is a sausage cooked in Yorkshire pudding with onion gravy. Now, I guess the question is, do you know what a Yorkshire pudding is?
I think so.
Yeah?
We've heard of it, but I don't think we've tried it.
What is it, Richard? It's like a pastry sort of...
Yeah, it's like a big puffy pastry. It's like having sausages and potatoes. It's the same. A carb and sausages.
Well, what about a Welsh rarebit?
No idea.
No idea? It looks like the word rabbit, but it's spelled Rarebit. Do you want to take a guess?
Radish and something?
Oh, that's a good guess, but no, sadly, you got it wrong.
I'm going to guess.
Yep.
Something with sausages.
That's a very good guess.
That's a very educated guess, but no, we've moved on from sausages. A Welsh rarebit is toast covered in cheesy sauce, which sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
I love cheese on toast.
It sounds like a cheese sandwich.
Yeah, it does sound like a cheese sandwich. I think there's maybe like a special, it's cheesy sauce, so sort of more sauce based than sandwich based. Do you know what bubble and squeak is? That's actually what we call you guys behind your backs. One of you's bubble, one of you's squeak.
What's bubble and squeak?
Does it have meat in it?
Good question. No, it does not have meat in it.
Is it ginger beer?
No, it's not ginger beer. That'd be a great name for a ginger beer.
Yeah.
Bubble and squeak. It is a mixture of, get this, potatoes and cabbage. That's what bubble and squeak is.
I think it should be a drink. name.
Or a sweet dessert or something like that. It sounds very sweet and friendly.
I thought it would have cheese in it because of squeak like mouse. But
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I thought you meant like halloumi.
Like cheese curds.
Yeah.
Cheese.
Yeah. Halloumi.
Two more. We got one of the other ones they see there is jellied eels. What do we think jellied eels are?
Eels that are jellied.
Correct. It is boiled eels served cold. Is jellied eels. Ugh.
Gross.
Meanwhile, Pokey's over there, his mouth's watering. He's like, "Oh my god, give me the jellied eels." And finally, we've got angels on horseback. What do we reckon angels on horseback are?
Is it like something on meat?
It is. Yes, sort of. It's a certain meat wrapped in another meat.
I'm gonna say, is it horse food on a horse's back?
No. Angels on horseback are oysters wrapped in bacon, which is a very kind of exotic sounding.
It's very nice, yeah.
Is it good? Oh, interesting. It sounds kind of gross.
You don't have to say it, but I made a mental note of the list that Shaggy reads out, and there is one that I understand why you've excluded it from the list.
That actually wasn't on IMDb's list of foods, but no, I think there is a certain naughty named
spotted.
dish. It's a spotted something which we shan't say, and the company of the dog. We know that you girls are grown up enough to handle some.
I think he has one.
We can't
ask
say.
your dad after.
If this is playing in your class or something like that. We can't say. What did you guys think of the title of this film? It's called The Sword and the Scoob. Do you understand the joke of that title? Do you know what it's referencing?
No.
Oh, interesting.
It should be called the Time Traveling Scoob Gang? Something like that.
Yes, that's a much better title. Well, the title, The Sword and the Scoob, is referencing The Sword and the Stone, which is an old King Arthur story. But it was originally going to be titled Scooby-Doo in King Arthur's Court. Do you reckon that's a better name?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Nice.
It's not better than the Time Traveling Scoob Gang, but
Agreed.
It's better than the Sword and the Scoob.
Yeah, agreed. Did you guys enjoy the voice cast? Do you think everyone did a good job? Because we have a few new faces, and we had Nick Frost, who I'm sure you girls are very familiar with from Shaun of the Dead and Hot Fuzz, who played Merlin in this film. We also had Jason Isaacs, who played Dick Dastardly in Scoob, the movie that you girls have seen. He played,
Who's Nick Frost?
Nick Frost is an actor who... he played Merlin in this, but he was also in a bunch of movies that Richard and I, and I'm sure Craig, really liked when we were a bit younger.
Well, also, because you girls like Harry Potter, the Harry Potter movies, yeah? Draco Malfoy's dad, he was King Arthur.
Yeah.
Oh.
So there we go.
Movie, he was a bad guy, and then in the other, he was a good guy.
Yeah, he's
Can't
a good
keep
guy
up with it.
in this, but he also played Dick Dastardly in Scoob, so he was a bad guy in that as well. Aren't actors incredible? Cool. Well, I think we've probably explored a lot of this movie, and before we wrap up, I did want to ask, do we know what Pokey's birthday is?
I don't know the date and all, but I'm sure Dad does.
Dad?
It's soon, actually. I think it's well, we got him around Easter time, and he was about 2 months old. So I think it's sometime in March. I think early March.
All right.
Are you guys doing anything?
Last year we forgot about his birthday.
Oh no!
Rude.
Because we're too busy celebrating our mum's friend's birthday because her birthday was on the same day as Pokey.
Well, at least you prioritized her. I'm sure she would have felt really bad if you said, sorry, we can't come. We're having a birthday for the dog.
Well, I'll tell you what, since what we've been doing, girls, is for each of the guests that we've had on to talk about Scooby-Doo, we've told them the monster that debuted on the episode of Scooby-Doo closest to their birthday. And that's sort of it's sort of like a horoscope thing. Like, therefore, the monster or the villain represents who the guest is. So I'm going to read you guys every Scooby-Doo villain that appeared in an episode in the month of March since 1969, and you tell me which one you think best suits Pokey's personality. Does that sound good?
Yep.
All right. So we have got the vampires, the snow monster, the plant monster, Minus, the possessed mystery machine, the Iceman, the giant, the trash monster, the ghost chef, the demon of Salem, Professor Pizza Opossum, the toxic terror, the San Francisco, the San Francisco, the baseball spectre, the Scooby snack monster, the Glasgow dragon, a bunch of aliens, Scar zombies, gluten demon, dandy highwayman, fake Fred, and fake Daphne, or crybaby clown. Do any of these feel like they could apply to Pokey's birthday?
Trash monster.
I relate to that one a lot as well, actually.
Professor
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Very nice.
I think he's a crybaby clown because he's a clown and he's a little weenie boy.
Trash Monster and Professor they debuted on the 13th and 16th of March, so maybe you could celebrate Pokey's birthday on the 14th or 15th as like a way between the two horoscope villains you've assigned them. Maybe that could be a way to go. And just out of interest, what is your birthday?
Got you.
Yeah, what's your birthday, girls?
January the 13th.
And yours?
January the 13th.
Well, I can tell you that the closest villain to both your birthdays, we've got two because it's in the middle of two episodes. So one of you can be Phantom Shadows from Scooby-Doo Where Are You? Season 1, Episode 16, A Night of Fright is No Delight in 1970. And one of you can be the Snow Ghost in Scooby-Doo Where Are You? Season 1, Episode 17, That's Snow Ghost. Which one do we think sounds like who?
I think the Phantom Shadow sounds a little more like me, and the Snow Ghost.
Does that sound right, Ruth?
Yep.
Okay, easy. No contesting. Awesome. Craig, what's your birthday?
31st of December.
Oh my god. That's the last day you could have a birthday.
I know.
Well, I can tell you that the closest you've got is on the 29th of December. The Minotaur debuted in Scooby-Doo and Scrappy-Doo Season 1, Episode 15. Lock the Door,
man,
it's
I get a
Minotaur.
Scrappy-Doo villain? That sucks.
In 1979.
Exactly like you.
Pokey looks like Scrappy-Doo, kind of.
And we've got one final game we'd like to play with the dog, but the dog score will be the only one that'll be recorded. But the rest of you guys are welcome to contribute as well.
Pokey, get off.
Pokey's excited for the...
Pokey, you've
Sorry,
been a
go
terrible guest on this episode, and now you're misbehaving.
He's misbehaving.
All right. Well, I feel like it'd be inappropriate to ask Pokey to do this game if he's misbehaving, but we were going to ask Pokey if he could do a Scooby-Doo impression.
Yep, you can ask him that.
Okay. Pokey, can you do a Scooby-Doo impression?
No, he's protesting now.
Okay.
I mean, he's got the physicality down more than anyone else.
Still probably not the worst guest we've ever featured on our show over the years, Richard, as well.
Right there.
Well, girls, can you guys do a Scooby-Doo impression?
Hi, I'm Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo-Doo.
That's pretty good. What about a Shaggy? Can you give us a Shaggy impression?
Zoinks!
That was Craig, not...
I forgot what he really sounds like.
That's fair. What about you, Lillian?
I cannot throw him. No, that's just Mo, Shaggy.
Very good, very good. Well, is there anyone that you guys can do a really good impression of? Do you have like a favourite cartoon character that you like to crack out when you're being silly?
Dad does.
Dad does. Do we want to nominate Dad?
What does Dad do?
Yeah, what does Dad do?
Yeah, you just do things randomly. You make random noises.
Okay.
Give us one of your random noises.
What are your random noises that you do?
No, they're asking for you.
I do random noises.
All right. I don't think we're going to get a cartoon.
That's okay.
Craig, they've made it
Wait,
pretty
what
clear.
does Wally say?
Yeah.
Excellent.
That's Nelson from The Simpsons.
Very good. Excellent. Well, these are great. Well, thank you for these. Unfortunately, as Pokey is the headlining guest, we can't actually record any of your scores, but I give a full 3 points to each of your impressions off the record. So thank you very much.
Don't tell anyone, please.
Don't tell anyone. Well, hey, that about brings us to a close for our conversation on The Sword and the Scoob. Girls, you mentioned there was a podcast. Is there any way we can listen to this now that it's off Spotify? Or
It's on Spotify.
oh, it's still on Spotify.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We're sellouts.
And what was that called again?
The Donovan Avzu podcast.
That sounds adorable, and I'm going to go subscribe to it as soon as we
And
finish recording.
Craig, do you have anything you want to plug?
Nope.
It's not adorable. It's good.
Yeah.
Resources.
I good and adorable can be the same thing.
AJ, they worked
Nope.
very hard on that.
I guess maybe when you were on the Barbie podcast, you were adorable, but now it's like you're just cool people, and it's patronizing for me to say adorable now. That
Definitely got that right.
How old are you now, girls? If it's okay for me to ask.
9.
9. That's really the cutoff for adorable, isn't it? That's like that could go either way. Or precocious, maybe. Precocious is maybe a better word to use.
Craig, how would you describe them?
How would I describe what?
How would you describe them?
Oh, they're the lights of my life. They're the apple of my eye.
Wow.
They're the bane of my existence. No, they're not. No, I love my girls and Pokey.
I am not definitely not having jellied eels.
Richard, something happened to me the other night.
Oh, what was it?
I was lying in bed and I was having some trouble sleeping, and sometimes when I do that, I'll put something on my TV. Like, I'll put on an episode of The Simpsons.
What did you put on?
Just to help me relax and fall asleep. And so I put on a long play on YouTube of one of these Scooby-Doo PS1, PS2 games. I can't remember which one it was, but I looked up long play Scooby-Doo video game and just sort of was quietly watching someone play it for a little bit. And then I was like, this is too loud, so I put it on mute.
Wow.
And sort of just stared at it while I fell asleep. And Richard, while I couldn't hear what the characters were saying in their poorly 3D modeled renders of these characters that we've come to know so well, while I couldn't understand like literally what they were saying, it was like I could hear them still.
Wow.
Richard.
It was like you yourself were in the mystery machine with them. It's like you were a member of the Scooby Gang themselves.
Yeah. Yeah. The way they carried themselves, the way they gestured, while I couldn't give you a direct sentence or a direct translation, I could hear them.
Right.
Do you know what I mean?
Let's just give us a direct translation.
Well, I can't, Richard.
Oh!
But there was just the way they carried themselves. It felt so second nature to me now. It felt so ingrained. In my brain that I could just tell exactly the tone of the conversation, even without hearing.
What do you think the tone of the conversation would have been?
Shaggy was being a bit cowardly, not wanting to go do whatever they were having to go do, and Fred was trying to talk him into it.
And Velma was being just an uppity little... Yeah.
No, not in this case. This was
pre-jerk-ass Velma.
Pre-Mikuchi era.
So, I imagine the mood might be a little bit lighter than the mood of two little boys who have just watched 46 Scooby-Doo movies, which is what you and I are, two very little boys, two minuscule little chums.
Tiny penises.
Tiniest of boys who have just watched a film called, and get this, Straight Outta Nowhere, Scooby-Doo, ! Meets Courage the Cowardly Dog.
All right, I can do a Courage. You ready?
Muriel! I can do a Courage as well.
Yep. Very good. Nice work.
That's what he does. So, what's your history with Courage the Cowardly Dog? Okay?
Oh my god, 46 movies in, and we're like, so what's your history with it? So I watched it a bunch as a kid, and I tried to revisit it when I got a bit older as well, but it wasn't Courage specifically, it was just cartoons in general I found more difficult to concentrate on as an adult. But I've always really liked Courage. I've always thought it was really weird and spooky, and like in some cases a little too spooky for children, and that's kind of one of the things I like the most. And so I was looking forward to the integration of another Cartoon Network property, the likes of which we'd never seen before, and presumably came out of Warner Brothers realizing that like they own two scaredy cat dogs that fight monsters that just had never interacted with each other before.
Yeah, it's a match made in bloody heaven is what it is. It is interesting though. People might forget Courage the Cowardly Dog, and I don't know if you know this. Do you know where Courage the Cowardly Dog originated?
Did someone win a competition?
It's a spin-off of an Academy Award nominated short, animated short, which lost to A Close Shave, the Wallace and Gromit short in 1995. Yeah, which is crazy.
So there was once at the Oscars, someone was like, and the nominees are Courage the Cowardly Dog.
It was called The Chicken from Outer Space. But yeah, no, lost to A Close Shave, and then just a couple of years earlier, The Wrong Trousers had won. However, A Grand Day Out, the first of the Wallace and Gromit shorts, did not win the Academy Award for Best Animated Short Film.
What did?
Creature Comforts, also directed by Nick Park. So,
who's Nick Park?
Nick Park, who created Wallace and Gromit.
Right on.
The only time he lost an Academy Award was to himself.
Wow, that's pretty funny. Huh. Yeah. So who directed Courage the Cowardly Dog meets Scooby-Doo, whatever the hell it's called?
I say the full name.
It's called Straight Outta Nowhere, an inexplicable NWA reference, and then it's called Scooby-Doo meets Courage the Cowardly Dog.
That's right. So this was directed by Cecilia Aranovich Hamilton. It was going to be directed by Maxwell Atoms, the creator of Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, who also directed Happy Halloween Scooby-Doo, but he turned it down because he found out that his friend, John R. Dilworth, the original creator of Courage the Cowardly Dog, was not involved whatsoever.
You're kidding me. Oh, that sucks. That has dampened my enthusiasm for this movie. That's so sad. Like, I thought that would be the whole point, because this was similar to Batman Brave and the Bold. This came out, like, long after Courage the Cowardly Dog finished up.
So, Courage the Cowardly Dog aired from, where are we? 1999 to 2002 originally. There was a couple of other little bits and pieces. There was a special in 2014, which was a CGI animated special episode, which was aired on Cartoon Network in Southeast Asia for Halloween in 2014, but was never aired anywhere else, but it's available on YouTube. Okay. It was sort of a potential pilot for a new CGI
I
animated
see.
series, but yeah, it didn't happen. And then, of course, there was this. Speaking of sad things, we have Thea White, who reprises her role as Muriel, who's one of Courage's owners. She died before the film was released, so the film is dedicated to her memory. She recorded her lines, her final film role. And Marty Grabstein, he's fine, he's still alive, but he returns as Courage. But Jeff Bergman voices Eustace, who's Courage's other owner, because Lionel Wilson, the original voice actor, died in 2003, and then Arthur Anderson took over for, I think, the 2014 thing, and then he also died in 2016, and so Jeff Bergman voiced him in an ad that they'd done that was like look at all the characters we have, and it was the 20th anniversary or something of Cartoon Network.
Right. I mean, the Eustace voice sounds pretty consistent, so he's doing a good job then.
It's actually the least consistent voice in the series, funnily enough. Also, we didn't mention this last film because it would be too depressing to mention this with our two young guests, but this is the second film to posthumously give special credit to Joe Ruby and Ken Spears, who are the original creators of Scooby-Doo, who died in August and November 2020, respectively.
Ah, well, good on them. They gave the world a certain little pup who I like to call Scooby-Doo.
I mean, there's not a lot about their personal lives. I like.
Right.
Oh no! Actually, Joe Ruby was married. He died from complications from a fall. I was wondering if it was one of those things that it's like, well, he was old,
Damn.
But that, like, where it's like, oh, he never married, but he lived with his longtime collaborator and died of a broken heart 3 months later.
Damn.
But AJ, put me out of my fucking misery.
All right.
And tell me what the film is about.
All right, so while they are just hanging out solving mysteries, they've arrested a clown from stealing a bunch of cash. Scooby-Doo all of a sudden... Exactly. I should have clarified. Scooby-Doo suddenly starts freaking out and he runs away because he
shakes his little bottom.
Yeah, he can't help but dance to some unheard music. And he runs all the way, and the gang follow him, but he runs all the way to nowhere, the desert location.
Yeah, from Guardians of the Galaxy.
No. It's an easy mistake to make. It's like a Australian outback inspired place somewhere in America called Nowhere, where Courage the Cowardly Dog lives. And he runs into Courage the Cowardly Dog, who is also freaking out in the same way. They are attacked by a bunch of cicadas, giant mutant cicadas, and they sort of figure out something is making the dogs act up. So the Scooby gang and Courage's owners and Courage and Scooby themselves get together to try and solve the mystery of the cicadas. They wind up in, like, a lot of it's spent inside a, like, haunted mansion. Well, not really haunted, but a mansion for the mayor of Nowhere. And there was one bit I really liked where they're running away from a giant cicada, and the cicada follows them into a room, and they're dressed up as pest control people. Exterminators. And they immediately put a hat and suit on the cicada and was like, all right, come on, we're running late already. And
can't believe they sent the new guy.
Yeah, they're like, is this your first time? And the cicada goes, yeah. And they're like, oh, that was a really funny moment. Like, it's classic Scooby-Doo, but it's like...
It's classic Scooby-Doo.
But it's like, it's one of the ones that hit me the hardest, I think. Anyway, it turns out in the end that the villain behind the cicada stuff is actually... two classic Courage the Cowardly Dog villains. The Cats
and LeQuack.
Yeah, who were dressed up as the mayor, and a lot of the mystery gang just can't believe that these very different stylistically drawn characters could possibly be real, and they keep trying to pull their masks off. Am I missing anything? Did you want to clarify the culprit and motive there, or?
I can go with that. But yeah, at the end of the film, Velma's like, they're like, let's see who's really behind this. And they're like, Cats and LeQuack. And Velma's like, I had my suspicions. No, you fucking did not. There is nothing on God's green earth that you could say that would convince me Velma had a hunch it was Cats and LeQuack who wanted to obtain the dark matter meteor beneath the Courage's house.
That's right. This provides sort of a origin as to why the location Nowhere and why Courage the Cowardly Dog as a show, why so much weird stuff happens is because it's the ground zero for the meteor that killed the dinosaurs. And when they go down to get it toward the end of the movie, a bunch of very fun different animation styles befall them as if the what's left of the meteor itself has some sort of reality bending power if you're blasted with it, which is the second Scooby-Doo movie to be about a meteor that can bend reality after Ahoy, Pirates Ahoy.
A Scooby-Doo and the meteor that could bend reality. So I want to talk about a little bit more about Courage the Cowardly Dog because you didn't ask me what my experience was.
I was about to.
Well,
what was your experience with it?
Well, thank you. The Courage the Cowardly Dog is actually similar to Scooby-Doo, where it's the show that I watched enough of. It would, if it was on, I would watch it, but I didn't have pretty much the same reaction to the series that all of our guests had. But if you'd asked me what I thought of it, I would say I didn't like it. I didn't really like Courage the Cowardly Dog. I thought it was annoying, and it's kind of gotten this second life recently in the last half a decade from people being like, this show is pretty fucked, and posting pictures of some of the villains from the series because they would be different animation styles.
That was one of the
sure
villains.
That's a reference, but yeah. Do you
want to know what happens in the final episode of the original run of Courage the Cowardly Dog?
Okay.
And the episode's called Perfect, and it ends with, I don't know the context, but it ends with a CGI animated blue fetus floating in a void, and it turns towards the camera and says, "You're not perfect." And that's that's the final villain of the series. You might recognize the character if you looked it up because it's done the rounds in the memosphere since then.
All right, let me
dive
into the memosphere as I have several times already.
Purple blue fetus Courage.
Oh yeah, that's pretty scary. That's I don't know, I kind of respect Courage the Cowardly Dog, but I just didn't enjoy it. And it wasn't even like I was too scared of it. I just thought Courage was an annoying character, And because for the first hour of this, he doesn't talk. He just
That's true to the show, though. He only said a couple of lines per episode.
Yeah, so this is what I wanted to ask. Because... And then he goes like, Meow! But I so distinctly remember him having a catchphrase that he would say, "Oh, I need to save them," or "My name's not Billy Pajamas," or whatever. And then he would look at the camera and go, "And it's not."
Maybe. I've never heard that, but I didn't watch it that much. It was one of those things like Ferb from Phineas and Ferb, another cartoon you haven't seen.
I have,
where it'd be he'd be reserved to delivering one English spoken line per episode, basically.
Oh yeah, so there's if you go to the trope, or "My name isn't," it's the example above the paragraph explaining it says, "There's something wrong here," or "My name isn't Jose Santos de Guatemala," and it's not Courage from Courage the Cowardly Dog.
There you go.
But for a character who doesn't talk that much, that's an insane catchphrase. That's so wordy.
Yeah. Well, maybe it's that he chooses not to talk.
Maybe he's taken a vow of silence.
I don't know if you noticed, Richard, but he's a pretty cowardly dog.
I would say he's actually quite courageous.
Well, speaking of, I did think it was quite profound in this movie. There's a message in this film about fear, because Scooby and Shaggy are listening to this podcast throughout it, which is this, this life affirming words of affirmation. Don't be scared. Kind of become in control of your own anxiety, and they teach it to Courage. And there's basically, what is it? It's the message that really hits home with Courage is
being scared. Or being brave isn't the absence of fear. It's overcoming the fear and still doing it.
Yeah. So but bravery is when you're still scared, but you do it anyway. And not only is that something that I mentioned in like the second movie we watched for this podcast, I said that's what appealed to me about Shaggy, was that he's still like, jumps head first into saving the day, even though it terrifies him. So I thought that was kind of a poignant, yet another Chekhov's gun being fired towards the end of the episode. But only a couple hours ago, Richard, you were talking about how you deal with nerves and going out and performing, it's not too dissimilar from what you described, which was basically like just doing it anyway. And so I don't know. I'll take it. I'll take it as the universe communicating to us through the final few Scooby-Doo movies.
Yeah, I did want to ask as well, just as we near the end of this episode, is there any updates you can give us on any of the storylines, or have they all been closed?
I think they've all been closed. The only thing we could, maybe if we're ready to move on to the final film, or is there more stuff you want to talk about?
I don't really have much more to say about straight out of nowhere. I do in the reception part on Wikipedia, Common Sense Media gave this 2 out of 5 stars, and Boca do Inferno said it's worth it for the opportunity to see them again on stage fighting monsters with fear, sympathy, and a lot of veracity. And I think it's interesting that they refer to this as seeing them again on stage.
Yeah.
And I wonder if they were reviewing the right thing.
Right, like they're watching one of the mini Scooby-Doo Broadway musicals.
Broadway plays. And they're like,
well, I thought before we move on then, Rich, before we move into our final film, I could give an update on the scoreboard for our guests' impressions leaderboard, because it's finished. We don't have any more guests, and so we now have a complete list. So I will read through it. How about that? Does that sound good?
Yeah. And then do we need to make any adjustments as well now that we're far removed from these guests?
they can't get upset if we choose not to.
We can say that they're actually shit.
So in 19th place equal is Christchurch musician Pickle Darling and Pokey the dog with did not attempt, 0 points each. Moving up to 18th, we've got Dave Warnocky with 1 attempt at Scooby-Doo. We gave him a point for the attempt, but he liked the idea so much of having the lowest possible score that he didn't attempt anymore. Have I screwed up the numbers here, or is that just an
Yeah, there's one column missing, so there's one extra column. So
no, it's Dr.
Pickle Darling is 18th equal, Dave Warnocky is 17th.
Yep, and then at 16th, we've got Dr. Erin Harrington with 2 points for a good Scooby. Again, she did not want to continue. Up on 2.5 points, we have the reluctant werewolf himself, Andy Matthews, who did a funny bad Scooby, a funny bad Shaggy, and showed us a kangaroo, and then did like an impression of an Elvis impression from a commercial or something like that.
It's been so long.
Yeah. Equal with Andy, we've got Grace Jarvis, who did a Scooby and a Velma, but did not feel up to the third round. And next up on 13th, we've got Jess Perkins, who did an impeccable re-he-he-he-he Scooby-Doo laugh. But chose to leave her legacy there. Moving up to 12th, we've got Tim Batt on 6 points, who did what we called a 2-point Scooby, a 2.5-point Shaggy, and what he swore to us was a 1.5 George Lowe from, I believe, Space Ghost, Coast to Coast. Then on we've got a tie for, what is that? Tie for 10th place with Hamish Parkinson and David Correos. Hamish gave us a very wet Scooby, a good Shaggy, and a pretty good Muttley, while Dave gave us a great Scooby, a not great Shaggy, and then a pretty good Boo Boo from Yogi Bear. Then on equal, it'll be 7th equal with... Yeah. 7th equal tie, Reese Matthewson, Alexi Toliopoulos, and Andrew Todd, all with 7 points. Reese gave us a really good Scooby, then a pretty good Shaggy, and then categorically the worst Muttley we've ever heard. So quiet, ladies and gentlemen. So quiet that now that I've edited it, I can confirm, if you're wondering, no, it didn't show up on his audio readout. It was just that bad. Andrew gave us a Yoda-esque but still pretty good Scooby, a pretty bad Shaggy, which encapsulated the vibe more than the voice, and then also a reference to, I believe, Harvey Birdman, which we didn't understand either. And Hamish Park David Correos. Oh, it was Alexi, sorry. And then Alexi gave us a great Scooby, a great Shaggy, and then did a funny Hunch Bunch impression, and I think this crippled his chances. I think in the early days of the podcast, we didn't know what to tell people, and so he went for an obscure impression that we just couldn't award as much, you know?
Well, yeah, it was from the movie we'd just watched with them. I also think that we hadn't quite figured, because with Alexi, we were sort of, it's like, you're the first one. All right, we'll give that a 2. And then I don't think we knew just how we would be willing to give away points when we are forced with, we're face to face with a guest who is trying their all, and we can't tell them that it's a bad impression.
Yeah. On fourth equal, we've got another three-way tie between Guy Montgomery, Alastair Tremblay-Birchall, and Carlyle Laurent, all with 7.5 points. Guy gave us a 3-point Shaggy, a 3-point Scooby, a 1.5-point Shaggy, and a 3-point Snagglepuss. Heavens to Murgatroyd. Exit stage right, even. Is that what he said? Alastair TB gave us a good Scooby, a good Shaggy, and a great Huckleberry Hound, while Carlyle gave us a really good Scooby, a pretty poor Shaggy, but then what I think it should be the jewel in his impressions crown, a real good Fred, which is like, who does a real good Fred, Like, I just thought... Carlyle, exactly. Then in second place... So I've fucked up the numbers a little bit, I guess.
Because so for those playing along at home, we're reading off an Excel spreadsheet, and occupying the number 1 position is the word leaderboard. This
is a problem with Excel. Excel need to give you the I've thought about this for years because I work with so many spreadsheets in my work, right? Like, Excel need to give you the option to make the top number 0, because this always happens. Anyway, in second place, we've got Britt Miggs on 8 points with 2.5 for Scooby, 2.5 for Shaggy, and then she just gave it her all with a Fred Flintstone, which I thought was great and deserves the second last spot. But in the lead place, we of course have Lily Hansen with 8.5 points on a 2.5 Scooby, a 3 Shaggy, and a 3 Yogi. I think the trend we've noticed here, Richard, is those who went for recognizable characters did better in the last round than anyone who went for something that mattered to them maybe a little more than us. So congratulations, Lily Hansen. Congratulations, Britt Miggs. And for the gold and silver, and then the bronze is tied between Guy Montgomery, Alastair Tremblay-Birchall, and Carlyle Laurent. Well done, everyone.
Well bloody done.
There is no prize. You probably aren't listening to this. I don't anticipate any of our guests will listen this deep in. But if any of them do, it'll be Lily Hansen who won. So congratulations.
Yeah. Well, AJ, I don't know about you, but I'm just about ready to get these bloody Scooby-Doos out of my system.
I've deleted the shortcut in my favorites to all the movies.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
Let's do it.
We got a mystery, some doing mysteries. Join the dream team. We're watching a Scooby-Doo. Choose a song. A single member of the cult elders directly pays for my suffering. Snack.
AJ, I don't know about you, but I have seen 47 Scooby-Doo movies.
You don't know about me. I have too, Richard. We did it, man. We watched 47 Scooby-Doo movies.
I think, in my defense, it's a pretty insane thing to assume someone else has seen 47 Scooby-Doo movies.
Wow, what an accomplishment to share, you know?
Yeah.
We did it, and it took us months, dude.
Yeah, man. And
we started before Christmas. It's now mid-February.
Yeah. Well, I was but 29 years old when we first started this. It's been a wild ride, I'll tell you that much.
I
for
agree.
Free. And
thank you.
Yeah, like when I think back to that naive little boy, that tiny, tiny little man, the infinitesimal child that started this endeavor with an even smaller boy.
Yeah.
You.
Yeah.
I don't recognize that person. And but I look at the Zoom call we're on now, and do you know what I see?
What?
See two men.
Yeah. I have one more update to make before we get in. Andrew Todd shared a birthday with Lily Hanson, not Britt Biggs, as you erroneously said on that episode. I have gotten up-to-date editing as well, if anyone's interested.
Yeah.
Like, the only stuff I have left to edit is the stuff you're listening to right now. So I didn't think I would get up-to-date at any point in this.
Yeah. Do you want to share the little discovery you made last night as well?
Yes. So you've been, for a long time, you've been like, what's the time code? What's the time code? Because we wanted to know how long it was going to be.
Yeah.
And you were like, I really just want you to send me a screenshot of the full time code when we've finally done it, just so we can have however long it is. And I'm devastated to discover something which I reckon very few people in the world discover, which is that Adobe Premiere has a 24-hour cap on its timelines. So I cannot get, unless I were to download an app that joins audio files together, which sounds like there's no industry-leading app that would do that, to be honest. It sounds like a nightmare. Surely we will never get that time code.
What's the maximum length for Audacity file? There's... This just put it in English, Doc. Come on.
Well, look, Richard, I can send you the files, and if you want to chuck them all together,
I will. We need to have a Scooby-Doo Snyder cut.
You need to have. I'm fine with the being split up. I made my peace with it when Barbie had to be split up.
Yeah. So, but at the present time, though, we were looking at about 26 hours up to the end of Lillian and Ruth. Yeah.
I imagine we don't know what we've recorded yet and what we haven't, but I imagine we will be looking at just under 28 hours for the final podcast, 10 hours longer than the Barbie one.
10 hours longer, 10 more films, an hour for each extra film. Yeah,
there you go.
So we will get to the final film, but yeah, I think. How did you feel? You watched this quite late at night, Trick or Treat Scooby-Doo, which is what we're talking about. How did you feel seeing that post-credit scene and knowing that you were done with Scooby-Doo?
My feelings for that are intrinsically tied to how I felt about the movie. So I feel like I can't test.
Well, okay then, fuckhead. I'll.
You can do it. I'm not.
So it's interesting. I remember finishing the final Barbie film, Princess Adventure, whatever it was called, like the most generic sort of title, which is actually kind of fitting that the last one's called Trick or Treat Scooby-Doo as well. That it's like you could set any of them at Halloween and call it that. But it's interesting with Barbie. It was like I remember, feeling like I'd become a man, and I look back at that tiny little boy that finished Barbie. But I remember Barbie finishing that was a sense of freedom, that it was, I'm no longer burdened with this in my life. But with Scooby-Doo, there was a bit of sweetness. It sort of felt like the end of Parasite, where I felt like I I'm going to miss this gang. And that could just be because it's a little more consistent with who these characters are. Like Barbie, there's not as much to latch on to through the whole thread. Yeah. I mean, you do obviously have the character of Barbie, but she changes based on what the film needs. But I did start to feel that sort of sense of companionship with the character of Barbie with those last few films that were tied into the TV series, where she sort of felt a lot more like a fully rounded character and a friend. And yeah, I don't know. I thought that finishing
times 5.
yeah. And I thought that finishing Trick or Treat Scooby-Doo would be I would feel this massive weight lifted off me, but I don't really feel anything, Joe.
Richard, I couldn't sympathize with you more because
because you may not know this, but I've also watched 47 Scooby-Doo movies.
I thought that Trick or Treat Scooby-Doo, and I'm not just doing this to be cute, this is my favorite Scooby-Doo movie.
Right, you're just doing that to be cute.
I thought this was great. I ranked it above Zombie Island on my ranking.
Wow.
I thought this was awesome. I thought it was crazy that we finished on such a we'll get into it, but this is a very good movie to finish a 47 movie podcast on. And I thought it was great. I thought this is what Scoob should have been. Like, give this the budget of Scoob, and I don't know what specifically you would
give
change.
Scoob the budget of this.
Yeah, and you would have a great movie. I think Trick or Treat Scooby-Doo is the best Scooby-Doo movie. I had a great time watching this movie.
Do you think that there could be some element of Stockholm Syndrome in there?
Potentially, but it's certainly, what I can tell you, it's not. It's not, this is the last one. I'm so excited because I had my finger hovering above the watch on 1.5 speed button when I turned this on, but I didn't because it caught my attention and it never let go of my attention, Richard. And I think if the Stockholm Syndrome is maybe like I'm used to a certain caliber of Scooby-Doo and then I watched this one and it was really good, but I fucking loved this one. I thought it was awesome. What did you think?
All right, well, calm down. Yeah, I enjoyed this one. It was cool. Like you say, I think it was a really interesting one to end on. And for a moment, I thought it was going to be a soft reboot of the series. And I thought it was going to be like the Meanwhile's the last episode of Futurama, that it's like, what do you say we go around again? It leads itself to a moment like that. But for the plot of this film, the cold open is that they stop this skiing cat in Nepal, and they reveal that they pull off the costume, and it's revealed that yes, there actually is a common thread in literally a common thread, like in all of the people we've unmasked, that their costumes were made by the same person, Coco Diablo, and
yep. So, ladies and gentlemen. The plot of the final Scooby-Doo movie that we're watching for the podcast is about the mystery gang confronting the mastermind behind all of the villain costumes. Yeah. And the actual villains from the classic where
it's like 10,000 Volt Ghost, and
well, that one specifically is retconned to be a new one, but the knight, the
knight, and
Ghost.
then they even say what a night for a night, which I'm pretty sure is the name of the first episode of Scooby-Doo.
Correct. Yeah. So it's full circle, ladies and gentlemen. It truly is right back round to maybe the most meta, but also most clever and joyous thing you could conclude a marathon-long Scooby-Doo podcast on. And also, the art style has been changed up. And I really like the art style.
Interesting. Yeah, before we get into the art style fully, just to elaborate slightly on the plot, that they're now the gang, because there's no more costumed monsters, they are now just solving the most boring, meaningless crimes. And there's a new rendition of the Scooby-Doo Where Are You theme song, which is like Scooby-Dooby-Doo. I'm so blue.
It's so good. And it's a
so
montage of them, like, they're hired to, like, find someone's missing other sock, or they're hired to find someone who can't find their car in a parking lot. And it's basically like, because they send Coco, what's her name? Coco Diablo, they send her to prison. And so without her creating Halloween costumes, all their mysteries are boring. And the thrust of the plot is basically that Fred is like, I can't do this, guys. I miss solving creepy capers. And then when a ghost starts attacking them, they're like, holy shit, this is it. We're back, baby. And they get Coco out of prison and ask her to help figure out what is going on, because it's obviously not her. And it ends in the end. It's revealed that the true villain was actually the warden of the prison, who's a massive fan of Mystery Inc. So he wanted to give them something to do. And his motive was
he wanted to give them one last mystery.
Yeah, but then he accidentally releases every villain from the prison, and so in almost like a Spider-Man No Way Home-esque ending, the like climax of the film is all the characters going around and like they adopt the costumes of the villains they're rounding up, and they attack them and put them back in jail. And there's this super funny shot at the end of the film where it pans across all the villains they've caught, and it's like 50 people long. It's fun. It goes for ages. And I assume it's something like, it'll be something like, these are all the character models from where Scooby-Doo, Where Are You?
It is like funny. It's there's a few like almost Family Guy-esque gags in this where there's just one repeated bit of animation that goes on a little too long and then comes around again that it's funny. But that's the moment that when everyone escaped from prison, I thought it was just going to end there and be like, all right, gang, saddle up. Looks like we've got a whole bunch of new mysteries to solve. And then I was like, what a fucking amazing ending to the franchise. And then so I was actually kind of bummed that they did just a little montage of rounding them all up,
It still ends with it has it's kind of a Family Guy-esque ending where earlier in the film Fred wishes in a wishing well and he tosses a coin in there to wish for more scary mysteries. And then after they get everyone arrested again, Fred's at the wishing well again. He's just like swashing cash into the mystery, into the wishing well, and everyone starts laughing, and they laugh for so long and they look so maniacal while doing it. And I was like, what a strange joke. And then it slowly moves down the well, and all the cash, it follows all the cash, and then this giant eyeball opens, presumably indicating a very strange but interesting cliffhanger for the series. And Richard, this film, I think, has the best post-credit scene I have ever seen in anything. Really? I thought it was so funny. Like, it's one of the funniest jokes in the film.
Now I think I see, I'm now starting to see into the delusion of this guy who thinks this is the best one.
So, towards the start of the third act, Shaggy and Scooby are at a vending machine, and they put cash in to get some treats, and a bag that literally has treats labeled on it, like catches on the hook, and they're trying to get it out and they can't, and they end up having to leave it there. Anyway, probably 20 minutes later, after the credits end, the post-credit scene starts, and it's the factory they were in, and it zooms in on the vending machine, and you just see the bag of treats drop from the hook.
And it goes, boom.
I thought it was such a funny, because it's like it's making fun of post-credit scenes, like this one loose thread we left in the movie is developed.
I do have to ask, AJ, and I mean no disrespect when I ask this, but were you possibly high when you watched this?
No, not at all.
Wow.
I wasn't high at all. I would never do that when I'm working, Richard.
Were you in your loft?
No, I was sitting on my couch watching it on my laptop.
So you were low, you were at ground level.
Exactly.
I thought I was going to be able to have a gotcha moment.
What, did you hate this one or something?
No, I just think that, I'm so happy for you that this is what you're ending on. And I did enjoy this one. I would put it in my top half, definitely. But I stopped ranking about 10 or 15 movies ago and thought, I'll get round to it. And now I probably just won't finish my ranking. But it's fun. I didn't like the animation style on this, though, I don't think.
This might be a crucial differentiator then.
Yeah, so the animation style, you were like, oh, can you get some information on that? This is the first film to adopt the animation style from Scooby-Doo and Guess Who, which came out in 2019.
So there's more that looks like this.
Yeah, so Scooby-Doo and Guess Who is
like
this
this
animation style, yeah.
Oh, awesome! I didn't know that.
And fun fact as well, I forgot to mention for the last film, but Scooby-Doo Meets Courage was originally pitched as an episode of Scooby-Doo and Guess Who, and then was just extrapolated into a feature film.
Right. So to describe it for people, I'll do my sincere description, then you can do the silly funny one that you messaged me earlier on. It's sort of it almost looks like it's like a throwback to the original, but everyone's a little more elastic. I think they draw a new character model for every shot, so it's not like something like South Park where they just go insert asset. It's like every new scene they're drawing everyone again, and everyone's a lot more stretchy. It kind of reminded me of like old school rubber hose animation. It's not quite that, and it's certainly not. It's not pie eyes or anything like that. But there's just this really fun elasticity to it that I found very satisfying and visually pleasing to look at.
It is cheaper. That like it's the character models are simplified. There's a lot. There's less. There's no real shading, but it does have like painted backgrounds, but I think like artificially painted.
Yeah,
which
they're
is
cool.
But
they're like concept art almost.
Yeah, but pretty much every frame of the film has like a bounce in it. Like everyone's hair is always bouncing, the skin is always bouncing, and again, this is one of those things we've talked about things like this before, where it's like there is absolutely words to describe what specifically the vibe we're talking about, and someone in the industry might know exactly what we're talking about. But for me, like it feels like it's like flash animation and I think flash animation might be more ubiquitous than I'm sort of imagining it, but it has a lot more of the vibe of like Homestar Runner or Happy Tree Friends or those kind of things. I described it to you as a very well animated Newgrounds porn parody.
Yeah.
That there is a cheapness
something you'd stumble
to it.
across on Eborb's world and be like, I knew something was up when the characters' movement kind of didn't look as uniform as they do in the show.
Yeah, but there's a lot of stretch and squeeze to the animation, which I do love. Animation that plays with that and doesn't feel, anchored to the real world limb movements and things like that, which Courage the Cowardly Dog did a lot of, and every scared reaction of Scooby, Shaggy, and Courage, which there was so many in that film, it was animated. Like he would turn into little cubes, all of his limbs would leave his body, he would get 1,000 eyes, his eyes would be in the middle of his mouth, and that was fun. That they did that, and that's something that I imagine is staying true to the idea of the original show. But yeah, I don't know. Here, I think I only really saw the cheapness of it, and that it was just this very sort of flash animation-y style that I don't know if I can 100% describe. But if you look up a clip of this film, there's just a vibe. There's something that feels off, or something that's feels on after 46 movies of feeling off. But yeah, it is one interesting thing. I can't remember if we've pointed this out in the last 26, 27 hours, but this is, by official canon, this is the 37th direct-to-video Scooby-Doo film, because that doesn't include the 4 that we started with before Zombie Island, the 5 live-action ones, and the one that's 45 minutes. What was that?
It doesn't include the puppet one, but it does include
the Lego
Hollywood, the one we didn't watch.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't? Okay.
It includes the Lego ones, but it doesn't include the puppet one.
Right, I see.
But yeah, it's funny that like the official canon, that because we didn't plan anything around the numbers or around ending on this one or anything like that, but it is funny that like by official canon we have covered the same amount of Scooby-Doo films as Barbie films because of when we happen to cover this.
yeah, that's great. I just feel like there were so many things that really felt like this was made to end a podcast. Like even what I said before, it ends with them all laughing maniacally in this like weird off-brand scene that just felt like it represented the insanity of what we're doing and things like that.
Should we end the podcast like that?
Yeah, definitely. And I liked again just the meta plot setup, and in a rare role reversal here, Richard, I did a very Richardian thing after watching this movie and throughout all of today.
You're a fat loser idiot who no one
likes.
Yes,
yeah. No, I was already that. That's why we're attracted to each other. That's why we're drawn to each other.
It's like literally our gravitational pull.
There is a few different songs in this. You mentioned the like down buzz version of Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? Which is so funny.
I'm so blue.
But there's a song in this called Change by someone named Joseph Holiday that plays it plays once during like a montage and then in the credits. And I felt so emotionally moved by the song, Richard, that I have been listening to it all day since watching this movie. I watched it last night. Well, finished it probably like 2 a.m. this morning. Yeah. Have been listening to it since then. It's this weird like kind of like 80s throwback from 2012 sounding.
It's very
Naked and like, Famous kind of thing.
Yeah, or like the Cure sort of throwback, or She Wants Revenge.
Yeah,
was a band that very very reminiscent of the Cure sort of
stuff. The chorus goes, I could change, I could rearrange, I could get strange with you. And it's like, what a cool like chorus lyric that is. And the music, it's the trance 80s throwback nature of it. It feels like I'm on a rocket ship, Richard, and I am blasting out of Scooby-Doo. I am blasting away. Yeah. I'm holding your hand. We're changing, rearranging, and getting strange with each other as we hold hands in this rocket ship out of the nebula that is Scooby-Doo into the uncertain future. And it's a song that if I were a more emotionally available person would have brought tears to my eyes, I think. And I wouldn't have done it on purpose. It's just you end 47 Scooby-Doo
I wouldn't have cried on purpose.
you end the 47th Scooby-Doo movie you've watched in 2.5 months, and then it plays like this really emotionally hard-hitting song. Yeah. It's like, yes, this is exactly what I wanted.
It also plays Ballroom Blitz earlier in the film.
That was a bit of a weird one.
That was a bit of a weird one. That's such a weird song. Yeah. So one thing that we haven't mentioned that's the big talking point about this film, the reason that this isn't actually the reason, but this film in the Scooby-Doo fan base isn't very well liked. It's got about 50% on.
Really? Yeah. Fuck you guys, man. Get over yourselves. This was great.
The Scooby-Doo fan base hasn't liked any of the films for quite a while.
The Scooby-Doo fan base need to get over themselves because what they want is the past. They're like Star Wars fans.
Yeah. But one of the big talking points about this film...
This is such an inventive idea for a film. How can this not be liked? I'm sorry. It's so frustrating to me to hear that because I watched this and I was like, people must have loved this one. It feels like a return to form combined with like this refreshing new comedic styling. I don't know.
There was Audie Harrison, the director, by the way, who I haven't mentioned yet. But also this film came out a couple months ago, October 4th, 2022. At the time of recording is the most recent film release that we've ever covered on Film Franchise Fortnights. But yes, the reason that this made headlines in October of 2022 was that Velma is explicitly attracted to women in this film, and she crushing big time on Coco Diablo, a character who I can only assume is modeled after the Road to El Dorado love interest.
Chell.
What's it? Chell, yeah. Like surely, right? The dark skin with the sort of the platinum hair.
Well, Chell doesn't have platinum hair, but they do have a similar hair style.
Shall I have platinum hair?
No, she's black hair.
Who am I thinking of? Oh, I'm thinking of Atlantis, the Lost Empire.
Ah, right. I thought you were thinking of the woman from The Incredibles. That.
Mirage.
Mirage. She kind of looks
but no,
like that.
But your Coco Diablo, it's like, in this very bouncy animation style, it's doing her a lot of favors. I'll tell you that
much.
Boing.
I'll tell you what, my thoughts when I first saw her, Richard, move over, Daphne. AJ's got a new Scooby-Doo crush. She may be gay though, so this might not end well for me.
Well, she's also not real.
That's true. Even worse.
It's funny, the idea that you're like, oh, well, being gay is like not that much of a hurdle, but no, yeah.
When I said even worse, I meant worse for me, just to clarify. I am not saying, I'm not revealing this deep into a podcast that I have homophobic hang-ups.
But it's like her boobies are animated separately.
Richard, her boobies, they have a sort of je ne sais quoi to them. One of them's je ne sais, one of them's quoi.
But her hip sway, every time she walks, it's like a meter side to side that they sway. And it's like, she's the most sort of, it feels like they're going for a very Disney-esque sort of thing with her, that it's these very big expressions that change from frame to frame. So every single line on her entire body and expression is moving every single frame. And it's to show off how voluptuous she is and how dastardly she is. But she was a fun character, and I can see why Velma was crushing big time on her.
I would go as far as to say I hope that she joins the gang, at least for the next foreseeable whatever movies are coming out next. Like I genuinely thought she was a really enjoyable character, and I think she had a dynamic that hasn't been seen in the Mystery Gang. Like, she is this dark, kind of almost sinister character.
Yeah, I like this character who's like hips swaying side to side, his boobies animated separately. And you're like, I just thought she added an interesting dynamic. I think she should come back.
Yeah.
So is there anything else you want to say about Trick or Treat Scooby-Doo? You've been messaging me all day, being like, I have to talk to you about Trick or Treat Scooby-Doo, and I'm like, AJ, we've got a fucking recording we're going to be doing about it.
Well, most of this was just how hot I thought that Coco Diablo was. The other thing I forgot to mention, it's called Trick or Treat Scooby-Doo because the movie is framed around Scooby and Shaggy wanting to finish this up in time so they can go trick-or-treating, and ultimately learning that they need to put responsibility first. And I thought that was a very cute storyline to give them, and I really liked that as well. So, yeah. Who was any guest, like, famous voice actors in this one?
NoHo Hank from
that's
Anthony Carrigan played Trevor Gloom, and Morana Velasco, who plays Coco Diablo, doesn't have a Wikipedia page. Interestingly,
I was waiting for the credits to see like who this famous voice would be, and she's not famous apparently. Richard, I think that might be it, buddy. I think that might be all I have to say about Scooby-Doo as a whole.
Scooby-Doo as a whole.
Scooby-Doo is a hole. What a great joke to end.
All right, well, no, we're not ending just yet. We do have a couple other little things to get through before we get out of here and let you, the listener, go about your merry day, which, unless you listen to this sped up, is a different day than you started listening to it, no matter what. Like, you know, you started this at midnight when the episode released. You live in New Zealand. It's tomorrow now.
Yeah.
How does that make you feel, listener?
Yeah, listener.
Let us know if you listen to this in one go.
Yeah.
I could change, rearrange, and get strange for you. If you want me to. If you want me to.
And that was the last whatever theme song you'll hear for the episode.
Yeah.
Stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
I will. That's good, that theme song. So it's been so long, AJ, since we've had to end an episode of Film Franchise Fortnights that I've bloody gone and forgotten how to do it.
Oh, no.
So what do we do? Continue the franchise?
Well, and what is now a new record for how many movies watched while, like, and forgetting to do French Wise at 47, up from like maybe like 5. I say we leave French Wise for now. There's something inexplicable about Scooby-Doo that means it's It's
It was a franchise long before we hopped on.
So why don't we move into? I think we talked about the titles enough as we did it. So and we did IMDb
Best
trivia
title,
as
worst
we
title?
did it. Best title is I'm gonna say probably one of the ones that didn't start with Scooby-Doo. One of the ones like Chill Out Scooby-Doo I liked, or Alone.
And worst title?
Scoob, easy.
Straight out of nowhere for me.
Yeah, you're kind of unmotivated, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, they do have Eustace sing straight out of nowhere.
Oh, we didn't talk about that. I thought that sucked. That was so. It was borderline racist that moment. But yeah, I say we move right into continue the franchise, Richard, where we pitch our own continuations for Scooby-Doo. But before that, do you have a couple of things to tell me, Richard, about what world that may be?
So there was a prequel. I mean, a lot of this, we spoke about Scoob Holiday Haunt already, I believe. Is that right?
Well, not. We didn't give the full rundown. I said we would, but we haven't.
Okay, so Scoob Holiday Haunt was a prequel to Scoob with the younger versions of the characters that was supposed to come out the Christmas just gone. But on August 2nd, 2022, it was announced that the film was being cancelled by Warner Brothers Discovery as a cost-cutting measure, despite being practically finished. The premise was to celebrate Scooby-Doo's first Christmas, 10-year-old Shaggy and the gang take him to a holiday-themed resort owned by Fred's favourite Uncle Ned. When the park is beset by a ghostly haunting, the kids must solve a 40-year-old mystery to save the resort and show Scooby the true meaning of Christmas.
Yeah, so a midquill between the introductory scenes of Scoob and where the movie fell apart. I think that could have been interesting. This was next to Batgirl was cancelled, right? This was like the lesser, the one that upset a lot less people, but yeah. So, do you reckon this will ever get released, or is this?
So Tony Schiavone said, and the director, in November 4th, 2022, said that the film was 100% finished. That they were still being paid to work on it, even though the film was now not getting a release. So they finished the film, after the cancellation, and. It's Warner Brothers Discovery has no current plans to release it at all, but it is. And I saw Tony Schiavone essentially being like, on Twitter, people have been like, just leak it, or like, hopefully it leaks one day. And he's like, that's not how I didn't want this. I don't want people to see it leaked, like, not only is it illegal and you would be sharing a stolen version of my movie, but it's also just like, I didn't want you to see it like that.
Did Tony Schiavone direct this one? Because he did Scoob.
Yes, he did.
Nice.
And so it is. Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer. What's his face? Young Sheldon was coming back as Shaggy.
Ian someone. I always remember because I thought Ian was an interesting... You don't meet a lot of children named Ian.
But yeah. And also McKenna Grace plays Daphne, she's quite a good young actress.
Yeah. And just the other day, there was another cancelled Scooby-Doo.
So I do have that written down as well, that the Scooby-Doo and the Haunted High-Rise was revealed the other day to have been cancelled. That was sort of its announcement. But yeah, that was going to feature the Hex Girls returning.
Was this going to be in the Guess Who Scooby-Doo style? Do we know that? Is this like in this? Like we talked a lot about eras on the past 28 hours, and I'm just wondering, would have this continued as part of the Guess Who era?
Yeah. I mean, this is like Pop Crave just said Scooby-Doo and the Haunted High Rise starring the Hex Girls was shelved and turned into a tax write-off. Director Carolyn Gear reveals, but there's no real further information than just that one tweet. But yeah, that's a bummer. I would have liked to see the Hex Girls, especially in a new thing. That obviously we're talking about Scooby-Doo, so there is so fucking many continuations of this franchise. It's got a legacy bigger than either of us can ever hope to achieve. It's just some fun other crossovers. I saw there's the Scooby-Doo project.
We should do that for film franchise follow-ups. I would love to.
We should. That's a good idea. There was an episode of Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law, where he has to help Scooby and Shaggy deal with possession charges, and it's called Scooby Busted. And there's an episode of Teen Titans Go where they play Family Feud against the Teen Titans, the Scooby Gang does.
Oh, cool.
And there's the Supernatural crossover. They're in Space Jam, A New Legacy as well. But there's also the one that sort of interested me the most was there's a comics series called Scooby Apocalypse, which is like it's set in it's distributed by DC, and it's like a Scooby-Doo in a post-apocalyptic hellscape.
Interesting. Okay. Well, there's a whole world out there for us to explore now that we're certified Scooby-Doo fans.
Yeah, most famously as well, the reason that you're hearing about Scooby-Doo lately other than this podcast is obviously the Velma TV series, which is the lowest rated piece of content ever made according to IMDb user ratings. But yeah, just got renewed for a second season.
Did it?
Well... Yeah,
that's crazy.
Yeah, so Scooby-Doo and the Haunted High Rise got scrapped around the same time that Velma season 2 was announced.
I would be so unmotivated to do a season 2 after this critical reception. That's so weird that it got picked up.
Yeah, I mean, what's the bet that they're going to come back and there's going to be some better storyline about how like people didn't like the first season because it was super feminist, you know?
Yeah, they'll try to claim that. Whereas it's actually been like more so criticized for its like flagrant body shaming and things like that,
and borderline racism.
Yeah. Borderline racism is, I reckon, almost as bad as racism.
Yeah. But now, of course, if this is your first time flying with Cult Popture Airlines, we are now going to pitch our continuations of the franchise where we would like to see the franchise go. And AJ, I'm going to go first.
Okay.
So I'm pitching a live action spin-off about Fred.
All right. What am I supposed to do here, Richard? Am I supposed to go, oh no, you stole my idea that I told you about an hour ago. Curse you. Curse you for stealing my idea.
That was what you're supposed to do. Please explain your idea, AJ.
I want to do it started out as like, we spent this podcast, probably more than anyone, learning about Fred Jones, more so than any other character. And so I started to think about like the origins of Fred and what the world looks like from his perspective. And Richard, I reckon we've got a live action, it started as a live action film. And it's changed, but I'll reveal what it's changed to at the end. So it's sort of about like the world from Fred's perspective, and he's this happy-go-lucky guy who slowly becomes more crushed by the weight of responsibility he has as leader of these teenagers. And it ends up being this introspective look into Fred's life, and it's called Fred, Where Are You? You know, like Scooby-Doo, where are you? And playing Fred, Richard, I was like, let's cast my new favorite. Let's get Paul Mescal as Fred Jones, right? And then I was like, fuck it. Shall I just cast all of A24's Scooby-Doo live action movie? And so I thought, let's go Beanie Feldstein for Velma. Let's go Lucas Hedges for Shaggy. And to match the chemistry we've already seen with Paul Mescal as Fred, let's get Daisy Edgar Jones as Daphne. We'll put a wig on her, dye her hair, and yeah.
Who was Scooby then?
Scooby would just be a dog. Frank Welker is Scooby.
Yeah, it has to be. Yeah.
And so yeah, this is Fred, Where Are You, Richard? And it started out as like what I thought could be quite a serious movie until I pivoted at the end because I realized what I'd actually done is made an SNL sketch for when Paul Mescal inevitably guest hosts SNL. So that's officially my Scooby-Doo Continue the Franchise, is that when Paul Mescal eventually does a guest host on SNL, that they should do Fred, Where Are You?
Like A24's Scooby-Doo.
A24's Scooby-Doo, yeah. Which is, that would get clicks on YouTube.
Yeah. Or like a Patrick H. Willems. What if A24 distributed
Scooby-Doo? Done them for about 8 years, but yes, one of those.
That's good. I enjoy that.
Thank you. What do you got for me?
So my Continue the Franchise, this is actually following on from something we didn't talk about with Trick or Treat Scooby-Doo, is that the storyline or one of the subplots in that film is Daphne not realizing, not knowing what her place is in the Scooby gang. There's a moment where they trap they catch Coco Diablo by tricking her and by dressing up, and Fred's explaining how everyone worked on this plan, and Daphne goes, and I don't know what I did. And then the whole thing is like her trying to find, and then at the end of it she says, I think we should be co-leaders of the mystery gang, and Fred says, you are the leader, I'm just the driver, essentially. And then
he looks in a rearview mirror and it says, objects in this mirror are probably Fred Jones.
Yeah, maybe Fred Jones. Yeah. That it was, and I thought that was such a disservice to the character of Daphne,
right?
That after all this time, and also taking down an evil mastermind who deals in fashion, and you're telling me Daphne Blake had nothing to do with that.
Right.
That's fucking bullshit, and I will not have it.
Wow.
I will not have this Daphne slander. And so I want to make a spin-off series a la Velma about the most misunderstood character in the history of fiction, Daphne Blake. And I think that if anyone deserves them, like, people love Velma. Velma doesn't need a series explaining who she really is and what she's really like. People overlook Daphne, and I'm the first person to say that hot people and popular people don't have real problems because they don't. And I think that, so I think that. So this is me turning over a new leaf, essentially, to pitch a show like this. But I kind of like the idea of this actually being like a sequel to the series, that the band, the Scooby Gang has disbanded, but she is she's the one that's still wanting to solve mysteries. Maybe the gang have all died.
Right.
You know?
Oh my god.
And
what if it's like Scooby they split up, Scooby dies because he's a dog, and they meet again when they returned for his funeral. That's how they get back in contact.
But I just think that the character of Daphne Blake has so much more to offer. And the thing that I love about Daphne Blake, and she's really come into being one of my favorite characters. Next time one of those Twitter post your 4 favorite characters things come up, I'm posting Daphne.
I'm posting Daphne.
That there's this sexist term that gets thrown around a lot.
Okay.
That calling a character a Mary Sue. So Ray from the Star Wars sequel trilogy is often called a Mary Sue, and the idea of a Mary Sue is that it's a female character who's like an author insert, and it's a character who can do everything effortlessly, and it is
something that's never happened with any male characters ever.
Yeah.
No male author has ever self-inserted a character.
Yeah, who's good at everything.
Yeah.
But I think there is also that for a while it's coming right, but I think there was an overcorrection in blockbusters for a bit that was like, we can't show female characters having any flaws, that it's like there was this movement to be like, no, we need powerful female characters, we need good female characters, and there was, your gun for hire blockbuster writers and directors took that to mean our female characters can't have any flaws, they can't be real people. And so I think that's why we got elements of Rey Skywalker.
So
I hate saying that,
if the pendulum is swinging that way so far into this overcorrection of something like Rise of Skywalker's Rey, it swings back in the other direction, and we get the Velma series, where it's like, no, they can be fucking flawed.
Yeah.
They can be flawed to the point where you don't like them
they
anymore.
Can have no positive traits, yeah. But I think that Daphne is such an interesting character that there's been nothing in 47 Scooby-Doo movies, not all of which feature Daphne, to be fair, but there's been nothing in any of the movies we've just watched that made me think that's unrealistic for this character to be that good at everything. Everything that she is good at feels true to her character, and she is also flawed. she's still a very quote unquote girly character. She still likes pretty things, and like we know when they go to Comic-Con, she's obsessed with one of the things as well. It's like the more girly one than liking the Blue Falcon or whatever. But she has these quirky obsessions, and she is also, you know, great at kicking butt. And the fact that she just managed to avoid ever sort of like, I mean, she, like I've mentioned a couple of times, we've never really seen her as a damsel in distress. And when we joined this franchise in 1988, sorry, we were already trying to figure out, okay, how can we be less sexist about this Daphne character? And it's been so interesting to watch along the way what they do with Daphne, and yeah, she's absolutely become my favorite character.
Time capsule for each era for
yeah, and you know, I was reading apparently that, and I think the Mystery Incorporated series, her thing was she was like MacGyver. That
makes sense because she
could put things together and she can build stuff, and you know.
Yeah, we've seen that in a couple of the movies as well. We've seen that in both the last two movies, in fact. You know who's a similar character to Daphne Blake is Al Woods from Legally Blonde, where it's like embracing what we'd describe as particularly girly traits, but is also like a capable human being with with strengths and weaknesses. And yeah, I agree with you. I think
because there's this the Hollywood has this idea that if you're creating a strong female character, you are creating a masculine female character. Yeah. And it's so refreshing to see someone who still embraces being girly, you know, traditionally girly. Yeah, and so I just want to see more of Daphne Blake. That's I was thinking about this today, that just the 180s and 360s I've done on this franchise has been so fascinating that I started this being like, I hate Scooby-Doo, and then I kind of come around to liking Scooby-Doo, but I've also come around to being like, Scooby and Shaggy are probably the least interesting parts of the series, and I've went and been like, I have such a crush on Velma, to like, Velma fucking sucks, and Daphne is where it's at.
I mean, as I said, when the credits rolled on Trick or Treat Scooby-Doo, I was like, I kind of want more of this now. Like, I kind of want to see more. I don't want to leave, Richard. I don't. Well, part of me does, but part of me necessarily doesn't. I think the overwhelming emotion, though, that I'm feeling as we enter the tail end of the episode, Richard, is this deep, profound fear that is no one going to listen? No one going to listen this deep? What if we've really pushed our luck? You're pushing your luck, Scoob, with making this long. Maybe 18 hours on Barbie was the peak that our small fan base were willing to listen to. What if nearly 30 hours is too much?
Yeah, an 18-hour Barbie episode, that's funny.
Yeah.
Is a 28-hour Scooby-Doo episode even funny?
Or even funnier, we can only hope.
What do you think? If you were a listener, if your favourite podcast...
I wouldn't listen to our podcast.
Wow.
If I didn't host
it. Okay, but no, if your favourite podcast... did a 28-hour episode about Scooby-Doo, would that excite you, or
I think it would excite me. I think something marathon length would excite me, but I don't know if just practically I'd have the time to listen to it. I would probably fall asleep through a lot of it. I can tell you that much.
And then you'll be woken up by,
where are you?
Yeah. Well, I mean, we can only... I tell you what, if you're listening this far, first person to listen to this... We've already done one of these earlier. I can't remember what the word was, so you'll have to...
I can't remember either.
All right, now let's commit this to memory. The first person to say, puppy power on the Discord, because you've got to this point, that's how we'll know.
You'll get a little DM from both of us saying, thank you very much.
Well, Richard, I hate to say it, buddy, but... this is the end. This is.
We've got a couple more things we do have to do. We do have to rank that franchise, which is something that neither of us like doing.
Fuck. All right. Well, let's do that. We're going to rank that franchise. Over at letterboxd.com/cultpopture, you'll be able to find a list we've made of every franchise we've ever watched. And now we're going to rank the eclipsing Scooby-Doo franchise with the rest of them. What are we looking at,
adding
Richard?
Scooby-Doo meets the Boo Brothers to it. I mean,
Oh, the Boo Brothers, such simple times.
Just because this is one thing, we're not going to bother with splitting it live action or anything like that. We're just doing Scooby-Doo as a franchise.
Yeah, just because I can't be bothered taking this as seriously as we've taken almost everything else we do on this podcast.
I think this goes between Rise of the Planet of the Apes and Rocky.
No.
And number 4.
You do not think that.
Where do you think Scooby-Doo
I'm not
goes?
looking at it right now. Do you want to give me pick a random franchise? I'll tell you if Scooby-Doo's a better franchise than it.
Okay, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yes, it's a better franchise than Dungeons and
What?
Dragons.
Do you know we've been talking about to this day, Dungeons and Dragons still the worst. It's not. Scorpion King's in the bottom position.
I feel like it got moved there accidentally at some point.
All right. Well, Dungeons and Dragons. You're back in last place.
Okay.
So, is it better than Jaws?
It's better than Jaws, the franchise.
Is it better than Ghostbusters?
No.
Really? Is it better than El Mariachi?
No.
Is it better than Ocean's 11?
No.
Is it better than Friday the 13th?
This is a good comparison. What do you think? Do you think it's better? Probably not.
I would quite happily put Scooby-Doo in top 10.
Really?
No, I don't know.
What I reckon? What's below Friday the 13th?
We've got Friday, Nightmare, and Halloween are together.
Okay, I think this is actually put it above Halloween.
Wait, so you want to split up the
Yeah, I want to split
trio.
it up with another horror classic.
Another horror franchise, okay. Cool, save, and I've made this list private.
And
for you prying eyes.
What?
So that is in number 41.
Number 40, the 41st best franchise we've watched. Imagine if it was 47. Could we have squeezed it? What's in 47?
47 is SpongeBob.
Yeah, could we focus on the negatives of Scooby-Doo enough to put it in the 47th place to match the number of movies? But no, I'm happy with that. And yeah, I guess it feels redundant to do this, but if you've enjoyed this podcast, everyone, head on over to the Discord, tell us what you thought. Head on over to Twitter and Instagram, follow us over there at Cultpopture. You can email us at cultpopturemedia@gmail.com. And if you want to support us for our 20-30 hour long podcasts, you can do that over at patreon.com/cultpopture, where you get all sorts of rewards, including telling us something to talk about in the post-credit scene. And yes, there will be a post-credit scene to the Scooby-Doo episode. But before we do the post-credit scene, we need to reveal what our next franchise is, as voted on by our $1 patrons over at patreon.com/cultpopture.
All right, so I'm just pulling up the list here. So we had some good suggestions this
Good, healthy
week.
competition.
Yeah, healthy competition, which is what we always you love to see it. So yeah, the early lead was taken by, I believe, Jackass and Pitch Perfect. They were, but in the lead, just squeezing ahead of The Trip movies with Steve Coogan and Rob Brydon, is we are next going to be covering the Kissing Booth trilogy.
Look,
of Netflix films. Is this a series I believe you once said didn't count as a franchise because they came out so quickly?
Just because it felt so manufactured. It might have been To All the Boys I've Loved Before, though. I can't remember which one.
Right, okay, yeah.
But look, I'll take it. I'll take 3 movies after 47. That sounds like a cakewalk now. So yeah, we'll be back in 2 weeks. No breaks before we go into the next
No one's
episode.
going to fucking listen to the Kissing Booth episode. They're still going to listen to Scooby-Doo.
But that being said, if you're wondering, hey, where's your other famous segment, the Meeting of the Elders? This is an announcement. This year we are making Meeting of the Elders its own show on the Cult Popture podcast. So we're still working out the schedule exactly, but I'm thinking it'll be after every second film franchise Fortnights episode will be a meeting of the elders episode.
Which will kind of act as like a mailbag episode.
A debrief of the previous 3 episodes of the Cult Popture podcast, including off weeks. So the following episode after this episode will be the first ever meeting of the elders devoted episode where we'll talk about your guys' response to Scooby-Doo. I'm sure a lot of you are wanting your thoughts on the Mary Kate and Ashley movies to be read out as well, and we'll talk about them and anything else that has come up in the time between then and now. So if you want to have your thoughts discussed on the podcast, there is now going to be 1 episode a month which is going to be devoted entirely to that, and the way to get on there is to join our Cult Elders tier over on Patreon. And Richard, it's been a pleasure. Now let's fucking go. Let's get out of here and do a post-credit scene. I've enjoyed this marginally, but it's been so much better enjoying it marginally with you, Richard. Welcome along to the post-credits scene. This is a segment where at the end of each episode, even 28-hour-long episodes, where if you donate to $5 or more over at patreon.com/cultpopture, you get to give us something to talk about in the post-credits scene. Richard, who's it from and what is it?
So, for a bumper episode, I've given us a bumper post-credit scene. So this consists of 2 questions sent in by Ian Sterner, aka Bliss My Dog. The first one is, can you guys recite the steamed hams segment from The Simpsons? I'm sending you a link to the script now. They go on to write, I want to hear the back and forth between Seymour and Chalmers as done by Richard and AJ, so let's do that. I think if we were to go with the respective roles that Ian has assigned us, it would be me as Skinner and you as Chalmers, although I think that our characters, our personas, I think suit the other way around a lot more.
Okay, so what do you want to do?
I'll be Chalmers, you be Skinner.
Okay. Are we doing
well,
impressions?
Seymour? Yeah. Well, I guess actually, because
make it your own. Make it your own.
Okay. Well, Seymour, I made it, despite your directions.
Superintendent Chalmers, welcome. I hope you're prepared for an unforgettable luncheon.
Yes.
Egads, my roast is ruined. But what if I were to purchase fast food and disguise it as my own cooking? Delightfully devilish, Seymour.
Skinner, with his crazy explanations, the superintendent's gonna need his medication. When he hears Skinner's lame exaggerations, there'll be trouble in town tonight. Seymour!
Superintendent, I was just stretching my calves on the windowsill. Isometric exercise. Care to join me?
Why is there smoke coming out of your oven, AJ?
That isn't smoke. It's steam. Steam from the steamed clams we're having. Steamed clams. Scene change. Superintendent, I hope you're ready for some mouth-watering hamburgers.
I thought we were having steamed clams.
No, I said steamed hams. That's what I call hamburgers.
You call hamburgers steamed hams?
Yes, it's a regional dialect.
Uh-huh. What region?
Central Canterbury.
Really? Well, I'm from Christchurch, and I've never heard anyone use the phrase steamed hams.
Oh, no, not in Christchurch. It's a Timaroo expression.
I see.
Takes
these hamburgers are quite similar to the ones they have at Krusty Burger.
No, patented Skinner Burgers, old family recipe.
For steamed hams?
Yes.
And you call them steamed hams, despite the fact that they're obviously grilled.
Yeah. The one thing I should... Excuse me for a second.
And of course.
Well, that was wonderful. A good time had by all. I'm pooped.
Yes, I should be. Good Lord, what is happening in there?
Aurora Borealis?
Aurora Borealis. At this time of year, at this time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely within your kitchen?
Yes.
May I see it?
No.
Seymour! The house is on fire!
No, Mother, it's just the Northern Lights.
Well, Seymour, you are an odd fellow, but I must say, you steam a good ham.
What a weird thing to end our Scooby-Doo episode on.
Well, that's not all, because Agnes has one more line. Help! Help! I will say, just on the steamed hams thing, underrated line in that the opening line, "Well, Seymour, I made it, despite your directions," is so funny. What a good line. But also, Ian has followed that up with a second question, which is, what are your dream theatre roles? I know Richard used to be a theatre dweeb. I don't know if AJ has any such aspirations, but yeah.
I probably could have saved this for another week, but I don't know. I like...
hey, you copy and paste them into the spreadsheet, mate.
I would love like a good musical villain role. Like if they ever made like a musical of something like Nightmare Before Christmas, I'd love to play Oogie Boogie or something like that.
Nice.
I think I could roll.
I actually already got my dream theatre role. There was before I went to acting school, I saw a production of a play called Popcorn by Ben Elton. Well, actually, no, this is an interesting story about how I didn't get my my dream theatre role. But
interesting pivot.
I saw this play, and it's about these two sort of natural born killers inspired, like, serial killers, Bonnie and Clyde type, going on a killing spree. And what they do is they invade the home of a Quentin Tarantino-esque director who makes all these super violent films. And these two serial killers say, like, hey, we're going to blame you. We're going to kill you on live television and blame you for all our crimes, kind of thing. And I saw this and I was like, oh, well, I'd love to be, I'm interested in film. I'd love to be a director. And I always wanted to play that director. And then when I was at acting school, the final performance happened to be Popcorn by Ben Elton. Not any of my input. It just happened to be this. And I really wanted this character of Bruce Delamitri was his name, and David Correos, who we had on earlier in the episode, really wanted the character of Wayne, who was the serial killer. And I was in everyone's auditions, I was the one that you would read against, kind of thing. I was one of the better actors in the class, and they just got me to sort of, so you could act off me. And then the cast list went up, and Dave was playing Bruce Delamitri and I was playing Wayne. And it was this, like, everyone just assumed, like, people weren't bothering to audition because they thought I was going to get Bruce and Dave was going to get Wayne. Wow. And casting us in that flipped role. And it was this really interesting challenge for both of us. I lost a bunch of weight for the role. I shaved my head and grew a goatee. And Dave, was good in it as well.
Dave did nothing.
And Dave did nothing. But no, made for this, like, really interesting play. Both of us really playing against type. Me having to be the wacky out there, moving around the stage the whole time one, and him just being the sort of quiet, reserved victim in all of this. And yeah, that's one of my proudest sort of things was that play. So, wow. And now it's been bumped into third place by our 28-hour Scooby-Doo episode.
Well, thank you for listening, everybody, and we'll no breaks. We'll see you next week.
We'll probably see you last week because you'll still be listening to this.
True.
When there'll be another episode out already, or not. I don't know. I don't know what you fucking do in your spare time. Yeah.